saying if it had to reflect, it would have had to reflect around about. It was around about, like I say, I can't remember the exact numbers, but I know it was around about. It was somewhere around about 50,000-60,000 feet where it would have had to reflect from. So I don't think there is anything. And when I remember looking at it, where it would have reflected off would have been around about 250,000 feet. That's where it would have had to reflect from. So there's no way the beam.
I just wanted to say it definitely does reflect from the troposphere. It's in the frequency where you have a specific reflection, but the troposphere is too high and the beam was too horizontally aimed, so that it makes any sense to reflect to London or to England at that point.
It was Derby,
but the one thing that one have to keep in mind also when it's about radio frequencies, and specific these kind of lower frequencies, there's also this ultra high frequency stuff, and the propagation of these waves is different than light. So there is a beam divergence is the one thing, and they calculated with the beam divergence, but also the beam divergence is it's a mixture of light and then at the other hand kind of waves in a lake. So they are naturally diverging on any kind of surface or moisture.
There definitely
or
seems some
like
divergence, but horizontally there was some divergence, and they definitely seen that. But it was literally like 20 meters worth of kind of divergence there, and that was horizontally. I'm not sure if you're talking horizontally or vertically.
Yeah, you can also polarize radio frequencies so that it diverges in one direction more than in the other. So the antennas don't necessarily have a circular divergence. You can have something that goes up down pretty heavily, but left right. So horizontal divergence is very narrow.
So what's this? What did you say this is called? You used the terminology there.
So I would say the terminology is divergence. Yeah, so it's not necessarily only the polarization, but also the antenna. How do you say geometry? It's similar with sound. So just as an example, so normally a loudspeaker would go omnidirectional in this one, or 180 degrees, or in a cone, but the cone is up down and left right. It has the same size. But if you make a monitor array, so you put multiple speakers, or a speaker array, multiple speakers side by side to each other, you can get a situation, or let's say more up and down. So you have a lot of vertical speakers in one direction. You can get a horizontal divergence, but a very narrow vertical one. So the sound carries longer. So they have it, and this also works with antennas. You can have a non-spherical shaped antenna which is directional, and this direction is not only symmetrical in both directions. So you can have it.
So you say,
for example,
you say sound waves. So what frequency are we talking about with these sound waves?
Sound waves are not electromagnetic waves. So it was just for understanding the concepts there. The concepts work similar.
So it's basically like, because you explain it as a cone. So it's basically like squeezing the cone in the middle. This is what I'm picturing what you're describing. You're kind of squeezing the cone in the middle. So horizontally, basically. So you can see it's going.
If you would,
the shape, the geometry is changing.
If you have normally if you have a parabolic antenna, so like you have a dish, and in the center or in the focal point of that dish, you have your transmitter or your receiver. Then you would have, because the dish is circular, has a parabolic shape, and you would have kind of a beam focus. So you don't have a circular radiation, but this is focused to a cone, but the cone is as high as wide. But you can change the shape of that antenna, and specifically if you put multiple antennas side by side with the same signal, you can have something that is either more flat or more narrow. And I think that is the Knickermine thing. They have pretty wide antennas and very wide antennas side by side. It causes a very narrow but high beam. And that would make the possibility to have a diffraction over the curve, or refraction,
Well,
not necessarily sure, but
that
stay
only
narrow
explains the
as
geometry
possible.
of the beam. That just explains the geometry of the beam. Sorry. But then what we need to discuss, which I completely agree with. I think that yes, they would have had to do something like that to get that kind of geometry, because yeah, we've seen the shape of it. It's like it's got a long bottom and it kind of comes out. It's obviously it's narrow as well, and then it kind of, you know, it basically looks like a cardioid pattern, which was what was described earlier, which I thought was a good description, like what you get in a microphone. But then that's still not explaining how it would diffract once something's in the way and there's, you know, there's some physical obstruction. Then how would it diffract around that, but and also maintain that same geometry?
Yeah, when I was talking about the cardioid, I don't know if that's the signal sent or the signal received, but I was thinking like even like a shotgun blast, that could be aimed at any direction, and because it radiates in a circle, like that's how microphones work. But obviously, this is a different system, so yeah.
But refraction, if we talk about refraction also of light, the density gradient is vertical. So at the bottom we have a higher density, at the top we have a lower density. So light would also just refract up down, so basically typically down, and not left right. So that means
So
the
radio
shape
is
of the beam would stay
Yeah, which
narrow
I
left right,
completely
because there
agree
is no
with.
reason for left right refraction.
I completely agree with that, and that's why I think refraction is your most logical, or I would say that's your best argument. But Ruhif was specifically, um, he explicitly declined that explanation, and he explicitly wanted to focus more on the diffraction as a mechanism rather than refraction. Um,
Yeah, I don't claim that it is refraction or diffraction, but also if you claim diffraction, then it's kind of basically the bending around the obstacle, and the only obstacle that is there is the ground. So it
yeah,
would only bend towards the ground. It would not bend towards the sky or left or right, except of minor things like mountains or I don't know, trees or so. But I think both could be influencing the traveling over long distance.
yeah, that's pretty much the answer I got yesterday, which takes us back full circle, which is if it is diffraction, then I'd like to see something, at least an example of anything within that same frequency range where something's been able to hit obstruction and still diffract vertically only, not horizontally. Else it's just the refraction argument. But like, if you have actually got anything that, you know, within that frequency range would be really good. But if you've got anything that shows like vertical diffraction only without affecting the horizontal geometry, then yeah, I'd really be interested to have a read of that.
I mean, for example, like DVB-T. So it's what is it? DVB-T2, I think. Let me check. So, yeah, it's terrestrial TV transmissions. So that is
Yeah,
also around, I think, around 40 megahertz, something like this. So
yeah.
and higher, and you definitely don't need a perfect line of sight. I'm
No, and
here behind
I
a
know that's
yeah,
radial. then that does diffracting, but it diffracts radially, both vertically and horizontally, which doesn't actually help your
Yeah,
case.
because you don't have any polarization, because you have just radial antennas. So they want to have it omnidirectional. So from the TV tower, it goes in all directions, just a little bit squashed down. So
which I think is a natural
they want to have
explanation
it
of.
as chaotic as possible, right?
Yeah, and I think that's completely natural explanation to that, but it's not analogous to what we're talking about with Nicobine. Sorry.
True, it's not analogous, but the frequencies are similar. So
And I admit that they
have
do
the
diffract. They do
example
diffract,
from
but they
50
diffract
to
in
600 or
vertically and
so.
horizontally. They do both vertical and horizontal diffraction. It's not. But with these beams need to maintain the geometry horizontally, else they lose the signal, and then the planes are basically flying blind, and they wouldn't reach the destination. So the horizontal geometry cannot be affected. It has to be just the vertical that's diffracting only.
That is actually I think that would be a nice test. These fish pond tests with salt water or sugar water, and it would be interesting if you would filter in front of the laser. I'm not sure how laser is polarized, but if you have a linear polarization filter in front of a laser to make sure the it's not circular polarized, the light, and then check if the polarization is parallel to the gradient or orthogonal to the gradient, if the refraction would be the same, or if it only kind of refracts due to the wave orientation or the other.
Sorry, mate, you keep cutting out. I'm trying to. Is it my signal or is it yours? Can everyone else hear him all right? But you keep cutting out through that.
Maybe it's me. Sorry.
So I only caught like
can you
half
hear
of
me
what you
now?
were saying. I can hear you now. Yeah. You want to start again? Because I literally missed all of that. Something to do with a pond.
Okay, you mean these? Do you know these kind of you shoot a laser through a fish pond with sugar water and you see refraction?
Oh, you mean a fish tank, not a fish pond?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
sorry, fish tank, like an
Yeah.
aquarium, or yeah. Okay. So I don't know. For example, if you change the polarization of this laser light, like vertical polarized versus if it does anything with the refraction, or if it doesn't influence the rate of refraction.
Right. So
I don't know
that's
that.
just
It's
going back to the refraction argument now. But
yeah, I mean, refracting or diffracting is always in the direction. Diffracting is always in the direction of the kind of the corner or the element which is causing the diffraction. You're not diffracting up on a sharp edge or so. You're always diffracting in the direction of the sharp edge.
Yeah.
As closer you are, as more it diffracts, and as further you are away, you have no influence. So
yeah, and the more it diffracts, the signal gets weaker. Because obviously that signal's getting scattered out from the center. It's going out in all directions. So then the signal's becoming weaker, which is like kind of the crux of the issue here. Because if the signal is not focused within the center, then yeah, it becomes unusable because. But then so that's kind of the reason why the geometry of the beam had to be what it was when they measured it at both ends, which it was like 20 meters or something.
But why do you mean it diffracts in all direction? It only diffracts in the direction of the obstacle.
So yeah, it diffracts in the direction of the obstacle, but it's kind of radial. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of coming out at all directions, like in like a more of a cone pattern.
I'm not sure about that actually. Why
Well,
should it do
that was the evidence that I
radio?
got shown.
Okay.
Well, it was like what you see
Okay.
on a
I don't know
radar.
it,
It's
so I
kind of
don't want
like
to
that.
argue around it.
You know, like when you see a radar, it's like, you know, you've got your point in the
I thought
center, and then you've got your divergent lines coming out.
it is going. Yeah, maybe I would have to look into it.
Oh. But because, yeah, that's the diffraction argument, because the refraction argument is that the refractive index would have to be too high that it's not something we've ever seen. It's like the amount is higher than what you would typically see anywhere. So, which is a bit of a problem if you was to go down that route of refraction. The refractive index is just too high. And they was using this they was doing this at the night time. They were using it a lot in the night, and there was, you know, it was every day for like a year. Well, there was one day that they didn't do it, but pretty much like 364 days of the year they were using this, and it was very precise. So if it was relying on this really heavy amount of refraction that we've never seen before, then they wouldn't be able to use it, because there's two beams, one's in the north, one's in the south. So there's massive refraction rates, and then these beams have to they have to cross each other. So yeah, refraction also doesn't explain it, I don't think. So the three arguments you've got here is you've got refraction, diffraction, and then you've got bouncing off the ionosphere.
What's your claim
Yeah.
that you just don't believe they could do it?
No, I think they did it,
Oh,
and I don't. The problem is that they did do it, and I believe they did it. I live right next to Derby, so I know all about these stories because it's literally down the road from me. There's a
right.
road.
You're on
Used,
the flat
yeah,
Earth evidence.
yeah,
Oh, so you're saying you don't believe the globe's excuse, and that means Earth's flat?
yeah,
Right. Okay.
yeah, pretty much. Where are you from, by the way? You sound like you've got a bit of an English twang to your voice.
I'm from Norfolk.
Norfolk Broads. That's a nice area. Do you live? Is
Yeah.
Norfolk near Norfolk Broads?
Yeah, I'm in Norwich, so I can get to the Norfolk Broads in like an hour.
Ah, I bet that's good.
Yeah, you can hire a boat and go to the pub.
Typical English fella, that. So I bet you're enjoying this sun now, right now, aren't you?
Sort of. It's a bit too hot. But anyway, about the lasers.
Yes.
It's called Battle of the Beams, right? But it's really just two flat earthers claiming that the laser got to them from the other side, the other place, sort of.
Yeah,
A
pretty
bit
much.
like that flat earth core lake one, Titicaca.
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with
heard of
that.
it? Oh,
No.
Karen B, before you got into all this, Karen B and her team, they invented a fake business company called Flat Earth Core. So they said, we're going to do surveying, and this is the name of the company, Flat Earth Core.
Right.
Anyway, they shot a beam across Lake Titicaca, and they've got videos, and they saw this beam in the sky from the other side, and they claimed it. We hit the target, and all the globers said it must have been just a bit of refraction, and the real point of the laser didn't hit the target, and they lied.
Okay.
So I feel like there's a debate around how much you know about the experiment, but generally it's just a disagreement about which laser people you trust.
No,
Like,
not really, because
you trust
they've gone
your
over.
people, we don't.
No, it's not that at all. It's the mechanism that you guys have to appeal to. Just it's not something that we've ever seen before.
Yeah, that's your claim. You're
No,
saying
it's not my claim.
you're saying, Dawn, your excuses are not good enough, and I'm saying, well, they feel good enough for me.
Yeah,
So,
but you're invoking a refractive index that's too high. It's unnatural. That we've never seen it before. And then you're invoking when you don't want to invoke refraction, you're invoking
I'll
diffraction,
give you a
which you're
different
saying.
excuse. I'll give you a different excuse. These old men who did Battle of the Beams just lied. They didn't even really see the other beam properly. Just like Flat Earth
No,
Core. There's no
they did
refraction
see it.
involved. They just lied to you.
No, they didn't, because they went and actually assessed exactly, and they found the beam. They reported the beam. They
You trust
documented
it,
it.
and we don't.
What?
You trust it, and we don't. And
No,
then
because it was in World War II. They
you're
needed
a
to
flat
understand
earther,
this
and we're not.
beam. It's just a hand wave. That's just a typical hand wave, because it's all documented. Because there
Would
was
you claim the Battle of the Beams was done on purpose to prove the flat Earth, or were you saying it just happened? Stance, it happened to.
no, it was done because Germany was attacking the UK bases so it could infiltrate the United
So
Kingdom. That's why.
you admit it was nothing to do with flat Earth. You're just deciding it's good evidence now.
It was to do with attacking a country. That's what it was to do with.
Oh my God, dude! What a stretch.
That's not a stretch at all.
Have you
How on
heard of
earth?
this
And
thing
this
in
is
the
the
war?
point. How on earth would you send the beams that distance without hitting Earth curve and successfully hitting the targets? You can't do it.
I think they bounce off something, don't they? That's the claim.
No. Then you've got. If you want to invoke the ionosphere, it's at 250,000 feet or something. It's along there, around that. And it would have had to been around about 60,000 feet for it to. There's nothing in the altitude at 60,000 feet for it to bounce off of.
Well, we could look into that. Maybe it
Well, you
was
can have a look
more of a psyop.
ionosphere. Yeah, have a look at it now. And what's the altitude of where it would have had to? The frequency. It's 30. What is it?
I
What's
mean, I
the
don't care
metric?
about the exact details. I'm just, as long as I give a few excuses that I know could be true, I'm happy with
Well,
that.
that's not true though. They're very bad excuses. It's just a hand wave dismissal. And it's fair enough. I'm not saying that you have to
That's all you
concede. I'm
deserve
just
because
saying. I'm
you're
just
cherry
saying.
picking from the war
No,
for a
because
flat
now
Earth
this
stretch.
is just
So all you
desperation
deserve.
attempt to try and save your model. And I think the best position would be right now for you, because you've been unable to demonstrate, is say, look, I'll come back and I'll
Oh,
have a look, so I don't know enough. And that's fair enough
I
then,
have
because
demonstrated the globe to myself. I haven't demonstrated the Battle of the Beams could work on a globe, but that's because I don't care.
Were
It's a
those
cherry pick.
signals?
so what
were
why are
those,
you talking about it then? If you don't care, then let me go back to that other guy and then we can continue discussing, because we had quite a good conversation going.
So I'm trying to bring you back to ground level as
Well, you're not.
human being.
You're not though, are you? You just interrupted the conversation. We was talking about the mechanisms, which was quite good, and it was quite educational. We was talking about the mechanisms, and then you've just gone on off this weird tangent saying just hypothetical scenarios, basically hand wave and everything. So it's not really productive, I don't think.
were those
Because
signals the signals used by the bombers to determine when to drop the bombs? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. So there was two beams which directed the planes, yeah, and
Okay.
then there
Yeah, I
was
know what
then the crossover signal, yeah, would indicate when the bombs should be dropped.
Yeah. So the planes would have been pretty high up in the air. They wouldn't have been able to have caught the signal on a globe.
Yeah, they were at 19,000 feet.
That wouldn't have been high enough to caught the signal from where it was coming from on a globe Earth.
No, the signal would have been caught. And the maximum altitude that those planes could fly was at 24,000 feet. They wouldn't never fly higher than that, because there'll be
All right.
issues with it. So they were flying about
So,
19.
All right. I was
Since
just
there were
wondering. That's
two-
all.
So, yeah.
That's my question.
It looks like there were two transmission towers. Was one sending dots and one was sending dashes?
Yeah.
No, it's
No,
basically
yeah.
you have basically four. You have four
Hey.
signals. You have a dot signal, you have a dash signal
Yeah.
for one position, and then from
Hmm.
another position you have also a dot and a dash signal, and those had two different kind of tone heights. So yeah, and these were kind of these doubles. So you have always a pair with dot dash. So it's always alternating
Yeah.
left, right, and so this is one direction, and the overlapping of the dot dash is basically a continuous thing, because
Okay.
they couldn't make the beam itself as narrow, but they could make the overlap very narrow. So and therefore you have theoretic on one ear you could have dot dash from the left side, and on the right ear you could have dot dash from the other side. and you're flying with the, for example, with your right ear, stay in the continuous beep, and then on your left ear you would hear only dashes,
Yeah.
and you know, okay, now we are close. And once you also hear on left ear the constant beep, you drop the bump. So you have then on both ears the constant, which is the most narrow overlapping of both beams.
Yeah, that's a pretty good explanation of it, to be fair.
But I think so. As far as I know, but this is, I hadn't looked into it so much. So in as far as I know, the refraction is very low in this frequency. So the diffraction would have to be the explanation. So I think if it is an explanation, I think diffraction is more realistic. The question, in my opinion, is then, does the signal in that height? I mean, we don't need so much curvature. We don't need full curvature because the planes are very high, and so it's not as if they needed to have a very narrow path close to ground, right? They need the narrow path in the height. It doesn't geometrically work. So you have no geometrical line of sight. That's definitely true. Yeah, I think I think there was some discussion, maybe with the Drunk Debunked show, actually, about the physics.
Okay, I want to hear the
Yeah,
dude.
if you can find that, let's send it my way, please, because everything that I've looked at is kind of like we have this very conversation. Really, I'll throw the idea to someone that's like, no, it couldn't be diffraction, it's refraction, and then it's like we just go in circles rather than actually just focusing on one mechanism. But
Yeah,
that's all I've written.
Papa Flurf, I just wanted to hear what your idea of it was, like how it works, how you've figured out what how you think it worked, or whatever.
Well, I don't think it would work on a globe.
That's what I'm talking about. Like what's your issue with it there? That's what I want to hear. I want to hear your side of it.
Yeah, it would hit a curvature, and then it blocks the beam.
If Earth was curved, Cole, that would stop them being able to send the signal to help the war on that thing.
If what? Say again, sorry.
You're saying it has to be flat because then the signal could go straight to them, and if it was a globe, it couldn't get to them.
Yeah, very much.
Cool. It's as if you wasn't being, everybody. I wasn't trying to ask you what exactly you're talking about. I don't want you to think that everybody's.
Is it my signal or is everyone else? Is it? Sorry, mate.
Another version of this, I don't know if it's the same one, but SE brought it up where they use a radar scanner to help bombers drop things, but really far away. I think that's what Cole said. So we've heard a similar one to this. I don't know if that's what they call Battle of the Beams. Fuck knows. But we worked it out, and it's doable on a globe. You don't even need refraction. They're just above the ground. The signal goes.
What, over 500 miles?
Yeah.
No. Knickerbind's the only one that went those distances.
The angles and being in the air.
Sorry, what was this? What did this?
I can't remember exactly, but SC brought it up. It's where they use radar to help bombers drop stuff really far away with another plane high in the sky.
Yeah, well, the Knickerbind is like on ground. It's literally like on the ground. It's not in the sky, which is why it's a problem.
Yeah, so they have to say bouncing or refracting.
I think diffraction is your most, well, refraction I would say is probably your most logical explanation, but then you've got a refractive index that's too high that it's nothing we've ever seen before.
Well, when you say we haven't seen, you mean you don't believe in it yet?
No, it's not. No, it's just what you don't
accept what I've seen. Yeah, you mean what you haven't believed?
No, it's a refractive index that you don't ever see. The refractive index will be too high.
Well, then why would any glober claim that's the excuse if they know that and if you know that?
Well, that's the only explanation you
Doesn't
got.
make any. You're saying the
I mean,
only
not
explanation wouldn't ever work, so everyone's
not
silly.
not
Yeah,
not
pretty
all
much. None of your explanations work. So, but I think that's probably the most logical to me.
not all
Maintain the
globers make
geometry.
only not all globers make claims of stuff they actually know. Many of them also repeat stuff they have heard from others. So
Yeah, I know that would be a reason,
it's a
but
human thing. Yeah. So some people are still repeating stuff even if it's wrong because they
but you
believe it's
you
right.
yourself said it. It might be refraction, diffraction. So you're one of
No,
the
I
said
didn't
it
you're
say.
one of the
might.
criminals.
All
I said
right.
it might have an influence. I don't
Exactly.
really know,
I'm
but it
talking about
might
you.
have an influence. Again?
I was talking about you, and then you were defending those people, but you're one of them.
No, I said it might be refraction and it might be a combination of both. I did not claim it is
As far as
refraction.
yes, we're saying we know that when Papa Fluff says the refractive index is too hard, me and you know he's probably wrong, and it might allow for it. It's fine.
No, I in a few minutes ago I said typically these radio frequencies are very low affected by refraction, but they are affected, but very low. It's not that there is no refraction on radio frequencies. And I was not talking that I know the index and that it is clearly refraction. So we were discussing the possibilities. I wasn't claiming a fact. By the way, Papa Fluff, I just posted a video. I think that was the video I was thinking about. There was a explanation at the Drunk Debunk show of someone. I cannot recall everything, but that seemed interesting to me. Not sure if you have seen that.
Cheers. Yeah, I'll have a look at that. I'm just going to take off for a bit now because I've got shit to do around the house. But I'll pop back in later and we can discuss it some more after I've had a look at the video as well. Who am I talking to, by the way? Is it Snooze? No. Who am I talking to?
Yes. Yes.
All right, nice. All right, mate. I'll catch you up in a bit. See ya. Nice convo, by the way.
Bye bye. Yeah. You too.
Take it easy, brother.
And I think, Dawn, there is a difference between claiming something to be true or kind of giving room a thought to a possibility. Like,
Yeah, all I
hey,
was trying to
let's
say,
discuss this possibility. Could it be something?
all I was trying to say is there's a logic to if enough smart globers have all claimed refraction is part of how they did this, or diffraction, not just bouncing, but
Mhm.
the spreading out of the beam. Some of them are probably right, and Papa Fluff's probably wrong. I'm saying there's a good logic there.
Okay, but yeah, I hear what you say. I mean, okay, it's generally. I mean, typically, in our opinion, fluffs are generally wrong because the Earth is not flat. But yeah, but the mechanisms behind that could be different ones and couldn't be true.
Are you saying quite often globers use refraction as an excuse when it's not even true?
No. I say that the problem in these debates is that the globers typically have already won because they are on the side of the reality. So it's an unfair game, yeah. So if one has a gun without bullets and the other one has a gun full with bullets, I mean, it's not about aiming anymore, right?
Yeah, it's
At
a
least
rigged
not
game.
much.
I think most games are rigged because, like, when you play chess, there's always someone who's already played and someone who hasn't played much.
Yeah. Yeah, but I wanted to agree to you that also something, for example, also this ionosphere bouncing. Yes, the frequencies are in the right range. These frequencies would bounce from the ionosphere, but at the same time, the ionosphere is too high up, so they had to basically point the beams, I don't know, 45 degrees up, to bounce it from the ionosphere so that they come down again in the UK. So
that's what you believe. So it's a big calculated bounce.
yeah, it would be a high angle. I mean, or what was your question?
That's what you're going with as the best explanation of how they did this in the War on a Globe?
No. I say if you claim it is just ionosphere reflection, so it worked because of ionosphere, I think that is a false explanation, because from the geometry, the ionosphere is very high up. If you want to bounce something from the ionosphere and then land down again, so from the Netherlands, shooting something up to the ionosphere and receive the reflection again in the UK, you would have to point pretty up because of the height of the ionosphere. So, but the beams are oriented horizontally.
Okay.
So, therefore, we can basically rule out ionosphere. So
you're going with a bit of vertical diffraction, and it bends round the globe.
As far as I know, it is refraction and diffraction.
Okay.
So
I mean, that's one of my excuses, but I also did go with the bouncing because I'm not sure. But yeah, that makes sense. So you're saying they just clever people knew about this, and that seems like they can see past the horizon to a flat earther.
So let me just check. The ionosphere is something like 300 and more kilometers, right? And what was the range from Netherlands to the UK? 700, something like this? Do you have it in mind or so?
Yeah, it's 700. Yeah, that would make sense on the diffraction and refraction. Radio's talking skip is like over 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles. So maybe so.
Yeah, and so if it again, if it would be like the ionosphere in 300 plus kilometers height, and you have to send it 700 meters into the distance, you basically have to point up the beams 45 degrees.
You're saying you've seen a
right?
picture
So,
and they definitely don't point up?
yeah, the Knickerbein antennas are definitely not pointing up.
Okay.
Or not 45 degrees.
I believe you.
Absolutely.
We're bending stuff around the globe and it's helping us target people. Not us, or each other, whoever did it. I don't even know who did it. Whose tech was this?
I don't know if my research is accurate, but it seems like modifying the beam at ground is possible. Similar to how planes are guided to a runway, they could be guided away from a location through narrow beams. Whether they refract or not is like, this is tough for an amateur to decipher, for sure.
Well, if you believe this was a real thing in the war, and you believe it's a globe, then it's a good chance they knew how to diffract it to get around the curve a bit.
It looks like yeah, it's called an equisignal zone. So that's what I'm looking into at the moment.
And I got totally confused and conflated it with lasers. But that's because
Um,
that's another one of the cherry-picked flat
well,
Earth things, where the
I
excuse
mean,
is diffraction.
radio is on the electronic magnetic spectrum, but it's just not visible like other forms of electromagnetic radiation, like light.
Oh yeah, it's
So,
not because I thought radio was a laser or light. It's because
mm,
I mixed up the flat Earth arguments. Whenever flat earthers find a long distance thing, they explain how this is flat Earth evidence. And there's always various ways the long distance thing works on a globe.
yeah.
So like their claim, we shined a laser across the lake, kilometers and loads of kilometers, and it hit the target straight on the other side. Impossible on a globe. And then that makes you think, oh, hang on. So the laser must have been, or they've lied about it hitting the target.
Well, also, laser beams aren't as narrow at the end point as they are at the starting
Exactly, yeah.
point.
That's what we told them.
Yeah.
But to them, that was like, no, it's a laser. It's got to be a straight line, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, has anyone heard anything from Taylor and her experiments or observations?
No, not since the other day.
Okay, because and that was again like this ignorance. I told her before that lasers have a kind of a divergence, that you have a cone of light. It's not just like a dot and it stays a dot for a long time. So they are opening, and that in 1 mile distance she will just have a square meter big blob, even if she has a very good laser. And so it wouldn't work. And then she kept that idea. No, I will shoot a laser to I don't know, a big wallpaper or so, and see if the dot is at the same height. So you will not see a dot.
Yeah, it's
So
like she's not
how much is
heard.
the divergence? I don't know. Okay, great.
She wants to
Make an
repeat.
experiment with something you don't know. Yeah.
I would tell her that the flat earthers have already done all this, and no one believed them.
Yeah, that's exactly what Jaren tried in the first time. He tried it with a laser, with a pretty strong laser, and he failed, and that's why he came up with the camera and the light and the sheets with the holes in this documentary.
Yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, so his first try was the laser. It didn't work due to divergence, and seems they just don't learn. I don't know.
Well, the best evidence
I
the
really-
flat Earth core ever showed was someone on the other side looking at the laser shining in the sky from the opposite side. So it's when they were tilting it up. They said, "Yep, we see it," but it was actually seeing it in the sky. That's all they showed us.
And the waterman gets hung up on this a lot. The idea that he don't, it's like he can't comprehend that it's a cone at one end. It ain't a, a single point, like I don't know how to explain it. It's not like a shoestring all the way
Yeah.
across, and he says, yeah, but when the light would, how does it bend exactly right and hit you in the eyes? And I'm like, it don't. It goes over your head and underneath and everything. And then he lets into this spew about how, that don't make sense. The light would have to curve too much. And I'm like, Dan, it's easy. As long as your head is inside of that cone, the size of the cone on the other end of that laser beam, not the end where it starts at, but the have
Yeah.
in the vicinity of that,
But it's because, Cole,
it's 8 foot high, 8 foot in the air.
they've been obsessed with invoking a true straight line, haven't they? Ever since day one. Jeremy used to say, we need to create a straight line next to a river and then make a mold of it and then pull this mold off so we can use it as a straight line mold. So he thinks you can make a cast of one object, then hold the cast up against water and prove Earth's flat. Crazy shit to come up with.
Yeah, I've heard some crazy ones.
Light, I mean, light is interesting because even globers have to Google it, don't they, and have a look. How does light behave again?
I tell you what, I've learned a lot uh, hanging around these flat Earth servers and stuff. A lot of things that I never had thought about till you have to think about what in a debate how something works. Most of the time, you've never, I had never thought
Yeah.
about shit like that before.
You know they're wrong, but because they've come up with such a complex wrong idea, it actually takes time to think about it and realize why they're wrong.
Yeah, and it makes you learn more from it. So
Yeah.
it's more educational, I think, than people give it a lot of times give flat Earth credit for. Even though it's a weird way to get around to the truth for a glober.
I feel like it's kind of old school how we talk about stuff. Like, I can imagine in Greece them having discussions about bullshit for hours and hours. In school, they used to call it sociology class, where you'd actually start a discussion and then you'd talk in groups and convince each other, give opinions.
We used to do that. Have they'd usually have a topic. They'd divide us up, and we'd have discussions on whatever topic they come up with.
It's fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, I always like stuff like that.
It's almost like it's a luxury of privileged modern people to be able to philosophize and have time to discuss bullshit.
I've thought about that before, I guess, or I've thought people that had to live back in like really crappy times, especially like the 1400s, 1300s when the plague and shit was going through Europe. I bet they didn't care to think of their lives were probably so miserable they probably didn't even want to think about anything.
Yeah, you
Everything,
can't afford anything. You
yeah,
can't afford to go to the pub or invite your friends round.
yeah, you're just miserable. You don't even, and that's why the way I think probably, or that's how I feel like they probably thought about things because they was just so miserable. They was like everything we think about is something we would like to have. It just makes it more shitty just to
Yeah, yeah.
so. Those people live their whole lives like that, like from birth to death. You lived in a time when the medicine was crazy. They do the wildest stuff for medicine, likely to kill you. The same guy that cut your hair was also probably your doctor and your dentist and everything else.
They used to put leeches on you, didn't they?
Yeah, just all kinds of, just crazy stuff. And so absolutely just shitty back then.
Before I get toothache, yeah, I sort of have this nostalgic fear and think, I'm glad I'm not in the medieval times.
You have to
'Cause
have
toothache,
somebody pull it out by hand.
or just to have a month of toothache with no paracetamol, it must be the most horrible thing ever.
Can you imagine a severe one, like one where you all swells up and it hurts so bad, and you'd have to ride that out for months if you couldn't stand to get it pulled. If you couldn't stand to let somebody pull it out. Wow,
Well,
that
they
would
have to
hurt so
hold you
bad.
down and pull it out if they want to help you.
Yeah, man.
We're still not like perfected dentistry, have we? It's still in sort of an archaic thing.
Feels like it sometimes. The doctor
But
has, the last time I went and had a tooth pulled, he had to like break the tooth loose. You know, they grab it and they break it one way and then they break it the other way, and the tooth broke while he was doing that. And he was like, "Oh, yeah, I broke your tooth. I gotta try to get the pieces," you know, and he was digging around in there and I couldn't feel it. He had me numbed up, but still, it did feel like pretty pretty archaic the way he was digging around in my jaw with a pair of pliers.
I think it's because we don't trust full anesthetic. So you're always half conscious in this surgery, weird surgery.
Do you know they give brain surgery with you awake? I was watching that the other day. They keep the person awake when they do brain surgery, like wide awake. They numb their scalp and stuff when they, you know, so they don't feel it, but they keep
Is
them
that
awake so that they can.
Yeah, the vitals are more clear. They can detect whatever they need or whatever.
Yeah, that way, if they do something, they said the whole time that they're doing brain surgery. I watched a video on it the other day about it. A doctor was explaining it, and he said the whole time that they're doing it, they have the patient either talking or saying something or singing or doing something. That way, they can, you know, tell that they're still doing good. Because if all of a sudden their speech slurs really bad, they know, uh-oh, you
Yeah.
know, I've maybe hit something I shouldn't have, or
More
maybe
instant
stop.
signs that they've made a mistake.
They
I
don't know
hope
till
that
they're
never
wake.
have to happen to me.
Yeah, that was crazy too. That lady was sitting there and they had her covered over with that big blue tarp, and the
Yeah.
tarp was like a tent where she could. Doctor was like on the other side of it with her head open, poking at her brain.
It's pretty squeamish, so they don't want to share it to her, the cameras, or the whole room.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's horrible.
Well, your brain doesn't feel pain like your finger does, or your tooth, or
Right,
other
yeah.
organs in the body.
It's not got the same nerve endings. Yeah, but it's that squeamish thing of knowing someone's working inside your head.
Or working on any part of you. They don't want you watching.
It's one of the famous classic movie scenes is someone sewing up someone else's bullet wound, and you have to like watch it in close up. Yeah, just a little bit of politics. I went to Asda, so I read the paper, the front of the papers, and it said the UK is sending some bombers. Starmer's agreed that we have to defend Israel, even though Israel is the one who attacked Iran, and they've managed to defend off nearly every single missile by like one or two. Nearly perfect coverage from the Iron Dome. But somehow UK wants to go and help them. It's madness.
The whole situation is so fucked up.
But just how quickly they're the victim, even though they're the ones that attacked.
Yeah, and I don't agree with that. The problem is, what do you do with an ally if that ally is kind of misbehaving? Are you then just saying, "Oops, now you're on your own," or do you go a little bit with them?
Yeah, I can imagine the pilots, the RAF said, yeah, okay, we're here for you, but actually they're just going to fly around and they're not going to fire on Iran. They're just going to fly around the sky.
Just in normal life, if my brother would come into a fight with someone else and it was basically his fault, I would still stand on his side in the fight, but in the end I would slap him as well and say, don't do that ever again. So
I like the guy that comes in and
it's a
says,
fucked up situation.
like the guy that comes in and says that's enough, he's had enough, or it just lets 3 punches go from each side and then says that's enough and holds them back. That's always a nice, brave guy, even if he's a twat himself. But my main point is I can't believe how opposite and wrong the UK papers are in calling Israel the victim and how fast it happens. It's completely ridiculous. When they say Trump sent the army in, I sort of believe that he would have made an order, but when they say Starmer sent the RAF, I don't believe he would have had any choice, really.
So it seemed lately the most flat earthers have enough of this server, and they are running back to Geos.
Yeah.
You weren't happy with Globers not being muted?
No, this server is gay, bro. It's gay as hell. That's why we're leaving.
Okay.
It's just generally there's nothing here for the flat earthers, so they realised, and one by one didn't come.
It's just that the worst Globers are here, right? Most of the worst Globers are here. The low IQ, with no good arguments, you know. Just the sycophant. You understand?
So the low IQ Globers are here, you say?
But the majority of them, yeah, they converge here. Just like they used to be in. I don't even remember the names of these other servers, but there's like a pattern, right? You get a big globe server, they all go there, and rinse, repeat.
The true anti-flat earthers.
Right.
It's funny to
Yeah,
hear.
it's,
I think it's funny to hear a flat earther call any globe earther low IQ.
Yeah, with that accent, I wouldn't talk too much, but it's okay, brother.
Yeah,
I haven't heard.
the accent
I
makes
haven't
no
heard you.
difference, pal. That's
I
all you got in it.
yeah,
That's
yeah, yeah.
all you got in it.
You sound like
Oh, boo hoo, boo hoo.
you're
Listen to
scared
your
to let me talk
accent.
now.
All you got,
You're
because
scared
that's
of
all you're
letting
going
me
to
talk.
say. That's all you're going to say.
He's scared
I
now.
think
He
there's a
wants
different
time.
tactic to like what Creaky Blinder and that FTFT guy does. It's just like it's not really helpful for like doing research. Like I'm enjoying looking into like how this radar stuff works, and it's just
Right.
I mean, Creaky
Marketing.
is just making fun of them. I mean, this is just a comedy channel. It has.
I don't
I
blame
mean,
him. I'd make
he
fun of
tried.
him
He
too.
Yeah, I mean, this is partially debunking, but majority is just like making fun of them, making funny memes, and so FTFE at least claims to, I don't know, have some contentful debunking. But on the other hand, his debates are also just angry interruptions. So I think there's a difference between Creaky Blinder and FTFE.
I mean, when you're still shitting green, you have no right to talk about anybody. Like the dude here that made fun of my accent. If you're still a baby or a pup, don't come on here acting like you're
Oh my
somebody.
God. Did I hurt you, bro?
No,
Calm
you
down.
didn't hurt me. No, I just think it's funny. I think it's funny to hear
Hey, come
people
on,
think
man.
that they're
Get
high
over it, bro. Grow the
or they
fuck up.
think they're smart. People
Grow
who
the
literally
fuck up, bro.
think that we live on a
Take the
flat
time
earth
out of your mouth and
think
grow
they're
the fuck up,
intelligent.
bro.
That is so funny to me.
Yeah,
It's
it
funny
doesn't
to
sound like it when
all
you.
Glovers, really. I
It
mean,
doesn't sound like it's
when you're
funny to
so
you.
stupid that you think the Earth is flat,
So stupid. You're
really?
so stupid.
Yeah,
Hey,
stupid.
listen,
That's
bro.
right.
Listen, bro.
That's
Calm
see, I
down.
told you that's all you got, isn't it? You
Right.
have
Yeah, it's all right. It's
nothing.
all right.
You have nothing. You have no proof. You have no
Why you
evidence.
so angry,
You
bro?
have no balls, and you have no manhood. You have
I have
nothing.
I have no balls and
And
I
how
have
you
no
talk?
manhood. You're
Like
stupid.
my daughter has a deeper voice than you.
My
Your
daughter,
voice
yeah,
is so high pitched, I barely can't even understand what you're saying.
my daughter's not my
Look,
daughter.
I'm a flat earther. I'm a
My
flat
daughter is
earther.
my
Look at
sister.
me.
My daughter is my sister, and I'm not stupid.
It's funny. I
Yeah,
already
we don't
talk
take
that high.
kindly to your flat
I can't.
earthers around these parts.
Comes easy to people like you,
Um,
you little, probably
oh,
like 5'4".
We don't take kindly to your kind around here.
it's because you defended the low IQ Glovers, Carl. That's why he attacked your accent. Because there's some low IQ Glovers. We don't mean IQ the same as normal IQ. We mean general sort of logic and general
Retards.
intelligence. General
I
intelligence.
know, but as low IQ as
Stupid
it
people.
gets is flat earthers. That's as low as it gets.
But no, there's different categories. You see, that
Well,
you
I know.
can be a Glober or an anti-flat earther and be very low IQ, worse than a flat earther. But you could be Christian. You could vote left. You can be a complete retard and still think that's a globe.
Yeah, I know exactly. I know what you're saying. I'm not debating. I'm not disagreeing you with that. That's
Why
for
the
sure.
fuck you open your mouth then?
Are you serious? You're still talking?
Yeah, why you defending this shit and started whining if you agree with what we say?
I'm not whining at all.
I'm not whining
Buddy,
at
I'm
all.
not, you're like so far from being a man that you don't even need to be talking
Oh,
on
here
here.
we go again, bro. Get it all out.
That's all you got. See, I told you that's all you got. The only thing you got is
Oh my God.
listen to his
Fuck
accent.
you,
That's
saying so,
all
bro.
you have because you're an
No one
idiot.
cares, bro.
Because you
No one cares.
think you're intelligent.
No
So
one
that's
cares.
all.
I never said I was intelligent. It's relative, right? I just talking about low IQ
Oh,
people.
you don't
tell-
have to say you're
Let me
intelligent because
finish
we
my
all know
sentence.
you're
Let me
not.
get it out, bro. Don't be
Believe
scared.
me.
Don't be scared, bro. Let me
We
get it
had your
out.
number. We had your number from the time you opened your mouth in here. We know you're not intelligent.
We had your number. We knew you were stupid.
See,
When they have to,
all you
when
got
they have to
yet
resort,
again.
You were stupid.
when they have to resort to mocking you, Cole, you know you won.
I know it. That's all he has. And it's the
Yeah,
same thing every time because he's that dumb.
yeah.
Yeah.
You won, bro.
That's all he got.
You didn't throw one insult. You won.
No, he didn't win, Blue, because the true fact is some Globers are still low IQ retards, and they do
Of
hang
course he
around
didn't
here.
win.
Well, that's the main point.
He
And
was
if you're not
insulting
careful,
too.
you'll get involved and associated with those people.
Yeah, here's the problem.
Like I
It's,
did
it's,
just now.
it's dumbass people, right? So when you mention
Yeah, you
low
just
IQ
offended
people,
him.
they feel attacked, you know. But no one was attacking that southern redneck. He was just felt attacked, you know. But no one was attacking him.
Bullshit.
I didn't feel
son.
attacked.
Don't do that. We know what you were doing.
You're stupid.
That's what I mean.
That's all he has.
Yeah, bro.
That's how you know when people are low IQ.
Yeah, you felt attacked, bro. I just said
Yeah, it's
low
just
IQ
childish.
and you felt attacked. Imagine that. You just felt
Just
attacked.
simply childish.
Yeah, that's all you got. Try to reason this out with logic, right?
I don't argue with children. I
Yeah, you just what?
avoid doing that.
What do you do with children? Or what are you talking about?
You do,
Children. Why are
Blue.
you talking about children, bro?
You've argued with Bev, who's
Don't be
got
a weird.
real child autistic mind. You've argued with Bev for like 6 years, non-stop, every day. So yes, you do.
Yeah, they always say that when they got nothing, right? Because when you break it down logically, they got nothing. I said low IQ. This southern guy was like, "You're stupid, my daughter knows." Like, it's crazy. No one was attacking that dude.
I'm getting bored of this server too. I never liked the full flat Earth servers, and I never liked the full globe servers. But I don't want to go back to geos, so this somehow is better for me at the minute.
All right. You need a mix for sure.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I figured out the Earth was a ball, and I ain't stupid.
Everybody knows it's flat. What are you going on about?
I'm not so sure, bro. Maybe it's
Aye.
concave. Concave is pretty cool, huh? The perfect satanic inversion.
You reckon it might be concave, and it could be.
It could be, bro. That's why you have flat Earth versus globe, you know, complete distraction. Just a couple of retards going at it online, you know, figuring nothing out.
If you're going with zeticism, concave and globe don't fit. Flat Earth actually fits the day-to-day solipsistic experience.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. It is what you experience, right?
But somehow you think concave's better than the normal globe.
The satanic inversion is so perfect, bro. I cannot shake it. You know what I mean?
It is a satanic inversion, but it's not monopolized like the normal globe.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, concave's just a small group of believers, and the globe is a mass.
Right. Yeah, it's even fringier, like more fringe than flat
Yeah.
Earth concave. Yeah.
So I'm sort of saying that's a positive for you because it's a fringe group, so it's not government based.
Right. It's kind of weird though. The only prominent concave earther, at least 5-6 years ago, was this dude named Stephen Christ. I don't know if you heard about this man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was in jail or something. He figured all this shit out. Apparently, scribbles on the wall, the works. I don't know what, but yeah, it's kind of fascinating actually.
Lord Stephen, the anointed concaver.
Right.
Yeah, so that's a sort of a con because it makes it look like a cult.
Right, but that's what I'm thinking. Because let's say he's the perfect guy to propagate, like, because you take one look at that, you're like, okay, this guy is a criminal. He did all this shit, research in jail or whatever, and yeah, now it's like you would turn your head away, right, instantly, even faster than flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't like it. But I find the model interesting.
For sure. So they chased more one away, huh?
Yeah, I sent him a picture of a gin and tonic. And then someone else was asking, I think it was Oblate. He was saying he's been looking to get out, or it could have been Elba, I can't remember exactly. I've been looking to get out of flat Earth for a while, and this could be a good time.
Well, what does that mean? Looking to get out of it? Like, can't you just get out? Like, what the fuck?
Been thinking
Was
about going
he
to
saying he's
Flat Earth
looking to jump?
Anonymous. But
It's like you're
treating
looking to get out of a violent gang or something.
treating it like an addiction.
Oh yeah, like yeah. Well, it is addiction, bro. Discord. It doesn't really have to be flat Earth, but Discord is super addictive.
Exactly, yeah. And then the Flat Earth is like crack instead of coke. Flat Earth Discord instead of Discord.
Yeah. I was away for 2 weeks. Right now, it was bliss.
You get lost in the jungle.
Got lost in the jungle, bro. In the concrete jungle.
You sound like you're from some third world country and in Central America. I just figured you got lost in the
Yeah, no, I am. Don't worry about where I'm
no,
from.
Holmes, don't worry about Holmes. No, Holmes. Fucking idiot.
Right. Oh, you're getting back at me. I appreciate
No,
that.
no,
I like it,
I
bro.
had to figure out where you might be from, and it dawned on me you sound like you're from Central America or Mexico. So I figured you probably jumped the fence to get here.
Right. I'm not from there, but good try.
No, I'm not from there. No, Holmes. No, I can't even talk that stupid.
Jesus Christ. These guys heard of them.
You've both
No, I
got
just think
silly
it's
accents,
funny.
if that helps. You both
think
got
it's
silly
funny.
accents.
I know I got a funny accent.
I think it's funny making fun of your accent, dude.
It,
It's
I wasn't
funny to me.
your accent.
That's
I was just trying to figure out where you was from. Now I know why you're a flat earther, because when you come from a third world country, I understand you don't get a good education.
You gotta understand something, little buddy. We
Oh,
don't
I
take
can
time to
understand.
do your kind around here.
Cole, what is the best affordable gun for self-defense as a man?
12 gauge shotgun.
12 gauge shot. Okay.
Well, I mean, for
I'm
me,
looking for a
self-defense
modern.
is in my house. Like that's where I would consider self-defense.
I'm looking for a modern pistol. Like, what brand would you tell me to look at?
Well, I got 2 Glocks. That's usually what I like to buy.
Okay,
That's what
I like the name.
That's what I prefer. I've had everything from shit, got everything's the name of it now. The real cheap ones that jam all the time, high mark or something other they're called. They ain't worth a shit.
But for defending a house, you're saying a 12 gauge shotgun.
I think so. I think a 12 gauge with a shorter barrel. You don't want one to turkey hunt with or bird hunt. You know, one that's got a fairly short barrel is to me is the best one, because if you can get your hands on it, you don't even have to aim it. You just point it in the general direction and shoot
You can shoot everyone on your doorstep at once.
it. Shoot them all. Just don't shoot your kids.
Buckshot Billy. Buckshot Billy.
I'm jealous of people with guns. Not the same as cars. I sort of like, would I be more of a man if I had a cool car and a gun?
Of course you would.
Yeah, it's true, isn't it?
It is, bro. I rented a really expensive car, bro. Like, I leased it actually, but it was 5 years ago, maybe. Bro, I get so much attention. Like, all people want to talk to me, guys, girls, everyone, kids, everyone want to see this car, brother. Everyone want to talk about it.
Oh, that must be fun.
No, it was actually not. It was fun in the beginning, but after a while, it gets not so fun. I have this car 2-3 months.
And I'm playing GTA 5, and now I'm quite enjoying it now. And it's all about cars and guns, so it's made me think about them.
Yes. I bought a car 2-3 weeks ago. Really happy with it.
What's your favorite thing about it?
that I can charge it in the garage.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Which you don't need petrol or?
No. Fully electric.
Oh, yeah, that is quite nice luxury.
Yeah, and every gap in every roundabout, I'm there, brother. I'm like a fucking, going fast, zooming.
It's got nice acceleration.
Yes, for sure.
What you need to do is when you drive past a petrol garage or whatever you call them, gas station, you need to pop your head out the window and go, "You bought the wrong car."
Yeah.
No, I
Wanker.
have to. Sometimes you have to charge there too, if you're driving a lot. But with this new car, I don't think I would do it. It's long range. But my old car, I had to sometimes go to gas station and get charging on.
That new Renault 5 electric looks brilliant. I don't know if you've seen that, but that looks a lovely little car. It's only about 22 grand, brand new as well. So second-hand market, it'll be less than 10,000, I think. So
Oh yeah, that's a
I'd
good
like,
price.
yeah, I'd like one of them because it's like 200-mile realistic range, and you don't really need any more than that. But you need
That's
the
true.
you really need the solar, don't you? That's the way I look at it. You need solar panels on your roof, and you need to be charging it from that. And well,
Yeah, right.
as long as you're charging it from home, that's the point.
Yeah,
right?
but panels on the roof, bro. It's for sure coming.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Good idea.
That's the way. That's the way to do it for sure. But I've had when I always talk about this, people give me shit about it. Like, oh, they're not efficient. They're not the way they make them. I'm like, well, they are. As soon as they're made, I understand that there's a lot of energy production into the making of them. But once it's made, oh my god, it's fucking night and day compared to an internal combustion engine in terms of efficiency.
These look sporty, Andy, but they're quite small. 2-door.
That new Renault 5, dude, have a look at that. It looks awesome.
Renault 5
I'm gonna
E-Tech.
Google it.
Yeah, it's an electric car. It looks great.
Just not very big.
And that's saying something coming from me because I'm not favourable when it comes to the. Well, I've got some opinions about the French. Let's just say that. But yeah, that Renault 5's great, and that old Citroen they used to do that's a great car too.
That car is cute, bro. That dude that has the review, he's like 10 times bigger than the car. How is he gonna fit in this car? Hold on. I need to watch this video.
I bet it's fun to drive, being that small.
Yeah, those are the coolest city cars, man. You can zip around.
Yeah, I ended up buying a diesel, and I'm happy with it. But I only bought it because I had no choice. That's just the money I had, and I took a long time buying it. I bought it with my head rather than my heart. It's £20 to tax it every year. 2.2 litre. It does 50 odd to a gallon. Even if I've got aircon on and I drive it like a maniac, it still does 50 odd to a gallon. So, it's
What
like
about
20.
insurance?
It's £20 a week basically to fuel it, which is pretty good. But given the choice, if I had the funds, I'd definitely have an electric car all day long. Like, it's not even close. I mean, you go down a hill, you get some of your fucking energy back.
Isn't that the same with the diesel when you're driving, like using gravity? Essentially, like there's a dynamo that charges your batteries. Like I think almost all modern cars like recharge their batteries using like gravity.
Yeah, but no, it's not the same.
Hey, dude, are you the British guy from EM?
Yeah.
Right. Good to see you, bro. I didn't recognize you.
Thanks, man.
You're not British, though. You're Israeli, aren't you?
Yeah. Not British, so.
He's Israeli.
Yeah.
Oh, word.
It's a total commie joke.
Before we now go to the to the whole Israel thing, because anyone said I'm from Israel, regarding the electric cars, I must say, so I'm also driving an electric car, and I'm absolutely not missing the fuel station thing.
Yeah, not surprised.
Yeah, specifically because if you have an electric car and you cannot, one's not change at home. So I have to put a solar array on my roof with roughly 25 kilowatt peak. So I'm nearly almost charging, or nearly always charging with my own produced energy, and not charging in the night and not charging when I don't need. And when I do a long distance travel, even then the fueling is so much nicer because you just drive to the charging port, plug it in, and sit in your car and read something or watch a video or something like this. And 10 minutes later, or you go for a walk, and 10 minutes later, you just drive away. You don't have to go to the cashier. You don't have to stay in the queue there. Tell him which thing you ordered. So I don't know if in the US you always have this kind of self-service station. Specifically, while you hold the fueling pump or this tube, while you hold it into the car, you have to stand there and wait basically until it's over. With the charging port, you plug it in and then you walk away.
Hey, do you have to pay, Snows, to charge at the station?
Yes, but you so yes, you have, but you have to just hold your card once in to activate it, and then you can go.
And is it cheaper?
Or
than
your
petrol?
cars have this authentication built in. That's also possible. For
It's
example,
much
with the
cheaper
Tesla.
than petrol.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow, got the low carbon footprint.
Some of them networks, they can be like £7 or £8 or something like that, Dawn, for like whatever it is, 20 minutes. So it can be as expensive in certain situations. But we've also got free charging, haven't we, at supermarkets and things like that. So there's loads of good options. But this is why I always this is why I always say you need to charge from home. You need to have that set up. Really. Also, it can be it can be as expensive, but the thing is, when I was good at, no matter what I do, I put gloves on, I do the whole such a thing, and my hands still end up stinking of diesel. Like it's just stinky shit. And it's just, I always think to myself, this sucks. So I can't wait till I'm done with that, to be honest.
Calculate, so at the moment I drive a car. I have something like, let's say, if I'm really speeding, I'm really pushing the pedal, I have 20 kilowatt per 100 kilometers. And 20 kilowatt, so if you think a kilowatt, if it's expensive, let's say it's expensive, then you pay 70 cents, so euro cent for it. So 0.7 by 20, yeah, okay, that's not that hard. So it's 14 euro for 100 kilometers, and that would be like really pedal to the metal and expensive charging. But if you think about like having a diesel car, that would be like the same price basically, right?
Yeah,
So
I remember one of the big selling points before was like it worked out something like 2 pence a mile for an electric car or something like this, and I was so keen. I was looking at a sort of Nissan Leaf, the sort of the original electric car, if you will, and the range on that for a 10-year-old Leaf were like 50 miles. And that's just not realistic for anybody. Certainly Americans. What Americans are going to do with 50 miles? Like nothing.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, here in Germany, I had a hybrid before with 50 kilometers range, electric range, and then the rest would be then basically petrol. And except of long distance stuff, it was my average day usage or so. Typically, we could go 100% electric. So I think if you would have a car for every day, not for the vacation or so, or for holiday trips, but if you would have here in Central Europe somewhere, even England or so, would have a car with 200 kilometers range, would be mostly enough.
Yeah, I agree completely. I think it'd be ideal just to have, like you say, like a two car, maybe a 3-car garage. You could have a fun little sports car,
Okay, if you have
you never drive really.
a gold shitting donkey in the barn, then yes,
Yeah.
maybe.
And then you could have your long distance cruiser, and then your daily electric car. That'd be ideal. Which you don't park in garage just in case it sets everything on fire. I don't know how
the
often that
day,
happens. But I have seen
yeah,
it happen.
but the other day
quite a bit.
I had a trip of I think 300 kilometers one way, and I had to go in the morning. I had to go one way here, and then afternoon back. And I have a range of 450, so I had to charge in the middle. But even so, I was driving up there, and these 300 kilometers, I wanted to have a short break and fetch a coffee. So while I was fetching a coffee, I just plugged the car. So I went there, plugged the car, went inside, fetched the coffee, came back out, and it was again at 80%. So jumped in again and drove the rest, and the same on the way back. Yeah, my wife had to go to the restroom, so I just waited, plugged there, and waited until she came back, and there was no kind of extra break. There was nothing like we have to make now a break that we wouldn't do anyway. So
Yeah, absolutely, because you don't want to be driving too long anyway. You're gonna stop. You're gonna do something. So it's quite nice. Like you said, I like the idea of just even if you're in a situation where I've got to look at this thing for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, whatever it is. It's no big deal. It can be even quite nice. I don't know. I was just going to say before though, it could be quite frustrating if you get to a place and they've you can't get a charge for whatever reason. Something else is on it, or I don't know if you've seen this thing where they steal in the copper wire that's that's in the.
Yeah, they're cutting the wires and stealing them. Yeah, because they are thick. Yeah.
There's basically about £100 worth of copper in the wire, and they're chopping it off. So yeah, little things like that could be frustrating. I think that was the other thing that made my. I mean, the decision was an obvious decision just because of where my funds were, but that was also a thing where, like now, I realize I can drive 50 miles just tootling around doing nothing. Right? I mean. Just the thought of having a 50-mile range car, it's like, I'm so glad I didn't do that. But that's how much I wanted an electric car. That's all I could afford. So, but there are
the used ones get better and more affordable. I mean, now you have mostly the first generation cars in the used market. Second generation are still kind of expensive, like the ones who, I mean, with first generation would be like Renault Zoe or so, which didn't have a DC charger, so just AC, which is charging slowly with, let's say, 11 kilowatt or 22 sometimes, which is good for home but not for long distance. But the DC chargers for long distance are absolutely comfortable, and I think you would want to have one of those. So maybe wait 1-2 years or so. I think for 10 grand you can have a really good car. And the thing is, these batteries have kind of a lifetime of roughly 5,000 to 6,000 cycles. And a cycle on these batteries, and lifetime means they have reached 80% capacity. So they are down to 80%. That means like this is their lifetime. You can of course use them further and further and further, but so, and 5,000 cycles means 5,000 times from completely zero to completely 100%. So if you charge between 50 and 100, and then another time from 50 to 100, it's one cycle. So there is not such a thing like the memory effect that you had, I don't know, 20 years ago with the phones or stuff like that. That's not existing anymore. So if you think, let's say your car it's a small one. It has only 200 miles range, right? With one full charge, 200 miles. And then you can calculate 200 miles for one cycle times 5,000 cycles. You will reach with 1 million miles you have still 80% in the battery. And there are nearly no moving parts in the motor that can break, that are under high stress, like in a petrol engine. There are no valves. There is not a how do you know, these teeth belt or so that can get ruptured. It's basically just the motor with permanent magnets, and then you have suspension and stuff. So it's absolutely realistic that you drive these cars for thousands and thousands of miles without any issue. And after, I don't know, 200 miles, 200,000 miles, you change the suspension and the brakes, and you go on for another 200,000 miles.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say before. That there's taxis. Even when I was going to buy one, whatever it was, several years ago, taxi Nissan Leafs with 300,000 miles on, and you know, as he just said, the only the big selling point was there's 5 moving parts versus 5,000 moving parts. It's like, it's unreal. It's like, yeah, you don't, and the other thing is you don't use your brakes really. I mean, you do, of course, if somebody jumps out or whatever, but the regen protects your brake disc, so you know, you're not going to change your brakes hardly either. So
yeah, I mean that was the issue in the first few generation cars, because they were just like piling up rust on the brakes because they are so barely used. So because the rust is not kind of how do you say, like scraped away from the blank brakes. So you don't use your, how do you say, these brake the material on the outside part of the brake, not the disc, not the brake disc, but the other material. You're not using that as much, but once your brake has some rust, it's more abrasive. So it's even getting worse. But more modern cars, for example, they use the brake always below 10 kilometers per hour or so. So which means like every time you come to a full stop, they are slightly using their brake. So you have kind of a permanent brake usage a little bit so that it stays clean, basically.
yeah, I was just going to say the real problem, which is no longer a problem, I feel, was the infrastructure. It just wasn't there, and like Steel City just said, they're the hydrogen cars of the future. I love those hydrogen cars; they look great, but the same problem, the infrastructure. I think there's like 2 hydrogen places in London, like total, like, so the infrastructure is just not there.
Yeah, but do you want to be driving a big gas tank? Like, I know some people like LPG, but still, it's basically a gas tank.
I mean, the thing with LPG is it's liquid and it's really not that dangerous. I mean, if it takes some time until it leaks because there are pretty big molecules, so it's not hard to seal it actually, and the pressure is not that high because it liquidizes pretty quickly. Similar to butane, for example, they are not super high pressurized. These the barbecue grill gas cans, right? But with liquid, or always with hydrogen, you have a super high pressure, and it's the most tiny atom that you can have. So it goes through every material. There is no hydrogen tight material, so it even goes through the metal walls of the tank over time. So that's really like a the transportation and the leakage is a huge issue with these things. And then you're driving it around, bumping over bad roads and all the time, and you always have movements in the system. I think for cars, hydrogen will never be a viable option. For trucks or ships or aircraft, it will be, because they need a higher energy density that you can achieve, and planes definitely account for their losing weight over distance. So batteries are not possible for planes because you keep the same weight and the energy density is way too low.
Yeah, I do sometimes think about that Hindenburg thing. I wonder if there's a bit of grabble behind that, right? I mean, why were they filming it? You know, what is the history of airships? How far do they go back? You know, think about it. I mean, yeah, was that just a huge propaganda stunt, or could have been?
They used to.
So you don't think that the Hindenburg actually kind of burned down in
Oh
there,
no,
or
I definitely think it did because they filmed the thing, right?
Yeah, when you put hydrogen in a balloon and you light it on fire, that's usually what happens.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, did they do it on purpose though? You know?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what happens. Yeah, you know, there's a thing called helium they could have used and it wouldn't have lit up. Yeah, but they were too retarded for that.
Yeah, the problem is helium is not that lightweight, and helium needs to be kind of created under or how do you say, like
What
fetched
the
or
hell are you talking
digged
about?
out from the ground. No.
Yeah, no shit.
Hydrogen is easy to produce as it can be. It's a piece of cake to
kill you.
create it.
To blow you up.
No,
Oh,
Demok,
let's go get
do you
this thing
understand?
to
Like
kill us, but not get
creating,
this thing that's a little more hard to get that keeps us alive. Are you stupid?
it's not a little bit more hard to get.
What's
Hydrogen
not?
is literally the easiest thing to get. You can just make it at home, completely pure. Yeah, without any foreign
If you had
gases.
pure hydrogen, you would have made a sun by now.
No, what you just need
That's what suns are made out
to
of.
put. You just need
Squeeze
to put.
hydrogen. What do you mean no? A
You just.
vacuum without an intelligent form.
Can you listen to the? Can you listen to the
time
end
makes
of
the
the
sun
sentence?
in a vacuum, not a human, not intelligence,
And
not
we are
nothing you're
not
talking
talking
about.
Demok.
Just
Demok,
gas
we are not
sitting
talking
there
about
and making
vacuum.
a sun. Why don't you know how your sun is made? Does that
I
hurt
know
you?
how the sun is made. Demok, I was talking
Then
about
why
how
would
you
then why
create.
would you
Nothing
tell
to
your
do with
kids the best thing to use is hydrogen so you can go die and spark it up?
So, because hydrogen
You're
can
dumb.
be created
No, you're
as
dumb. You just want to
cheap
kill people.
as possible. Do you
To
know
kill
how you
people?
create hydrogen?
Are you a retard? So
Do you
we
know
want the
how to
cheapest
create
stuff that kills
hydrogen?
everybody, guys. Let's make some cheap stuff, some lead gas, and drink it. It's cheap.
Do you know how to create hydrogen?
Do you know how to use something that's not going to kill you, retard? Helium.
You got to run electrolysis in water, and you're
You
good.
know how to use helium. Why would any retard back in the day use something that's going to kill him in a fucking plastic balloon?
Because you typically do not fill these balloons with the air and hydrogen mixture. You fill them
Never
with
had a
pure
Hindenburg. Shut
hydrogen.
up.
You fill them with pure
No, you never
hydrogen, and
owned a
pure
Hindenburg. You don't know
hydrogen
what
is
you're
not
talking about.
flammable.
Where's the tank at on it?
Demok, you're not knowing what
Where's
you're
the fuel
talking
tank
about,
on a
and you're
Hindenburg?
interrupting all the
You're
time.
very inexperienced. Where's
Do
the
you
fuel
really
tank
want
on a
to?
Hindenburg?
Do you really want
We're
to
looking
get
for some
again
citations
in this
here.
situation that
Gas
the
station,
whole
gas
discussion is
tank on a
muted?
Hindenburg.
Then
You don't know what a Hindenburg is.
okay, yeah, fuck yourself.
You don't even know where the gas tank's at. You're the one that wants to send people up and die and wonder why they filmed it and think you're smart. You're fucking dumb. What dummy would go
Yeah,
send
and you're
themselves
the
in a
fucking
fucking death
idiot that
trap?
is just destroying the
Well, go
conversation
jump
that
off
we
a
just
cliff then,
had,
stupid. You
asshole.
must be real smart. You just want to go jump off cliffs because it's easy. Retarded. Let's kill ourselves because it's easy, guys.
So you're saying there would be a mixture of hydrogen in something else in the Hindenburg, or that there was a leak and the oxygen in the air helped?
Saying no retard would have went anywhere in no fucking retarded thing that's gonna blow up. If you think so, go get on an atomic bomb. You go get on a Hindenburg right now and we'll all smoke cigarettes. Let's go. See how fucking fun you want to do. You're just stupid. Just stop talking about something that don't exist.
Like
Fucking news
oxygen helps
articles that
things
you don't
going.
have no part of. Did you make the news article? Then shut the fuck up, newsreader.
Yeah, nobody got on the
Make accusations just like the other goofball. Now,
We
why
just
would
have
you send your
to
kids
turn
in a
him down, then
hydrogen
we can
balloon
have a
when you have
discussion beside
material
his
with
interruptions.
The question is, why would you send your kids in a hydrogen balloon? You don't love them?
The question is, why can you not engage with anyone who wants
No,
to
why
talk
can't
with you
you?
or anyone
Well, you're the
else?
one that wants to kill people in hydrogen balloons. Who
Go
wants to
get
engage with
help. Go
that?
to a physician, or I don't know.
Too
Get
fucking
some
dumb to
help,
do
Demo.
anything else. This guy doesn't want safety mechanisms or nothing. He just wants easy stuff. What a weird fuck. So no safety mechanisms on your rockets because it's cheaper. This don't make any sense when you even talk and you think you do. Gas wasn't hydrogen. If you take gas,
So
it's
for the other
it's
people,
gonna
there are
be like a
two
hot air
arguments for
balloon.
using
It's
hydrogen and
already gonna be a
not
flame.
helium. The first one
It's
is
gonna be a
hydrogen
flame
is
like a
basically costless, so you can just refuel it or create it your own
you
to
pay.
basically
You
zero
don't pay
costs
for nothing.
against
You don't pay
compared
for
to
natural
helium, which
helium.
is super expensive to
Free helium
create,
is natural. The
specifically
earth
back in the
makes it.
time. The other thing is hydrogen is lighter
The
than
earth makes
helium,
helium
so
free. Shut
the
up.
carrying load of these airships would be low with helium
Stop making
or
shit up.
lower.
You're not- They blew it up so you guys didn't go make your own and use hot air or helium to travel on your own.
What up? Yo, what up? You guys know your confidence in the globe daily changes daily. It's a sliding scale. One day you're like, yo, it's a globe. Next day you're like, yo, maybe it might not. But the fact that it's not solid should tell you everything you need to know.
What are you smoking?
Nothing.
I think he's smoking globe belief science.
I don't smoke globe belief.
No, I was making fun of them.
Oh, globe leaf? Like you smoke the globe leaf?
Globe belief.
I was just in Gem Pandas talking about medical information, not misinformation. These guys have nothing to say, dude. When they allow for the conversation, it just get wrecked. You get completely wrecked.
You've got a flat Earth explanation for the belt of Venus. Please continue.
The bells of Venus? I've never heard of that. I don't know what that means.
The belt of Venus.
The belt of Venus. I have heard of that. What is that? You just gotta say stuff and not make sense.
Oh, it's basically Earth's shadow in the atmosphere. What do you think it is?
That sounds like affirming the consequence to me. What is the phenomena you're speaking of?
It's called the belt of Venus. Feel free to look it up. There's plenty of images.
All right, so you're not going to explain yourself.
Yeah,
that's great. We're off to a good start.
Yeah, it's not affirming the consequence. It's like flat land doesn't cause shadows in the sky.
Yeah, you think there's shadows in the sky. You think the shadows are being casted by the globe. Affirming the consequent. What is the observation? What is the phenomena you're speaking of? Can't do it. All right. Since you don't want to talk about it, you're going to make me look it up.
I've explained what I think it is. I think it's the shadow of Earth.
No, you didn't explain what it was at all. Because when I asked you, you just said, look it up. The fuck, dude? But no, I looked it up. It's just like, apparently there's like a pinkish glow on the horizon on the opposite side of the sunset sometimes.
And below that is the shadow of Earth.
See, I could explain it. You can't. I wonder why.
I'm just tired because it's like 11:45 in my time, and it's just not what I'm talking to you.
All right. So you're not. See, I just woke up. You're winding down. I'm winding up. You want to talk about the belt of Venus? What do you think this proves?
It seems really good evidence that the light is below the soil, causing the land to cast a shadow. If the sun's always above the land, then there shouldn't be a shadow.
Yeah, but you know, you're looking for things to contend at the same level. Like, let's look at it like boxing, right? Featherweight, lightweight, middleweight, heavyweight. Let's say your belt of Venus. Let's put that as like featherweight, because I don't think I've ever heard anyone try to use that as globe proof. So we're just gonna leave it at featherweight right now. So flat Earth proof is your daily experience. Every human's
It's
experience
funny because for the
daily.
last like
They
7 days in
experience.
a row in Queensland, it's been quite clear mornings here in winter, which I'll be waking up to in about 6 hours' time, where the belt of Venus is quite clearly visible and the shadow in the atmosphere is also visible. Like, yeah, it's an everyday thing. Just sometimes it's obscured by clouds. I've had a lot of not very cloudy days. Been very blessed. Have a good day.
Anyway, dude, this server is fucking hanging on by a thread right now. All the flat earthers said, "Fuck this! I'm going back to Earth Awakenings. I don't want to talk to the Glovers. You guys are jerks."
They know everything. They're a part of the we collective. So, like, if you go out and do something and you try to describe it to them or write it down on paper, somehow it's their experience and they did it and you did. And then they'll take you to court and be like, I did that. I knew everything about that paper you wrote. You're going to be like, what? Wait a minute. I wrote that paper, Glover. You don't know anything about what I did. You weren't there. They're going to like say, but we know everything you don't, even when you made the stuff up. And they're just that cool like that because they have balls. They roll around little marbles. They roll chicken bone marbles around and they predict what balls are going to do, like a pool table. Chicken bone pool table globe science.
I don't know why he thinks this is evidence of a globe. The belt of Venus, also known as the anti-twilight arch, a pinkish glow that appears around the horizon opposite the rising or setting sun. So if you're looking at the sun and the sun is rising, if you look in the opposite direction, like turn around, do a 180, there's going to be a pinkish glow.
What does Venus horizon look like?
I don't know what the fuck, dude, but it's desperate.
What's that?
Desperation.
So you look at a flat circle and you say, look at that horizon? What the fuck?
Yeah, he looks at a flat horizon and he says, yo, that means I'm on a globe.
If you say the word flat earth and horizontal horizon line, you mean you're on a ball? Where the ball doesn't have a horizontal line on it? That's cool. They couldn't show us the horizontal line of the sun, could they, with their solar filter? No horizon on the moon either. Isn't that weird? Trace that beautiful flat horizon on the sun and moon for us, Glovers. We'll take a peek at her. Take her peeker. Let's take her a little peeker at that horizon on the sun and the moon, boys. Don't be like that and be hiding your moon horizon from us.
So where is everybody? I was the only person in here.
You're the only one willing to be truthful, maybe, for a couple seconds.
Yeah, this is like post-apocalypse. Something happened a few days ago and now nobody's pulling up. I was there for it. I don't know, maybe a bunch of flat earthers decided they're gonna stop pulling up. They went back to Earth Awakenings. I'm sorry, Geo. Take me back, Geo. We were just hanging over there for a little bit. We weren't gonna stay. I always planned on coming back to Earth Awakenings. You know what the real issue is? Because the mods let that guy M Agent do his thing. Y'all fucked up. You let M Agent, the mods that listened to M Agent, didn't tell him to stop. That's why the server's fucking looking dry. Should have picked up on how horrible that was. Whenever that guy jumps in. Oh god. Yeah.
I'll speak for the Globers. We're conflicted because we're really bored of everything you say, but we also want to talk to people online with opinions. So we're sort of in limbo.
Are you still, Dawn, are you still banned from Earth Awakenings?
My what?
Are you banned from Earth Awakenings?
I'm not sure. I left actually, so I don't think I'm banned.
I'm like actually banned.
It's just Jeremy, Dyslow, Andrew.
Yeah, they don't even know what they're on. They don't have no fucking clue what a horizontal, globe, curve, and anything. They've been so fucking retardedly confused by the Globers. They think if you look at a ball, it looks flat.
I know, yeah, I know.
Something wrong with all these goofy motherfuckers, man.
So Demo, that's
What is it?
you're in limbo because you know flat earthers and globers are all R words, retarded. Can't even
Yeah,
work out.
yeah.
Can't
Well, because you're right, and you were telling them the right thing the other day too. They all want to jump on some kind of fucking make believe bandwagon. And they know something or they understand some fucking shit that they don't even know what they're talking about. All they do is know how to run their fucking mouth and say stuff that they're explaining to you. But at the end of the day, if their explanation can't help you make it or produce it, then fuck off. Fuck the fuck right off. Explainers are nothing.
What do you feel, Callie? Do you reckon you feel like you've still got some flat Earth evidence, and
What?
you're not crazy?
Dude, if I told
No, I'm
you
not
right now,
crazy.
I
Crazy
can't
people are the ones
tell
that
you.
deny reality.
I'll tell you in DMs, but then
I'm just
you know
guessing
you can
like,
use it against
where
me.
you what your position is now. It's funny. Everyone's got a funny, different new position.
And my position's pretty funny right now, yeah.
Yeah, they don't know what the sun's doing. They don't know nothing now. Now the flat earthers are lost and the globers are lost. Now and none of them had anything to begin with. Like not the flat earth idea, but the idea of flat earth's going to listen to fucking Neil deGrasse tell you that when you get away from a ball, it's going to look flat. You retard motherfuckers. Are you guys retarded? If you look at a flat surface, it's going to be flat. If you look at a round fucking surface, it's going to be round. You're not going to be able to see the other part of the round thing, and you're not going to be able to make it out. But that doesn't mean you're looking at a flat surface at all.
Yeah, but you know, there's so much nuance. Both sides have got many reasons why they think.
Yeah, why
what the
they
shape
make
is.
shit up. Well, listen, if I was a motherfucking glober, I'd tell you you'd see everything flat that's a globe too. Then everything you see that's a horizontal line becomes a Tootsie Roll globe. That's, well,
Exactly. Yeah.
how else could you, brainwash people to be retarded? That a horizontal line's a curve, yeah.
Vsauce says this: all straight lines are part of one big curve.
That's a cool story. I'd say
So,
everybody
yeah.
who makes the claim should be writing the Bible on their new claim.
I'm saying, don't you worry about it. You build your flat Earth church, temple, house, community. Get on with. We're gonna take over the world, and we're gonna associate with the New World Order. We're gonna become elites.
So Don, let me respond. So I think the most legit leg that Flat Earth has to stand on is just the idea that, like, technically, because the globe is so big, like you just walking around experiencing the Earth, it appears flat. That's been the whole point the whole time. That's the whole point. You experience the Earth is flat.
That's enough for you to believe it could be flat, and you don't need any evidence past feeling like it could be flat.
I know all the globe evidences, dude. Like, I let globers say whatever the fuck they want to me for hours. So I know a lot of these globe evidences. And
I'm not trying to
I don't
convince
know,
you.
like,
I'm just thinking about the whole situation for everyone. I think, like, Demok's position, if he was to not get frustrated with idiots with their shape religions, that would be a carefree position where you just know everyone is an idiot with a religion and a delusion, and they believe in shapes, they believe in stuff far away, little things, big things, round things, even or things you can't see. Yeah, people believe in all sorts, and if you don't, that's more carefree. You don't have to associate with any of it. But it's when you get frustrated and want to change the glober's mind or the flat earther's mind, that's when you're stuck and you need a plan and all that, and some arguments.
yeah. The idea that, like, we're moving 66,000 miles per hour this way, rotating at 1,000 miles per hour that way, it doesn't apply, like, in reality, like when I'm just walking around. Like, it adds no value. It's not practical for me to just be like, when I'm just standing there, to just say, like, oh, I'm actually flying that 66,000 miles per hour that way. It adds no value to my
I don't know
understanding.
what I would tell you can get out of it, because I don't know if I get anything out of it. I imagine other planets and other worlds, but it's just a thought that's based on the model I believe. It doesn't actually help me to believe in aliens. I can look at Saturn and Jupiter and think, wow, a space ball. Why did God make that? Isn't it fantastic? Isn't it a mystery? But I don't really benefit.
Exactly. And dude, I think this whole cosmic void cosmology, this truly stems back to Saturn aliens. Like, they believe in a void, so they worship the void. They think the universe, the creator, is like nothingness. They're nihilists and is creating this, void model. If you think about it, the idea that there's like just so much space, so much nothingness, like you look in the sky and it's actually there's nothing there. The only material is like Earth and the tiny specks of light. That's a very empty universe. Like,
But in that way, what benefit do you get from flat Earth? So you're in this God-created little dome circle, and the elites are in on it. Like, how is that a benefit?
So if Earth were flat, I don't think I'm in a circle, and I don't think I'm under a dome, personally. Other people might. I'm not speaking on their...
Okay, how do you see it then? Earth's flat and what?
We see it as Earth, man. You go up, there's fucking air. And until you guys figure out the rest of whatever's above air, then nobody knows. We got air, we got dirt, we got water. It's not a shape. There's no circle. There's no edge because nobody's been to no edge.
All right, I'm sorry I said that. Yeah, I'm not asking you to create a model. I'm not asking that. I'm just saying, what else is there apart from the fact Earth's flat? So, is there any more details that help shape your life?
The idea, in my mind, I know this is going to sound crazy, but
you don't
heavens
even
above...
need that detail. You don't even need that detail because the Earth itself has topography. The Earth itself, like dirt and water and shit, like the water surface, the top of the surface is flat, but then everything else like isn't flat. Like trees aren't flat, cars aren't flat, hills aren't flat, valleys aren't flat. So that's why people get caught up with this fucking retardedness. We're talking about the attribute of a horizontal reality, man, where there is an up and a down. We're not in space, floating fucking nowhere, where there's no down or up, where a ball has no fucking variance or coordinates.
So let me get this. The only benefit for you, Demok, is the fact that everyone else was deluded about a shape and lying about a shape. That's the only benefit.
All I need to know. Yeah, because
Okay, yeah, that's fair enough.
there's no burden on any human to be like, I'm the arbiter of your reality because I'm not God. That would be stupid for them to keep saying.
But maybe
Everybody
Callie's
keeps
got.
wanting to say, they keep wanting to be the arbiter of your reality. They want to be your God daddy. They want to
Jesse
tell
might
you
have a
what
few
to do.
extra details to add to the
Details about
story.
what?
I do.
Story of what? Why do you need a fucking story? Why do you guys need a Bible story?
A few more observations that he thinks are true that could be real in reality. This is interesting if someone thinks something.
What do you mean electricity is what fish are breathing? You're breathing electrical energy, and there's no gas as you know it. It's all just potential in a fucking can. Potential energy.
Oh, he said, yeah, globe, knowing Earth's a globe has no benefits. Believing it, living on a, pretending you live on a globe, knowing you live on a globe has no benefit.
Right.
So I'm asking him, does living on a flat Earth have any benefit? Or
Yeah,
is it
the
the same?
truth, reality.
Is it just as shit?
No lies, no selling you jokes, no selling you rocket stories. All that shit's garbage. You get to all that shit. Just
Because
don't
this is
close
the
NASA
logic.
down. Just close
If
NASA
living on
down.
a
Let the
flat
system
Earth,
close, just cools down. Everybody that says balls and all that shit, just close that shit down.
if living on a flat Earth has no extra benefits, you might as well think it could be either. If you're in my position.
What's a benefit for you? A benefit for me is not being a fucking slave and having to give people money for nothing they're not doing anyway. That's
Well,
my
yeah,
benefit. My
now you're
benefit is leave me the fuck alone. Don't fucking
you're
tell me
mixing up
about what's
issues.
No, there is no issue. The issue is you guys make issues or they make issues and they should just fuck off and stop making shit up. Everybody who wants to be the leader or something and write a book and be the author, go get in a fucking asylum. All the smart people need to go get an asylum. They're too smart.
Yeah, so I get your point. You're saying the benefit is of knowing the Earth's flat is you don't have to believe in bullshit anymore.
Right? You don't have to buy nobody's fucking retarded story. Yeah, it's either put up
Yeah,
or shut up, show and tell. The world will actually move trial and error. Stuff
Yeah,
will get done or it won't.
that is a super important part of
Secret
it.
science, no more. No.
That's one of the most important things about it is you're
So it's-
providing yourself the freedom
Yeah.
from like indoctrination.
But I feel like I get that benefit on the globe now. But sorry.
Like a little kid
Sorry.
needs to keep a fucking moon rock secret.
I got that
We
benefit.
could never
I
give
got
you a
that
moon rock,
benefit.
little Tommy. We don't trust you with fucking dirt. Come on, man. What kind of
Come
shit
on.
is this? What's the benefit of fucking a globe when you can't even get your globe science? You can't even test it or do it yourself. What's
got the
that benefit?
I got the
It's
benefit of
another
flat
fucking
Earth,
religion.
I got the benefit of the freedom, and then I went back to the globe on day one.
Throw something in somebody's face like you know something you don't. I mean, how fun.
No, we're both saying something that we both disagree with.
Smarter than you. I taught
No,
myself a new
that's
religion. It's
actually
called globe religion and all the words you don't know.
that's actually fine what you said, Don. Like you if you question the globe at all, at least once, then I would say you already took off those chains.
I think it's a little bit of a process, but if someone says they've done it, you can choose if you believe them or not.
But the question is, are you putting those chains right back on when you affirm that it's a globe based off of all this
Only if I'm
iffy,
wrong.
indirect?
Only if I'm wrong, I think. I think it's.
Do you believe that the evidence for the globe is slightly indirect? It's not like a direct observation, cause and effect relationships. Like this is directly because I'm observing the cause, Earth as a globe. I'm observing an effect, a phenomena due to Earth being a globe. You're not observing.
I'll admit it's indirect if you admit flat Earth is an assumption after seeing general horizon nearby.
Yes, admittedly, it is an assumption.
Or similar. I don't mean that's very bad. I mean, you've not measured it all. So my indirect measurements are not worse than your not measuring it all.
It's not a presumption. I'm not saying that if I hold up a level, that it's going to be on the same horizontal plane as the horizon.
I think what I was trying to say is it's just as indirect on a flat Earth because you haven't got the money to go everywhere or trust people. Yeah, you can't trust people, and that means you want to do it all yourself, but you can't because you haven't got the time. So that means it is just as indirect, based on thinking and trusting.
Well, the one thing that you know is that you exist, right? And you're at the center. Your experience puts you at the center of all things. And where you are located, there is a down, and there is perpendicular to down. And there's your horizontal. Now you have, you could reference a horizontal within your perception. And
Yeah,
that's
so all
reality.
you have to do is know some math, and you can prove it's a globe really easy.
Right.
From the
No,
baseline.
wrong. No, wrong. No, wrong. Math is not a shape. Repeat after me. Math doesn't make the apple. Math doesn't take out a bite.
Geometry.
No, a bite out of an apple.
Type of
What's the
math.
geometry of that?
If you know flat surfaces can be horizontal, and this could be a way to slightly measure it, and you can check.
Side view is what I use, not math. I look at the side of my hill and say, yeah, that's a fucking hill. I look at the front. I don't know what kind of hill that is. I don't know how thick it is. I don't know how far down the back it goes. I can only see the front portion going. I'll never. What's your math going to do for that? You're blocked. Your math's blocked. Now I'm going to get a side view and uncover the math. Now I'm going to get what the fucking earth looks like.
I don't expect you to do math on the hills
I don't
nearby
expect
you.
math. I don't expect you to keep saying math's real either. Stop saying math is something physical, stupid. Please.
Don't be silly. I'm on about geometry, trying to figure out
Don't be
what Earth
dumb.
is.
Geometry is a man-made, retarded concept, just like a religion I told you about.
Okay, well,
It's a
you
fucking
should tell
religion
Jesse
if you
then.
don't know
There's
about
no
it.
baseline.
Oh,
There's
well,
nothing.
you don't understand it? Well, because you don't comprehend it, it's real? Is that what you mean?
What you're throwing out the window,
Everything
the
you don't comprehend
of
must be
proving your
real,
point.
right? No, you're saying pointless stuff. All pointless stuff that can't be done by you or you don't know about makes stuff real, right? Is that what you're saying? Stuff you don't know makes it real. So just because some guy said he's smarter than you, you don't know what he knows doesn't make it real. You know that, right?
How do you prove Earth's flat?
Elon Musk's rockets ain't going nowhere.
No, like
Math didn't help him.
how do you
Did
measure
math
it?
help his rocket after 50 years? No, 30 rockets. 5 rockets used to go the first time. No problem. Then 30 rockets with all the
See,
math.
that's what I was trying to say before, Don, is that
30 rockets.
The flat Earth evidence
Math
is
broke.
the evidence is the direct experience. Like you're having an experience, direct evidence of flat.
Yeah, you're going to write shit down that don't
Yeah, but
exist nowhere.
you tried to
Numbers on
say
a paper. Numbers
there
on
was
a
a
paper ain't
horizontal
shit, dude.
baseline.
Stop saying that. That's just insane. Now you're adding to the insanity. 5928432.
Hey, yo, what?
R2D2. Let's talk numbers, guys. Let's talk turkey. Let's talk globe math. Cotangent pi r squared 2312 495.
I don't want to have a fake conversation with you.
Over square. What you don't understand what I'm saying?
Fuck.
Son of a bitch, man. That means it's flat. Cotangent pi r squared. Radius. All these words mean nothing without an object.
That's why I was talking about like globe evidence and the globe belief being a sliding scale. Because for the flat Earth, if you are going to take the direct experience of the Earth appearing flat as evidence, then that on the scale, that is like the only direct evidence of anything. You don't have direct evidence of a globe. You have direct evidence of a flat Earth.
Yeah, beta.
Yeah, but can't you admit?
A whole bunch of guys that just say weird shit, and they hope they sound smart. Go on. Do your numbers sound smart? No, they sound stupid. Those numbers sound dumb. Geometry sounds retarded. Especially when it ain't figured shit out yet.
I don't remember what I was going to say now.
Sorry, dog.
What you doing without an earth curve? What's the point of geometry if you can't make an earth curve? The very thing you say is proven in Earth. Come on
Stop
now.
getting triggered. Yeah, if you can't measure Earth, that's fair enough for you.
You can't measure what? Something that don't exist? Well, no, you can't measure imagination, Santa Claus.
Now, listen to what
Don't
you're
measure
saying now.
Santa
You're
Claus.
saying Earth doesn't exist. This makes no sense.
You remember what you were going to say?
What did you say
Nope.
again?
Yeah, I'll refresh your memory. I said the globe belief is a sliding scale. Like if you put a gun to my head and ask me, you need to answer this question correctly. Do Globers question the globe every day? I would say yes. I'd say the confidence in the globe changes every day for every Glober. They
Oh,
feel
no.
indifferent every day.
That's not correct.
Nobody has the same amount of confidence in the globe every day.
I remember
don't.
what I was going to say.
I see angles off. I see
What were you gonna say?
I never
Hold
in
on,
my
he
life
remembers.
Yeah, I'll remember this. Would you admit Earth would look the same on a big globe?
It would have to be bigger. It would have to be bigger. The observations we
Okay, so
have.
how would
distance.
a globe look different? This natural experience of the flatness.
If you want the globe to look flat, you need a bigger globe because right now it's looking bigger than the model, and that's admittedly in the
But you're
globe model.
referencing measurements or observations at that point, long distance, not.
You guys
everyday
don't know what a
experience.
measurement is. A measurement's when you touch both points with one object at the
Stop getting
same fucking
triggered.
time. So you directly know. So we ain't calculating. We ain't making shit up. Stop saying you measured something by getting out of doing work. You
I'm
lazy
not.
liars.
I'm
You lazy
referencing.
motherfucking looky-loos. No, we ain't
I'm
looking at
referencing
UFOs.
what
We're
could be.
measuring stuff. Yeah, we're
Stop.
not measuring UFOs. We're not just looking at UFOs, buddy.
I didn't
This
say
isn't
that.
a UFO day.
I'm
UFO
talking about
cruise.
flat earthers, you idiot.
Yeah, we got horizontal lines.
I'm referencing how
We're looking
you
for
would prove
curve
your
lines.
point.
We're looking for the curved ruler, the curved meter stick. What the fuck kind of crack are you smoking, Don? Are you on crack, buddy? The only shit you guys got at the hardware store is all flat earth. What kind of fucking shit are you smoking?
You're the one who
Where the
sounds like
fuck is
that,
the
bro.
curved material? You got curved roofs. You got curved walls. You got curved. What the fuck kind of crack are you smoking, dude? Where's curved stuff at a hardware store?
Normal
Where's any
people don't
globe
speak
curved
like this.
material? Where can you build a globe? Nowhere. Shut the fuck up. If you can't build a globe on this planet with no material, what are you talking about? All you have is Earth, flat Earth proof, flat Earth measurements, flat Earth stuff, flat Earth tools.
Oh, you're
That's what
saying
you
measuring
have.
is real now.
That's what you have. Plumb Bob's flat Earth tool.
Measuring is
You
real
ain't
now.
ever
Then.
put one on a ball. They don't work on
I
balls.
disagree with
How many
yourself.
plumb bobs can you put on a ball in your room right now? What are they gonna do?
You've completely
They ain't
contradicted
gonna do
yourself.
nothing. They're not gonna work, and you're gonna ignore it like you're retarded. You got
Because you
stupid
spoke
ignorance
too
to it.
much. Now you've contradicted
Can you
yourself.
tell us what a ball does with plumb bobs and then a flat surface? The only thing they're good for is flat surfaces, stupid. Up to water level. It's all used to determine flat. I don't know where you determine curve.
I'm just trying to figure out, could you imagine DMOC or any flat earther in a situation where they're dealing with financial liability for being wrong? Huh? What about
You mean
that?
that's what you need to do? That's what we've been waiting for you bitches to do.
Well, Shoe Bill,
Put your money where your mouth is.
Shoe Bill.
Because you can't find an equidistant curve on it. Put your money where your mouth is. The backyard, what's equidistant?
I mean, I still had a conversation going.
You're going to bet the mock 500 to 1, right? That's going to be your financial payment. You got to bet a flat earther and give them odds. You got to give them the right odds, too. That way you go broke.
Shoe Bill, have you ever questioned the moon landing yourself?
Is he ready to bet both of us?
I'm sorry, he talked on top of that. Have I ever questioned what?
I'm not here to argue or debate you, Shoe Bill. I think you know that. I'm just curious. Have you ever questioned the moon landing?
Question the movement?
The moon landing?
Oh, the moon landing. Oh, sorry. No, never.
So, when did you first hear about people doubting that it was legit? Like, how did that come across to you?
It seemed to be it's kind of a recent thing. I didn't think there was any significant doubt about it until, I don't know, 7, 8, 9 years ago or something. And even then it was kind of fringe. Now all of a sudden it's like, moon landing denial. It's just like denial of satellites, just like denial of the South Pole. I mean, come on.
Well, moon landing belief is even worse. It means you're going to suck balls of the government any day. They say, suck our balls, we went to the moon. And you're like,
I think how long has DMOC been here? Is he due for his nap?
All they got to do is show you a number.
I think he's due for a nap.
49.72.
Sure, Bill, I would be.
Retard 1272. Reciprocal nowhere to nothing, you fucking weirdo. On a horizontal flat earth, you dumb fuck.
I would be pressing the issue on you, Shubil, like, automatic indoctrination, like you just automatically believe. You never questioned it. That's kind of great. Like, I've definitely questioned it. Whether or not I believe it's real now.
They're not rigorous on anything. They don't care about truth. They just want to believe. If you say it, they hate you and hate you. But if somebody else says it, that they don't
like
know.
Nothing ever stood out to you as strange about it.
Like, not anything. Not anything. What like Apollo 13? They just did that for street cred, huh? Yeah. Not anything about the Apollo.
They did the word that. They did.
Okay, never mind. I think y'all could just go take a nap.
Yeah, you can do an if and a but. You go measure some.
I'm not trying to make it
prove an if and a but.
Can I chip in?
Evidence for nothing. No evidence. Yeah. No measurement, boy.
Hey, Mark, do you allow the people to talk?
Stop calling evidence something and go measure something. To both points. Get to point A and get to point B and be there at the same time, or shut the fuck up.
I mean, Shuba, I don't encourage.
You non-measuring fuck. You don't know how to measure nothing. Go back to school.
Can we speak?
Go back to school. Get a tape measure.
Demok will.
Mark is not going to allow you to speak. He's not going to allow you to speak.
There's no mod, so we just have to endure.
Not going to allow you to get a tape measure either.
Oh.
I'm going to block the hardware store from you.
One guy said that do we question?
Doesn't exist.
One guy said, "Do we question the globe?"
We're looking for
yes.
One guy was looking for a global hardware store, and Globers wouldn't make it for him because they got reciprocal hardware stores and zenith angle stores and curve stores. Where's that at?
Mod, you tell us when we can speak.
Yeah, let us know when Demok is done.
Let us know when you guys find an earth curve. Yeah. Fuck you, nerds. Liars.
I'm not trying to make an aggression towards Shubil or anything. This isn't me questioning your judgment on things or anything like that. I'm just saying, if you truly just heard about the moon landing and then you said, "Oh yeah, I have no reason to question it," like, I want to know, how much did you probe the issue at first? Like, did you just say, "Oh, I heard they went to the moon. Oh, okay, that's cool. I believe it." Or did you look into it?
Robot people can't think for themselves. They can only say weird shit, say they prove stuff.
I would like to believe that you look a little
bit.
You just said it 100% is true.
Well,
right?
I grew up during it real time. It's not like I heard about it.
If you touch a real curve, that never happened.
I mean, I'm growing up in real time. I'm hearing about things, and I question things before I believe them to be 100% true as well. Like even stuff going on with this whole Israeli conflict. Like, I hear something, I don't just go, "Oh, that must be true." I'll look into it a little.
So the thing what is so retarded about Demok's rhetoric, where he says that you shouldn't believe in the moon landings because you heard about it and you weren't around to hear it.
Oh God, you just gotta set him off, dude.
So like it's so fucking retarded because when you give credence to that level of doubting things, you might as well say that hamburgers can tell the future. Like it becomes so ridiculous that you might as well talk about Goo Goo and Kaka. He's just here to poison the well. So I just ignore
I
him.
just laugh. I just laugh at their, denying satellites exist. How many flat earthers have a satellite dish in their backyard?
Yeah, but they say that it's pointed at towers.
And to even think that that's possible, you could aim it straight, nearly straight up or 40 degrees in the air or whatever, and you see them all over the place near the equator. They're pointing like absolutely straight up. Yeah. They go, oh yeah, that's off towers. Yeah, that level of logic, and yeah. So, and then they say, have you seen a Starlink train? Yeah, okay. Starlink trains didn't exist. Rocket launch, we see the satellites released, and then we don't just see a Starlink train here, but every 90 minutes, it's passing over another country. Yeah, it's like they see that. He goes, oh, they look so low and slow. Yeah, it's like ship over the horizon. Oh, sunsets fake, sunsets illusion. How does night happen? Oh, it just gets too far away to see. Then we see stars. Oh, yeah, but the stars, we don't know what they are. And well, what about the sun going around, in Antarctica? Oh, the sun can do whatever it wants because we don't know what it is. Dome real, Earth flat, satellites fake, gravity fake. Yeah, I mean, come on. There's no winning. Oh, Apollo landing. Ooh, you indoctrinated. Oh, you think there's curvature. Oh, you do a geodetic surveys over tens of miles at a time. Ooh, theodolites can't do that. Oh, it's like, oh, well, celestial navigation using theodolite on stars. Oh, you can't use a theodolite on stars. Theodolite's only good for 200, 300 meters. We all know that. You're just a lying, indoctrinated piece of shit. They go, oh, yeah, it's like, so working on a dam construction project where you're dealing with thousands of feet of elevation change over hundreds of square miles. It's, oh, yeah, you're just like making cool story, bro. Cool story, bro.
And yet these are the same people that want to say that God put up an invisible shield that is the firmament around our planet, which is the dome.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
Should have showed you guys how to teach people what.
Guten Tag.
Guten Abend.
It's weird. God said.
Well, all right. So I'm gonna respond to that. All right, Shoebill. So you said, the moon landing, indoctrination. I heard your little comment. Dude, yeah, no, my question still stands. Like, how much do you question information that like you can't prove it? Like, these people are making extraordinary claims. You're just doing it on the surface of the Earth. You're not about to go prove that somebody brought a satellite to the sun. So do you question stuff? Do you look into it? Or do you just automatically, oh yeah, that's got to be true?
So
Like,
yeah, absolutely looked into, yes.
Shubo?
What do you think reciprocal zenith angles are measuring, Jesse?
This isn't about flat Earth right now. I know you guys want to talk about flat Earth because you're conflicted about the globe, but I'm talking about how quickly you're willing to believe something.
Well, the Apollo program was one of the most open programs there was. I mean, there was journalists and filmographers through the entire process, and from every industrialized country. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that it's all conspiracy lie. They put on the biggest show on Earth and got every journalist from every country, other countries' governments involved, contractors from all over the world, all put together. Go. We'll put one over them. There'll be so many people involved. There'll be nobody left to lie to.
But Shubo, it's even more interesting. Okay, the Apollo lied, right? What about the Soviet Union and Yuri Gagarin? The Soviet Union hated the United States. They wanted to nuke it. Why would they correlate a lie with the United States?
Yeah, that's
why
the whole
would they
point.
even bother?
Yeah, that's the whole point.
You guys still believe in the border wars? You guys are literally in square one.
Okay, so I don't know what's going on here. What's the issue?
Well, this guy just said like, why would they give this information to the Russians or whatever he thinks was going on during the Cold
No,
War?
I'm saying why would the Russians? Well, you're misrepresenting. I'm saying why would the Russians, who are the mortal enemy of the United States and wanted to nuke the United States, would collaborate a lie by a United States agency like NASA? Why would they do that?
Who told you they wanted to nuke us, them or you?
Exactly. They would have if they wanted to, wouldn't they?
Yes, they
Hey, I'm
almost
talking
did.
about it. You do it
On
again.
numerous occasions, they almost did.
Yeah, you believe that.
Yeah.
But you weren't
Yes,
there.
I do believe that. Yes, there are documents that are
No, you were
declassified from the
indoctrinated. A great
KGB.
example.
Okay, one at a
great
time.
example
One
of
at a time.
But
indoctrination.
is it not possible for me to finish my thoughts? Like I wait for every one of you to finish.
I know you're
Seems like a little bit
the
imbalanced,
same
right?
thing. The only difference is I don't believe the
Okay,
indoctrination.
please go, sir. If you want to say something important, please go.
I said it. Were you listening?
Okay, so you say I'm indoctrinated, right? What would be the point for the USSR to collude with the United States?
Because they're not truly at war.
They're not truly at war. So they're allies then?
No, just because you're not at war doesn't mean you're automatically allies.
Okay, why would it, what's the benefit of the USSR working with the United States and lying to everybody on Earth about space? What is the benefit for the USSR? What is the benefit to the United States?
Welcome to the CIA.
Dimak, please let me have this conversation with you.
Shut up and make some sense one day. Welcome to the CIA, stupid. You're welcome to America juice or Russian juice on the counter if you want. You want some German juice? You want some Israeli juice? What kind of juice you want from our CIA? You can get it all.
I don't know what's happening right now.
Nico wanted to get in. Let's let him talk for a second.
Will be bon. One EFI earlier, 5 minutes ago. Do we question the globe? Yes, every time we'll be using the globe, we are questioning it. But my question will be to the EFI. Did you question flat Earth?
Why does it always have to go back to flat Earth with you guys? Like you guys don't you don't give the same scrutiny to the globe that you give to flat Earth.
So
absolutely do.
Why do you think that?
Because every day you're giving super critical analysis on flat Earth and none to globe.
So we have wait 1 second. We have all sorts of evidence, actual real evidence for the globe. So reciprocal zenith angles are evidence. All of Schubel's measurements are evidence. The vast amount of footage from NASA is evidence. Personal testimonies from astronauts are evidence. Those are all real evidence for the globe. What evidence is there for flat Earth? Misunderstanding about what? I'll tell you. I'm going to tell you.
From astronauts.
Hang on, hold on. I'm almost done. A misunderstanding about how water works. Denial of how gravity works, for which there is tons of evidence. Denials about how cosmology works, for which there is tons of evidence. Denial about how science works, for which there is tons of evidence. And the idea that, hey, I think we see too far sometimes. End of story without evidence. So tell me, what am I missing?
It's just you guys are so try hard.
Can I ask a question?
You have to defeat flat Earth before I even get a chance to speak. Like you're not even realizing what my argument is about. Yeah, my argument isn't even about the shape of the Earth. It's about how much you're willing to question things you're told by mainstream, which is clearly not that much. You're not willing to question much.
Can I ask you a question? But Nick,
yeah, reaffirm globe. Someone else wants to reaffirm globe, unrelated to the topic I'm bringing up.
So
okay, so you can't address the evidence or lack or in flat Earth's case. Got it.
Without going into that,
you said reciprocal zenith angles. We've talked about that before.
Yes, yes, we have, and it's excellent evidence for the globe.
No, it's excellent. It's excellent evidence that your theodolite shouldn't be getting used when your target is over 10 miles
and
away.
That's the level of bullshit. The purpose-built instrument that has been used by every industrialized country for fucking centuries. And you're saying, oh no, that's not what they're for. Are you kidding me? That's the level of ignorance that triggers me.
What a comedy.
Can I ask a question to everybody here?
You take it up with the manual of the theodolite that tells you to don't use it out of a specific range. It's not.
Yes, and Schlitzy,
Jesse.
hold on. Schlitzy brought that up just the other day. He goes, show me the manual so that you can use it for astronomy. And we pulled up the manual, and it said for celestial observation and for solar observation. And in every fucking textbook I own, they have a big section on celestial astronomy for geodetic surveying. Yeah, every industrialized country for centuries. What's wrong with you?
May I ask everybody a question?
I went as far as you can to measure stuff.
No, I can't respond, right? No, Zoidberg. I'm not allowed to respond, Zoidberg.
In that theodolite book, it says get as far away as you can, right? Shoe Bill? It says get 1,000 miles away to see if your grandma's floor.
Not talking to Democ. He needs a nap.
It says get 27 miles away.
Democ, that's being stupid. I'm sorry.
27 miles away.
He needs a nap. He's been at this for hours and hours.
Why are you guys being stupid then?
Let Nico finish. Okay, we're gonna let Nico finish. Democ, go ahead, Nico, finish.
So he asked, questioning the globe. Every day when a ship is going, ship and building and making four, they have to go a certain distance. They cannot go a longer distance. And there is a destination using all the globe factor that there is. That is every day questioning the globe. If the globe was in question, all that will be not working. That is every day. Plane will be the same. Using the GPS because it's only based on globe. It's working every day. All of that.
You see what I mean?
It's
you guys come in here every day. You come in here and you squawk your supposed globe reaffirmation.
Finish up real quick.
And so I'm still waiting for a flat earther tell me what he have been doing to question flat earth. I question the globe. I ask if he questioned flat earth.
Okay, so I'm moderating for clarity. Okay, so Jesse, you say that the manual says that theodolite has a limited range.
Depending on which one you're using, yeah.
Nope, it does not. So go ahead and show this. Go ahead and show your evidence for this. And
no, I'm not about to do that. I can ask Jesse
because we know you can't.
Let me talk.
Okay.
Hey, you want to control everything? No, I control everything. Thank you. If I
And
go
are
talk,
you speaking from
I know Shuba will actually defend this position because
are you
the manual.
Speaking from experience?
Yeah, I've actually seen the manual. Me and Jesse Baffin White, we looked at what everybody's referencing when they say that his specific brand of theodolite should not be used at a certain distance. We looked in the manual at what people were referencing. I know it's in there.
Nope.
This is for Jesse's theodolite, though. It's not for.
So you're just not correct.
Well, that's a typical answer from somebody that. All right.
Well, I've also looked in the manuals, and Shubil has looked in the manuals. So I'm sorry, but you can't show that you're correct. What you have read and misunderstood, Jesse, is a limit for a laser rangefinder. That's all that you've seen, not for angle measurements, just for the laser rangefinder, which Shubil's theodolite doesn't even have, my guy.
Okay, so you think that the accuracy doesn't change?
Okay, let's talk about accuracy. You know, everyone's all about the celestial theodolite. So just recently, I measured a large array of zenith angles to stars. And then I compared what I observed and measured and wrote down on my pencil and paper to what stellarium said. And I was within 3 or 4 arc seconds all the time. So the celestial theodolite has proven that my theodolite work to the stars agree. Now, everyone's all about, stellarium this and stellarium that. I go, yeah, I've tested stellarium. I've tested my theodolite. I have also been in 35 years of professional work using theodolites in large area surveys where financial liabilities apply. Yeah, it all works out. Like I said, every industrialized country for the past many centuries. Come on.
So what's the reason people do segments? When they're taking their theodolite and they want to know how far away something is, the changes in elevation, why do they roughly stick around 100-yard segments?
Oh, that's a specific procedure for differential leveling. That is using a different instrument. That's a geodetic level or auto level, and that's a specific procedure that has specifications for a high level of accuracy. Now, using zenith angles and theodolites for elevation determination is not as accurate, but over tens of miles with 1,000 or 2,000 feet of elevation change, it's perfectly adequate.
Why is it not as accurate?
Because of the nature of the 150, going only 100 meters or 70 meters with balanced sights with a specific instrument under a specific set of guidelines, you can maintain, the 1 or 2 hundredths foot that's required. When you're dealing with zenith angles in mountains, 1 foot accuracies is completely sufficient. So they're different because of the lengths involved, the angles involved, the geometry involved. Lots of things are involved.
The distance to the target. Yeah, thanks. That's my point.
Yeah, and at 20 miles, it's no big damn deal.
That's my point.
Yeah, 20 miles, no big damn deal.
All right, omnivore, concede to what I said.
Okay, so what you're saying is I don't know how to do surveying, which is fine. Because,
what the hell? No, you weren't listening.
I totally listened. I listened to what the subject matter expert said.
Well, if you listen, you're not.
Okay, whatever. So
listen, I'm reading right now. I'm reading right now. It says a theodolite only measures angles, not distances.
So some of them have laser rangefinders
called total station.
That's a different tool. The theodolite, it says here, limits of the theodolite. Theodolite only measures angles, not distances.
Correct.
The laser range fire. Go ahead.
Correct. And Jesse has several instruments that are called total stations, and I have a total station, and I have laser rangers, and yes, they're good for a few kilometers because that's just the nature of the laser ranger that's involved. You can get laser rangers that can go 20 miles and 30 miles. Yeah. That's the limit of the ranging of the laser. That is not the limit of its resolution of angles to stars, distant towers, or nearby targets.
So what is
We're not talking about the accuracy trying to measure the distance to the target. We're talking about the vertical displacement of the target, the apparent elevation of it.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, but using
the accuracy of the reading of the vertical angle, the target, the further it gets, the more displaced it'll become.
Well,
you say that's because of globe curvature.
Well, yeah. Your experience just exudes. You're exuding such experience. Like I said, go ahead, try that in an industrial scenario over large areas when building a dam. Give it a shot. See how far you get.
But what is a total station? I'm reading that it's the difference between a theodolite and a total station. You talk about a theodolite, yet it clearly there's more accuracy with something called the total station.
Well, it's more versatile.
According to this, you'd never use a theodolite for situations or in CAD or something, something specific like you're talking about. You wouldn't use the theodolite.
Displacement also gets caused by refraction. You say that there's a standard rate of refraction. Over distance, you invoke a lift. The displacement will make a target appear higher the further it is in your model. So when Omnivore comes in and says, hey, we don't have, the accuracy is fine. I don't have to say that distance is affecting the vertical angle. Yes, it does. It does in your model, Omnivore.
So,
except refraction is well modeled, well known.
My point is that you're not truly matching a globe model. You invoke a standard rate of refraction. On your globe model, it's displaced.
No.
Yes. Over distance, your target is displaced due to globe refraction.
Okay, so you don't always just invoke a standard rate of refraction.
Okay. Yes, you do.
Always?
Yes. 20 degrees above the horizon. Yes.
So what's that?
20 degrees above the horizon, standard rate of refraction.
So is that true, Shubal? You always invoke a standard rate of refraction.
Well, you invoke the standard formula for refraction, which does return slightly different values, but it's around 3.5 to 4 arc seconds per mile. And given, measuring temperature and pressure at the time of observation, we can definitely home in onto a very narrow range in the area of about 1 or 2 arc seconds per mile. Yeah, well known.
Well known.
Yeah.
Are there really
Well known,
pressure
no
variances that you're talking about? You're evoking pressure differences, like as if that's common.
Well, it is if you're trying to make a professional grade measurement.
And are elevation changes what you call pressure changes?
No, elevation changes, pressure changes. Why don't you just talk about, dollars and pebbles? I mean, what the
I'm
fuck's wrong with
asking
you?
you as an expert what the fuck you're talking about. Don't give me shit.
Yeah, elevation change, the difference in elevation between 2 points by having a distance and a zenith angle involving refraction and the geometry of the Earth. Yeah, it all comes together. And
Okay, when you change heights, is that what you're calling a pressure change?
there is a pressure gradient that goes along with height changes. Yes.
And you think that that's substantial enough to mention at this point?
Well, it's part of the calculation, unless you want to be wrong.
Okay. Well, I mean, I'm just reading about what it takes to be wrong, and human error is a big problem with this because you have to write everything down. The difference that appears in the total station is there's no ciphering by the user.
Yeah, that's right. That's one of the things about a total station in a construction scenario is that it does reduce the skill level of the operator. It does a lot of internal computation and just spits out fucking numbers. Now, when
Why is
dealing
this
with
the first time we've heard the word total station?
and in a pre-electronic era where everything had to be written down, you're generally dealing with redundant observations. You don't just like point it, see a number, write it down, and walk home. You make redundant and careful observations. It's called QC.
Well, the theodolite won't handle distances. So I can see why there is such a thing as a total station.
Distances are, well, in my case, my laser ranger was a separate instrument. So I'd put up the theodolite, measure the angles, take it down, put up the laser ranger and measure all those things and write that down. Okay, now, given the state of electronics, the laser rangers are compact enough, they stuck those two together, and then you could just hit one button, get it all at once. Go pre-electronics. Anything before like 1970, back to about 1670. Yeah, these things are all, well mature sciences.
So off the top of your head, how much barometric pressure, which is I think what we're talking about, would affect I don't know, 100-yard view, 1,000-yard view? In other words, if what would it take for you to need that input? When would
Great
you go,
question.
oh wow, I better go measure the pressure over there? Because I don't think we do that. I mean, you said it as if it was a total calculation. I throw in the pressure. You said it like it was totally casual. You put it in as an offset. You're bam, done. And I'm thinking, is he kidding me? Because I got it from Bislin. I got it from Bislin that pressure and overall temperature are not factors. I got it from him.
Well, let's just look up in the textbook and see how many times Bislin has been cited in academic works.
0? I don't know. Tell me.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm going by a combination of experience, what's in the textbooks, and testing what's in the textbooks.
Well, so I'm just going to state, based on what you're saying, what Bislin's saying, pressure isn't really a factor. It's not.
No, pressure is a goddamn big fucking factor, you big fat fuck.
So I asked you, how do you calculate that? And what is that formula? Because you made it sound pretty easy.
Yeah, okay. I do measure it at the instrument, and I do use the standard refraction formula, which I have also tested by subsequent observations, redundant observations. I could post the formula. Oh, be careful! It's gonna have math. You have to deal with millibars and degrees Kelvin.
Okay, thank you. It'll take some giggling, I guess.
It's a highly mature science.
So just answer me what he was saying. It's like, isn't it true we don't use these things over distances?
I don't think that's what Bislin said. However,
no. The guy in here, funny name at the bottom.
Jesse.
He was saying that, they certainly in research know that they use these things in shorter segments, so they don't have. I'm going to ask you, what kind of problem would happen? They'd lose accuracy. In other words, they do it in shorter segments. Why?
And there are procedures called differential leveling, which does have a very strict restriction on the length of observation using a geodetic level or auto level for differential leveling, in which you determine elevations in very short segments because of the curvature of the Earth. And in theodolite zenith angle elevation determinations, where you're going very long distances, you have a slightly lower standard of accuracy because of the nature of the beast. And as long as you're not fooled in one into the other. But if you're dealing with in mountainous terrain where you have thousands of feet of elevation change.
Okay, this doesn't take much. Differential leveling is a method to determine the height between 2 points. It involves locating interstations and measuring the elevation of each point. Barometric leveling, on the other hand, relies on the atmospheric pressure differences to estimate elevation.
Yeah, barometric leveling is your lowest order. That is like, preliminary recon. So if you're sending an expedition into mountainous terrain, you can record the elevations by barometer, which is the same way airplanes measure their heights, and you can get a very good idea for the nearest 50 or 100 feet. You can do a pretty good job. And if you're in mountainous terrain, that's a lot of useful information, even if it's to an accuracy of a couple of tens of feet.
I guess that was a good answer. Thanks.
Yeah, these things are optional, right? It's like how high is that mountain? And you're on a backpack, backpacking, and you got your barometer in your backpack, and you make notes at heading through Cajon Pass. Oh, look, I'm at 2,700 feet. Yeah, as opposed to 2699.26.
They're using the word vapor intrusion. That's interesting. We don't use that when we've been talking flat.
So if you remember what you thought you were rebutting in my argument at first, what I said was over distance there will be vertical displacement. Your apparent elevation, your apparent vertical angle to your target is going to be displaced because over distance you invoke refraction. That's true.
Again,
and the manuals say that.
The way you're describing it, I can tell you have never once done it.
Tell me that I'm lying.
I can tell you're misunderstanding, and you're cherry picking and thinking you've uncovered a whole handful of gotchas.
No, I haven't said more than that actual point right there. I'm not bringing it to any other place. You could agree with that because it's true, or you could act like I'm saying that the moon is a hologram. That's not what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is true. Just whatever, dude. Now, how much it happens, you could argue that it's negligible. That's fine, but it happens over distance.
So what's the point of this?
Yeah, there is no point.
You're
Yeah,
trying to-
the Earth has curvature. The Earth has curvature, and the atmosphere has refraction. Not exactly a surprise.
So what?
Both just asked me, what's the point of all of this? Using optical instruments through this medium. The further you look through the medium, the more volume, the more density. The idea is light is bending more. The further you look, the higher things appear. That's your globe model. That's your model.
Yeah,
Your model invokes that's happening.
And in my location here, that refraction gradient for the first 2,000 feet from the valley floor to the targets I'm dealing with is about 4 arc seconds per mile. I got it, and I've tested it
Why'd you tell me I
out.
was wrong? So the accuracy of your optical instrument is it's compromised over distance.
No, no, the atmosphere provides. It does vary some. It's not some wild bullwhip.
But it varies a great deal. As a matter of fact, your industry requires a measurement every 15 minutes to handle that variance.
Depending on the specification and class of work.
Okay, well, let's call it accuracy, the accurate class of work.
When I say accuracy, we're talking about a reading of the actual elevation of your target based on the vertical angle that you're
Without
getting.
worrying about all these offsets and magical inputs.
Yeah, and without invoking globe, you're doing flat Earth, regular, pretending Earth is flat measurements.
Oh,
when you're doing all that, you start invoking globe stuff. Yeah, you invoke globe refraction, globe curve. All right, you don't want to talk about it, then we don't have to talk about it. Not trying to make it like a true agitation.
It's crowded in his wheelhouse. It's his wheelhouse, but if we get in there, it gets crowded.
Shubo, I don't like agitating you. I'm not trying to be annoying. It's not my motive. Shit, you go to the beach, there's mirages happening like fucking 2 miles out. And you're talking about, I got a target 10 feet above the ground. Fucking no miraging effect's going to happen to my target.
So I don't think you're making the point you think you're making.
Yes, I'm making my point just fine if you ask me.
Okay. Well, I don't think so.
Oh. Well, I don't think the globe is making a point.
I understand. I understand that's the point you believe you're making here. However, I don't think that holds up.
Well, Omnivore, maybe the point of me saying all this isn't to truly have you concede in this moment.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, you can say that, but because I can read minds over the internet, I know you think I should concede at this point, right?
What am I thinking?
You're thinking about midget porn. Ah, brain bleach.
He's amazing.
Yes, it's amazing. So what happens is you've now reached the end of your Taylor series. And the Taylor series. So Taylor's, I know, I'm going to explain it. Taylor's position on everything is there's some hypothetical effect that you're not taking into account because I've read about this thing that could maybe possibly somehow be affecting your observations to make thousands or millions or whatever it is of, for example, reciprocal zenith angles make the Earth seem like a sphere, because there could be a Taylor variable, something going on in the world that people are unaware of, that Taylor has found microscopic reference to in a paper somewhere, that is conceivably an uncontrolled variable. So that's the Taylor argument. And once you reach the end of it, once you get to the point where you say, I've shown that this effect that I don't understand, but that I'm claiming could, in some universe be responsible for all of the measurements you've got. Then the question is, well, what's the evidence for that? How much do you think this is affecting things? Can you explain how you think it's working? And the answer, of course, is always no. I can't, I'm just going to throw that. I'm just asking questions. I'm just going to talk about this potential thing because I don't think you're taking everything into account the way I want.
That's not how that works.
You know what?
If
You're not making it.
If you're making if you're making the claim, you have to say how you scratched out all the variables that you're saying aren't
Dude,
affected.
you forgot, dude. Your target doesn't, the elevation of your target, it doesn't always match. Not only does it not always match, like typically it's not gonna match the globe prediction. Like that's what you forgot, dude. You think you could just look at it through a theodolite and just see what the globe predicts? Like no, you can't.
Yeah, they cherry pick.
No, that's not true.
Okay.
So we've seen numerous demonstrations where, in fact, that it absolutely 100% holds up.
No, you're wrong, dude. See, they say that air, because there's water in the air, it causes light to refract, and everything's in a refracted position. It's not its actual position. So your globe prediction is wrong due to refraction.
No, that's actually not true. No.
Oh my God, what is wrong with you? I don't know what the fuck.
No, I
What are
know.
you talking about?
Well, you're wrong about it. So first off,
No,
it's
things
not.
appear higher. Things appear higher than their actual positions all the time.
So reciprocal zenith angles. What correction do you make for refraction?
No, let's talk about.
I just asked you a question. Go ahead. I just asked you a question.
Dr. Mike Heffron's observation of that aquarii, the time that it occluded the mountain, it was the globe predicted that the star should be at 2 degrees in 3 minutes. So it was at 2 degrees in 18 minutes.
So none of that's true. That's so. I just want to note here, having reached the end of the Taylor series, I asked him.
You want to talk about Taylor?
I asked him to substantiate what he thinks is corrected for in reciprocal zenith angles, and of course, the answer is he doesn't know. So now he's going to the celestial theodolite, which is bullshit. I question whether or not you can even steelman the celestial theodolite. I doubt you can.
Dude, stellarium has a setting where you literally turn off refraction. You turn off the refraction. It affects the vertical angle to the star. Yes, you invoke refraction. You don't match your globe prediction. You have to put in refraction.
So in reciprocal zenith angles, what do you correct for refraction? You don't know. Right.
No, you're talking about terrestrial refraction. I was just talking about stellarium.
When I'm talking about reciprocal zenith angles, that is terrestrial.
You invoke reciprocal zenith angles, but you're talking about terrestrial refraction. Which
yes,
is different
that's terrestrial refraction. Yes,
which is different than what's happening in stellarium.
Yeah, The astronomic refraction is very different, without doubt, and the ephemeris gives you the Greenwich hour angle and declination of a star, independent of your location or observation point. So at my observation, the elevation of the star above the horizon was 13 degrees. Now, for me to use that angle measurement, I have to standardize it to unrefracted. So I go to using Smart's formula, I calculate the refraction angle, subtract that from my vertical angle, and then I can use that for the calculation for celestial positioning. Now, I go to stellarium and I say, okay, I'm here. This is the temperature. This is the pressure. There's the star. This is the time. What angle would I expect to observe? And I'm about 3 seconds different than stellarium. And I said, okay, I've used Smart's formula to estimate the astronomic refraction. And I get 240 arc seconds. Stellarium, how much refraction would I expect to get? And stellarium says 240 arc seconds. So I have just used celestial theodolite to verify my instrument, my method, my procedure, my timing of an observation of the star Fomolo at 13 degrees above the horizon is within 3 arc seconds of what Stellarium said I should get and did get. So I had just used celestial theodolite to verify and prove the situation. Then I take 45 zenith angles to 8 different stars over 3 hours, and I put that into a celestial solution computation, and I get less than 100 meters of difference from GPS. And now these stars are low, like particularly Fomolo. Fomolo with 13 degrees above the horizon, the GP of that star was over 5,300 miles away. It was down near the Tropic of Capricorn, about 1,000 miles west of Santiago. And if I do the proper calculation, the Vincenti geodesic, from that GP to my location, and I take the unrefracted angle that I didn't measure, I measured the refracted angle, I compensated for the astronomical refraction, and I get about 15 parts per million difference in distance. Now, 240 arc seconds of refraction, that's a big fucking number. That's a big fucking number. And I end up less than 100 meters away from a GP that's 5,300 miles away. Yeah, celestial theodolite, I'm all about it. I love it because it just proved and verified my timing, my theodolite, my method, and Smart's formula. And that's something I did, okay? I'm talking from experience. I'm not cutting and pasting.
So I'm gonna suspect that that was mostly lost on the people you were talking to. I could be wrong.
Wow, that's kind of, dude.
Okay. Well, it got awful quiet, so
I don't. Hold on. Omnivore, that was rude.
Well, okay. Can you explain what he said?
He's not disagreeing with what I said originally.
So
he's saying that presuming he's presuming refraction in his calculations and it all works. That's fine. I agree with him. You presume that your things are not in their actual position and they're in a refracted position and it works.
Okay. And what does it mean that it works?
Does that mean the refraction is well known and can be applied for useful functions?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know that. I know that's what's going on. I don't doubt that's what's happening.
So you don't doubt refraction. Thank you.
Okay, so then what is the effect that you believe is going on here? I know you're saying I didn't say anything except refraction exists. And as far as you've said, you're not making a claim, you're carefully not making a claim that it has any impact on anything. But of course,
no,
2 minutes later,
I did make a claim, and
yeah.
you are not disagreeing with it, and that's all that really happened.
That's
right. Well, the real point is refraction cannot be ignored. Anytime, even a Heffron, when he's looking at a star, he's looking through he is in a refracted environment.
Larry, you see what Bislin says here? He says, again, he's reiterating, the absolute temperature and pressure have almost no influence on refraction.
Well, I think that's poorly worded. Because
he wanted me to know that in his argument.
Okay, I can't defend. I'm not. Bislin said whatever Bislin said. The pressure can be a little bit approximate. So in general, I can use 990 millibars and 300 degrees Kelvin, and that's pretty good. That's not absolute. That's pretty good. But the adiabatic, the change is important, and that's what I use. So I'm using a pressure which may be a little bit approximate, but I'm using the adiabatic lapse rates that are quite sufficient to make up for the the pressure gradient across the observation line to sufficient accuracies where
Then why
what I'm
am I
getting
expected to
what I'm
measure
getting,
points along the way? Why
Oh,
am
you
I
guys,
expected
your
to
blood
measure
pressure is gonna race
middle
tonight.
points all the time when you're saying, well, we could draw a conclusion on an average and use that? You guys think I'm insane for saying that.
that's because we're not in the scenario that he's describing and that I'm describing are not skimming a fucking lake or right
guys are so
next to the
excited.
fucking
But you're
salt
pretending
flats.
that we only work over water. When you guys say that, you
I said
repeat
or
that
salt flats.
like a mantra. We learned when
Yeah, okay.
Metabunk Mick West changed, and physically after our work at the Salton Sea went and changed the calculator to say, oh, it won't work over water. So he forced us to work over land, and we did.
Yeah, but you're still skimming. You're not dealing with elevated points over significant distances. You're
Right, so
skimming the
now,
fucking ground.
right. So it's not about pressure. It's not about temperature. It's not about
Okay,
water. What's it about now? What's it about now?
okay. All of science, all of geodetic science, the mature science that every industrialized country uses for like centuries is all wrong because you think what Bislin said and what you did in the Salton Sea can totally make the fucking world, not the globe that we navigate.
I'm just saying that you guys all contradict each other. That's all I can say, honestly, is that you're all
Bislin,
contradicting.
okay, Bislin is not a fucking PhD of geodesy. And neither am I.
He's kind of the god of this subject, though. Like, as far as everyone's concerned, they accept his level of content alone on this subject to be valuable. On both sides, we do, right? I mean, you're
So
saying
what-
Bislin,
He has a very good compendium of information. Yes, and you could tear apart one sentence that you want to misunderstand. Get Bislin in here to fucking talk to him.
So can I make this point? All right. So clearly you accept the astronomical refraction is standard, right? When you're looking at the sky, because of the massive amount of distance you presume there is between you and a star, and the atmosphere above the Earth is like making the whatever. That's your astronomical refraction. Now, for terrestrial refraction, you also have a standard rate of lift that you invoke over distance.
And
thank you, omnivore. You must concede. I don't want to hear you say things like I don't understand. When
you don't understand. And I have no reason to concede.
When you said the refraction that we invoke, no, it's refraction is part of the computation and evaluation of the data. It's part of the calculation. It's not invoked to come up with a presupposed answer.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Now, you might not like the way I word things because I'm not going by your textbook, and that shouldn't be a problem. But when I say over distance, we're talking about the volume of air increasing, right?
I don't know what that means. The volume of air increasing.
You're looking through more air.
Why do I have that's a problem with you guys? I understand exactly what
I
you
have
mean.
to keep it super simple. I know it sounds crazy, but this is just a really simple concept.
Yeah, looking through more air. The longer the distance, the more air we're looking through. Okay.
Yeah, and the more volume of air, the more density, right?
Well, no, the density is in the vertical gradient. The density, if we're looking nearly horizontal or very shallow vertical angles, the density has a little bit of change through the course, but density doesn't change.
So if my target's 500 feet away,
it's the same. It's the same density throughout.
The volume of the air between me and the
Let him
500 foot
finish.
target. So when I have a 500-foot target and a 10-mile target, the density of the air between those two targets is different.
Well, the amount of mass you're looking through, but the density is not that much different. Yes.
It's like looking through a pool, dude. You can't see far because it's compounding effect. So whether or not there's a gradient in the pool,
Right.
you're
So the
looking
further
long
you
distance,
look,
there is a gradient.
the further you look, the more light bends. You guys call it Earth curve. End of story.
No, it's a combination because the refraction reduces Earth curve.
In your model, but there could clearly be a model where the further you look, you just have it the other way around.
Yeah, that shows you don't understand. That's why I'm saying you don't understand, because you're resorting to the Taylor methodology, which is to say, I don't have any evidence for this thing. I'm just conjecturing there could be something, and that's my argument. That's literally the argument you tried to make.
I don't trust that you're gonna tell me Taylor's argument.
That I'm gonna what?
I don't trust that you will tell me Taylor's argument correctly. I don't think that's our argument.
Well, I mean, you can say that, but have you ever listened to her talk?
Now, at 59 minutes after, a scant, 17 minutes ago, I put up a couple of 3 graphics of field measurement. I included the angles, the distances, and the resulting elevation to a singular target from 25 different locations. Now, looking at the integrity of that arc in the observed values, you tell me what's fucking invoked, presupposed, or just imaginary. Like, you go ahead, do the math. Show me where I did it wrong.
I don't know. I've been banging you up pretty bad, Larry. You're just not paying attention. I mean, you denied him the thickest of air just to stop the conversation. It's called the indices of refraction. You would absolutely know what he was talking about.
Yeah, these guys tell me I don't understand. Like, I'm not making sense. I'm sitting here thinking, like, dude, it's so obvious. Over distance, more volume.
Okay,
they're gaslighting us. They're gaslighting us.
Yeah,
it's totally gaslighting. It's bullshit.
It's not gaslighting.
Yeah. So
Makes
yeah,
perfect
so
sense in my
as
head. I
I
don't know
said,
why you're trying to tell me I'm wrong, assuming that.
as I indicated before, refraction's 4 arc seconds per mile. So I'm looking at something that's only 3 miles away.
You, Shubil. See, this is why I like you, Shubil, because you literally, that's my argument. Okay, there it is. 4 arc seconds a mile.
Yeah,
there we go.
Right.
Refraction
so when
over distance. Thank you.
Yeah. And at 10 miles, there's 40 arc seconds of refraction. At 27 miles, there's 100 seconds of refraction. Yeah. That
right. That's what you say.
Yeah.
What
That's what I've found by field measurement.
That's what's in question.
So you question the math of the observation, the math and observation. Is that what you're questioning? Is say, oh, you just like keep sticking numbers in there until you get what you like?
No, it's just, I don't know. It's kind of weird to explain. You're saying things are being refracted, right? Well, you're saying it's due to the distance. There's a volume of air that has a density no matter what. When I look over there, there's a certain volume of air, but it doesn't always match that refracted prediction. You don't always have things getting refracted that much over there. Okay, sometimes things appear higher and lower than the refracted prediction. So, therefore, when you start invoking like, oh, it's refracted this much away from the globe prediction. It's refracted that much away from the globe prediction. Yeah, you have a globe prediction, and you have something that's just refracting away from it all the time. You just invoke there's a volume of air over there that's just refracting it all the time.
It's not just that. They also have a globe model, WGS84, that they're correcting too. That's their standard. Wait, am I in Omnis? I thought Omnis was dead.
I just got timed out from Geos.
I guess Omni will just be second best. You see.
When I hear you don't understand, my brain just goes immediately. I'm like, you're not addressing my argument. You're choosing to try to disenfranchise the person rather than address what they're saying. That's not a go-to response. That should not be what you respond with, because you have a survey. No offense, I mean no offense to Shubal at all. This guy is actually a surveyor agreeing. Like he is literally telling me the numbers, like how much things get refracted over distance. This is great. This is my argument, omnivore.
Yeah,
if
I thought you understood what you were saying, I wouldn't tell you. I think you don't understand. However, it is, painfully clear that you don't understand.
There you go. But the surveyor's agreeing with me.
I know. It's
he's not 100% agreeing with everything I'm saying, but I'm trying to stick to one point. You can't disagree with my major argument.
Well, the problem is that you make your major argument, and what you try to do is then smuggle in the ramifications of this argument that you think you're making. So, what's happening is you're saying this is the Taylor approach. There's this thing going on, or this thing that could maybe be going on. Okay, there's this thing that could maybe be going on. And it could be making the difference between flat and the globe, or abiogenesis and creation, or whatever it is she is on about. Okay, so maybe there is something going on there. Yes, and that's it. I have now made my argument that I'm acting like this argument that I'm making is a great knockdown argument against conventional science, but when actually questioned on it, all I can come up with is, maybe something somewhere has some effect that, I can't really argue for. I'm just gonna, pretend I'm arguing.
That's what you would need on your globe model, so you don't need that bullshit on flat Earth.
Well, you can say that, but it turns out that
you need to compensate for the amount of error. Like you have a prediction, you have a prediction,
in reciprocal zenith
and
angles,
your prediction is wrong over distance. You don't match.
And in reciprocal zenith angles, what are you?
And that's where your globe prediction. That's where your curvature is supposed to be more distinct. You should be seeing curvature. The further you look, the more things should be displaced in your model.
Okay. In reciprocal zenith angles, how much? What refraction do you correct for?
Atmospheric refraction. What do you mean? What kind of refraction?
I'm asking, like, how much when you take reciprocal zenith angles, what you do for correction for refraction? Do you correct for standard refraction? Do you need to know the lapse rate? If you don't know, you can just say, I don't know.
Dude, it's like, there's so many different tests people have done. You're talking about what kind of refraction are people testing for? Dude, people test for all kind of atmospheric conditions when they go and they take reciprocal zenith angles. They test for all kinds of things.
So maybe look that up and come back and tell me what you think.
I'm getting the same heat in chat over here. Nico's going, "Oh, it's not about density," and he's like, "There is no indices of refraction." It's fucking weird. Listen, when they're just denying the conversation, it's weird.
Dan, please.
It's what gives us fuel. It's exactly what gives us fuel. I looked up exactly the thing you said. It said exactly, it is used to indicate the optical density of a material. So when I said to you, I said, it is a measure of density as far as I understand it. Allow me that. You don't need to correct me because it says right here, it's used to indicate the optical density of a material. So as I understand it, it's okay, dude. I can understand it. I don't need you. I don't know. I don't need you.
Can I?
No, you've already done it. You've embarrassed yourself. You're doing the same thing to me that Larry's doing to him. It's like you're just taking a stance.
Okay,
You're
I
not
can.
listening. What did he say?
Something's happening in text chat, and I can't read it.
Dan was the last thing you said.
I have no idea. I typed everything. It's like I just when you're getting gaslit and you're not allowed to use words, or the first thing he said, you go, we don't know what you're talking about. That's like such a bizarre conversation premise. When he's like, when you're looking across, a field of view, there's going to be a certain amount, that's not clear to begin with, and as that increases, it's going to get less clear. And whatever words he used, it's true. You guys are like, well, we don't know what you're talking about.
Well, Dan, they're winning because, like when you defeat your enemy, they're gone. So like as you had seen over the last however many days, it was just the Glovers. That's how you know they were winning. There's no flat earthers left.
Well, no, not any honest ones with any decent arguments. They're very few and far between. But I consider myself the exception.
You are exceptional.
He's special.
Well, I mean, I am. I'm not talking shit, am I? I mean, you guys do go quiet on me. I'm sorry to get so excited, but I'm producing the data right behind what I'm saying. He goes, well, the pressure is a big deal. And I'm like, well, Bislin says it's not. Well, it is. And, we're not really measuring it. We're just assuming that this pressure is the same as that pressure. I'm like, wow, you guys don't let me do that. You guys are all upset using the word gradient over and over again as if it was atmospheric gradient. That's the problem. The problem is the surface to air. When you're down low, the surface to air causes its own commotion and convection if there's heat off the surface. So, and we can see that in infrared. I can share it with you. So the obstruction sometimes is a zone of swirling, convecting air at surface level, causing obstruction, which immediately, like 10 feet, 15 feet above, stabilizes.
Yeah, Fundy has this theory that, like, apparently, when you're looking at, like, down a long road and you see, like, that little mirage effect in the bottom, Fundy thinks it's just a matter of perspective and how light reflects. He says it happens during the winter too. I have to check that out, but
what?
Yeah, I forget what he calls it.
The repeated puddling or banding is what I'm talking about as well. And it stabilizes above it and occurs again, and then stabilizes in your eye, where you get a new field of vision and occurs again. So that's why it looks like puddles on the road, or you'll see it in bands, and it really shows up in infrared too. But you'll see it in bands across the distance. And you're like, why are these color changes? Why is there's different shades of blue? And it's very similar to that puddling effect. But it's the stabilization above it that freaks everyone out, because you'll get a different line of sight above an obstructed line of sight. And then sometimes that obstructed line of sight, due to dirty air, I'll call it, causes internal reflection. So we're looking at a mirror line at best and not the surface at all. And I know some people think that that's caused above the surface due to angle, and it's not it's not caused by the surface. Either way, when you get reflection, it really causes confusion. I got some great infrared though. You can see all this swirling stuff on the surface, and I promise you that that's confused as obstruction often.
Where did Shoebill go? Omnivore, how far away are two theodolites typically when you're getting a reciprocal zenith angle?
Say again?
Is there like a typical suggested distance between your two theodolites when you're doing reciprocal zenith angles?
No.
Like You're not stationing them like 100 feet apart, are you?
You could be.
Why would anybody do? That's pretty serious.
Yeah, that's a good question. Why would somebody take a reciprocal zenith angle?
At 100 feet.
Yeah.
To measure Earth curve.
It's not to measure Earth curve.
You think you're measuring Earth curve with reciprocal zenith angles?
So, well, like I said, it's a good question. You should look into it. Why do people take reciprocal zenith angles? It's not to figure out whether or not the Earth is a globe.
All right.
Can I ask a question, by the way?
No.
Okay. I apologize.
Why did you apologize? What did you do?
I'll take your forgiveness.
Can I ask 2 more questions?
Can you ask the question, please?
Yeah. What is the what do you think the end goal is for the people that control the narrative about excuse me, globe versus flat?
I want this. Wait, the Glober's lying? If it's not a globe and they're lying?
Yeah, if it's not a globe and they're lying, what would be the point of that narrative? Like, why would they lie?
Oh, so there's no way of knowing what the ultimate psyop is based on, but like in the future, let's say like they have like 1,000-year plan or something like that, right? They want the civilization in the future based on the kind of society they want to believe a certain thing so that they can be, like during COVID, everyone believed there was a virus going around. They had to wear masks and like 6 foot apart, all this shit. Stay at home.
Medical
stuff.
talk is not allowed on the
So
server.
just an analogy. It's just a very good analogy. Because
I got you, but it's not allowed.
In the future, there might be some situation based on the globe that's just fear mongering to keep people from doing things they want to do, which is most likely, travel, leave their houses a lot, and yeah.
But if like the people that are I guess, do we think that the people that are conducting the psyop are powerful enough to just kill us all if they wanted to?
Well, that's the thing. Like in the Matrix, like the machines could at any time like kill all the people, and they don't because they're using them for energy. So that might be the complete reason, right? The Matrix might be 100% accurate. If not, they're using us for something. There's lots of theories on what they're using us for. It does seem like the gold was at one point a very important thing that they were collecting from us. Using we were using it as currency, and then they stole it from the Federal Reserve or whatever. Now the money isn't backed by anything but like our military power or whatever. It's like could be gold, could be or some type of electricity we make, which there could be some consciousness, like the Neuralink might be able to tap into something that they get from us spiritually or just mentally, our powers. Like if they connect us all like through like an internet like type thing to our brainwaves, our creativity, our human imagination might be something that they're going to use for their own good, like their own like AI machine. Who knows what they want.
Yo, you mentioned something that's gonna be super off topic. Yo, in the Matrix, the idea that the humans are being used as batteries by the whatever AI. It doesn't make any sense. It actually, there's like another theory. I don't remember what it was, but that's like a lie that they're told in like the real world. That's why the AI is doing it, because they need to power themselves with humans. But that actually doesn't make sense.
But like, okay, but if these like conspirators find use for us, what is our use for them? Like, what do? We create economic output, or we're obviously not batteries, right? Because we don't live in a matrix, I would say. But It will make sense that we
Dude,
have some use for them. That they're not killing us because they could just kill us, right?
People, listen, these psychotic people, their bloodline is old as fuck, and they've been inheriting the private wealth of like they own the institution. So like when someone inherits the wealth of like some like fucked up like health organization that's like creating like pills or these people own like they facilitate the wicked. So if you don't believe that's what's going on, they
No,
don't even
I'm
know.
not saying
They were
I'm
born in-
skeptic.
they don't know what
I'm the ultimate skeptic. I'm just like trying to explore the idea, right? I feel like, and when I say ultimate, I'm not being facetious. I'm skeptical about everything. I just think it in my mind, and then I weigh the possibilities, and I take a decision. But like, if these people like super powerful, it would make sense for them to have the capability to kill us if they wanted to. And I'm wondering, like, what is our use to them? Because we can use it as leverage, right? Essentially, so they're not killing us yet. And if you're talking about like old money, like old European nobility money, do you mean, or influence and power, or like old world money, like from literally Mesopotamia, the ancient times? There's a group of people that could propagate their like clan or bloodline, or I don't know.
Yeah, you got the possibility that maybe these wealthy families like maybe they didn't get conquered and robbed.
No, they get conquered all the time, but they adapt to the new rulers. Because they have wealth and power, the new rulers seek them and
That's what
they
they tell
live
you. Yeah, I was a
together.
rich guy, my big rich family, all these hundreds of years, our empire, it just poof, vamoose. Sorry guys, we got robbed. Peace out. Like you believe that? That's cool. These guys go.
I'm not
They don't
necessarily
want you to know
believing
who they
that.
are.
I just
You're not going to know the identities of the richest people in the world.
well, no, I'm not saying we should know the identities. Obviously, be interesting to.
No, their identities are highly protected because they know that they're targeted. People want to assassinate the richest people in the world right now, so they're not going to tell you who they are.
Probably. Okay, but what's the point? Like, I've heard a lot of
So the people perpetuating the
plain
globe lie. They don't
earthers
even know why
are
they do it.
like.
That's the point. They inherited the lie, so they don't even know why they're doing it at this point. They're just helio religious liars.
Like the sun worshippers.
Yeah, they get their scientism. It's all just they got their academic, they got their institutions, and they worship the scientism priests, and it's all facts according to them. Everything that they've institutionalized is fact. That's real science. The institutions have been lying about science, though. Lately, they're incentivized to lie. Lately, they want you to believe there's a scarcity of diamonds. They lied about the geology of the earth. They pretended they were science. Hey, this institution
it's basically
pretending
economic
to do science.
gain.
They're telling you that there's not a lot of diamonds, but there are a lot of diamonds. So an
No,
institution
I understand
pretending
that.
to be scientists, they lied.
I think you guys should open up a flat Earth university. You should really open up a flat Earth university. I would love to see that.
Please, Dr. Pepper, all due respect, I'm just trying to get somewhere here. I'm just trying to understand like what our partners in these conversations like.
Well, you
where they come
asked the question that comes with a lot of like you need a lot explained if you're even gonna ask.
Yeah, it's a big thing to unpack. I agree. Maybe it's not like fair to you to like have this conversation here. Maybe it's like
Yes. Why would they lie about the globe? So there's resources, right? They lie about the land, man. They tell you these maps. These are like highly treasured things. These are like roads to
Can I answer
resources.
this more
So
simply?
not everybody had access to maps.
Can I answer this more simply, please?
Sure.
Okay, so there is many people in this world, right? Like it's worldwide by now. They believe that a human being can change gender, and the government convinced these people, right? So if the government did that, why would they not do it about the flat Earth? Which they did it before they tried to convince about the gender thing. But you see what I mean?
Nope.
Okay, so
Flat Earth is a gender?
If I understand correctly,
okay, yeah,
trans people existing, and trans people did exist. They're like a very old thing. People often mistake this, but I can bring you
No, I'm
historical
saying
evidence that.
you can actually change your gender. Do you think you can change your gender?
Wait, hold on. I need to specify this or clarify. I apologize. English.
I don't
is
care
my
about
first.
trans. I'm saying people actually believe you can change your gender, which you
There
can't.
probably are some
but
people in the
people believe
world that think that. Yeah, there probably are some
Okay,
people
yeah,
in the world
so
that think
that's
that.
my
yeah.
point. People believe
but
that.
when you
because
say
they
gender,
told
you
them
mean
to.
sex, right? You mean biological sex. Like people who are delusional and believe they can change their
It's the same
biological
thing,
sex.
my friend.
Another example of the
But
institution
you
lying
see, even you are brainwashed. It's the same thing.
Well, no, I'm using terms that everybody else is using, so we're all on the same page, right?
You're proving my point even more by saying this. You correcting me saying you
lie
mean
about
sex
science.
is proving my point harder.
Zoidberg, do they lie about science? Yes or no?
I'm sure they do lie about things. Yeah, I'm sure.
They lie about science.
Yeah, there have been multiple
Lying
cases
is
where
a
people
human behavior. It's
have
not
lied about
contributing
science.
to people who do science only. Stop
now
blaming.
you're-
It's a
now-
human behavior.
Now you're wearing big boy pants. There you go.
But
They
like
lie about science.
Is there somebody in this voice channel or in all of these voice channels where they think that science has never lied? That would be absurd, right?
But yeah, because lying is a human behavior. It's not contributed or attributed to a specific type of religion or belief or anything. It is a human behavior.
Why are you saying this though? What does that have to do with
Because he's trying to attribute it to a specific sort of thing. He's being dishonest and trying to prove that because scientism has lied, it is therefore not believable, when in reality, lying is a human behavior. It's on the religious side,
I think that's an interesting. That's an
and on the
interesting
political side, lie.
That's an interesting
It is
point.
a human behavior.
Please let me respond.
It's not attributed to a specific belief.
You guys are going to see
Okay,
this. This is why
let me
people
respond.
use
Let me
the-
respond to that. Let me respond to that. But if you're
Oh
a
my God.
scientist, you should be held to a higher standard. Don't you agree?
Everyone should be held to a higher standard. This discussion is meaningless
That's not my,
because
that's not my
everyone
question.
should be held to a
That's
higher
not-
standard.
No, that's not my question. Should
Well,
you be
this-
held
this
to a higher
question
standard?
Is dishonest
Glober,
because lying
powwow right
is a
now at the
human
moment.
behavior.
I'm not sure if there's any room
No, but
to be.
my question
I
is,
would
should
like
you be
to-
held to a higher
I
standard
feel
because
that
you're a
the
scientist?
Globers
Guys,
are very aggressive. in their
we're all
and maybe it's
talking
not
over.
a safe place for me.
Guys, we're all
Zoidberg,
talking
can
over
you
each
give me
other.
space to speak, please? Can I respond? to
Yes,
this?
I was trying to do this. Let's have a turn order for at least this part because it seems to be very
You gotta let me
contentious.
respond. Yeah.
So you can respond, and then after it's Dr. Pep, and then after this is the gentleman with the Eastern European accent. I'm sorry that I addressed you this way. I don't know your name. I'm not looking. Oh, Ash. Okay, Ash. Sorry, I apologize.
All right, so
Okay,
y'all pretty much just conceded that these institutions, they have private interests. They're invested in, the benefits for their institution, which might not always mean, the best thing for humanity or society, right? You agree?
Dr. Pepper, I think the question is for you.
I'm not saying the health industry, but yeah, I am.
The health industry is very different from country to country. You would have to be very specific because it is ran by different ideas, by different political ideologies, by different philosophies, depending on where you are. In the U.S., you ask me a question and you want me to answer.
Just a minute. Let's move away from that because we literally got demonetized because of that. Because of that.
Well, we can take another. Omni is correct. Omni.
Not why I'm bringing it up.
Omni is
Not trying to
correct.
talk about that.
I understand.
I just wanted you to answer yes or no, and then I can follow up. I gotta follow.
I don't want. Let's switch it to physics. Like physics is very contentious subject. A lot of people talk about dark matter, dark energy.
Biology or chemistry.
Billions upon billions of
bro. Once I'm finally
Let me
getting
ask Dr.
somewhere with you
Pepper something.
guys, you
Just one
guys just
question.
want a
Just one
hardcore
question.
topic shift. That's crazy. We're finally getting somewhere.
Well, no. I'm just saying switch the theme of the topic, but the topic can remain.
Okay.
Obviously, like
Listen.
subversive
Dr.
action.
Pepper. Dr. Pepper. Are
Yeah,
you
I'm
an
here.
atheist or agnostic?
That has nothing to do with the question.
What question?
Ash, just
The
understand
topic that was being
if
discussed.
if they're advocates for the globe, then they are agnostic atheists.
Oh,
That is correct.
I thought we were changing topics.
No, we're just moving.
No, we're not.
From.
Oh, okay, my bad.
But
my
if
bad.
you must know, I'm a Pastafarian.
I don't know what that means, but okay.
That's fine.
Spaghetti monster.
So now we know that the institutions are willing to lie. They're willing to use science to manipulate what you think is real. They tell you, hey, this is science. I got real science. And now you're willing to admit that, no, that is not real science. So they're lying about what science is. So you're willing to concede that. So the people that are willing to lie to you about what science is, they inherited the institution. They don't know why they're lying about science. They're stupid. They're just doing what their parents taught them. You get it now, Zoidberg?
What's an example of that?
But I thought you were addressing. I agree with you, but I thought you were addressing Dr. Pepper, not me.
No, Zoidberg, you were the one who asked why would they.
Yeah, I agree. Institutions lie for material gains because institutions are a modality of people behavior, human behavior. I agree to all of this. You're completely correct.
I have a question about that though. So, in the case we have people in here who are working, physicists. Do you think they're lying? Do you think Tapioca Weasel is lying about the work he's doing?
No, I think there's real science. There's such thing as real science, of course.
Okay, so this is quantum mechanics stuff that he's doing. So how does they're lying to us big time? How does that work in the field of quantum mechanics?
So here's the thing. Science is self-correcting. It is for that reason we have a peer reviewing system. It is for that reason we have multiple scientists questioning the reciprocity, the reproducibility of experiments. It is a self-regulating system where peer review determines if a theory is admitted or not.
So, Dr. Pepper, can you...
That desire to double down is because of the doubt.
So
it has nothing to do with...
I think we should not be disparaging towards Dr. Pepper's opinion. He has the right
I
to
want to respond to the quantum mechanics thing.
Sure.
There's not going to be benefits lying about something like quantum mechanics when it comes to societal scale manipulation.
Okay. So you don't think they're lying about quantum mechanics? What about dark matter?
I think so dark matter is interesting because you have the Discovery Channel and the History Channel coming in with the narrative, there is an agenda to the mainstream to give this idea that these claims being made by astrophysicists are definitive, as if dark matter is a definitive material thing that exists. Whether or not that's truly what's being said in the citations about dark matter is irrelevant because there's a whole the narrative is being created by the mainstream. So they're responsible for people's perception and their interpretation of what dark matter is. So when people, they interpret dark matter as, something you would say is incorrect, whose fault is that? That's the History Channel and the Discovery Channel.
Okay, so the History Channel and the Discovery Channel, they are controlled by the Illuminati?
No, it's just there's incentive to sensationalize things for the dollar. They just, there's money.
Okay.
There's money behind, there's the, what do they call scandalous? You want to call it scandalous science? I don't know what you want to call it.
Okay, so So we don't think they're lying for societal detriment because there's no benefit for them with quantum mechanics. And in the case of dark matter, which is of course, highly contentious, right? I thought what you would say is they are lying about dark matter in order to keep the Einsteinian lie going. So, am I wrong about that?
These guys entertain what dark matter means, like in all these crazy ways right now. Like the past 20 years of the History Channel, like, dude, who knows how many fucking stupid presentations people speculated what dark matter is.
Okay, I agree that there have been, the History Channel has put out ancient aliens and UFOs and all kinds of stuff, which is highly sensationalized.
Right, and I don't know what institution that is. I don't know who's running around promoting that cosmology. I don't know who they are. The Discovery Channel.
I mean, that's a good point.
So can I just?
Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, so we have possibly some entity, as of now unnamed, that is sensationalizing science and stuff on the History Channel. We have no obvious societal benefit for deceiving us about quantum mechanics, right? We presume they may be deceiving us about quantum mechanics, but we don't have a specific target for that, right? We don't know. We can't point to a lie that's been made. When it comes to dark matter, once again, it gets sensationalized in certain outlets. But we both agree that the actual academic papers on the subject are not sensationalized and may be saying somewhat different things. But let me ask you, so the question that I want to ask is this. Why would, if I'm running the conspiracy, why would I have dark matter in the first place? Because it seems like all it can do is hurt me. Like,
I was going to ask, what is the financial or benefit in lying about dark matter as a scientist? Like, what's the benefit?
I already said there's going to be aspects of science where there is no benefit to lying about it. And I think quantum mechanics is a good example. Dark matter, I think that, I don't know what institution is lying about, how people digest these concepts of dark matter. I don't know what institution is responsible for all the misconceptions.
Well, I don't know. I don't want. Sorry. Do you think that?
Hold on, but do you agree that?
Sorry.
Do you agree that dark matter is misconceptualized by many due to, the mainstream, interpretation of it typically?
No, I don't actually. So most people, most human beings don't know anything about dark matter and don't care and aren't consuming that material.
It's like it's not
Can I
even
ask
there.
a question? I've been listening for a little bit, and I would like to ask a question. As far as I understand, then, it seems that if we believe that some science, there's no reason to lie for some science, then quantum mechanics, they're not lying about quantum mechanics, essentially. Is that the case, or is that the conclusion, or is that a non sequitur?
Well, I'll tell you that I have heard people, Gilly Pong, for example, talk about how they are lying about quantum mechanics because all of the presumed virtues of quantum science are imaginary, and they want to sell us on this quantum wonderland. So as far as I'm concerned, it's like Schrodinger's conspiracy. It can be whatever it needs to be.
The conspiracy theory doesn't hold any weight because 5-10 minutes ago, there was almost like a consensus between people here that institutions are dishonest, lying.
No, they can
and
be.
Can't
Not
be
that they
trusted.
are. They can be dishonest and they
Did you
can
not
lie.
hear?
Yeah. But hamburgers could be telling the future. My toothbrush could be telling me who wins the lottery numbers next week. There's a big difference between could and absolutely certainty is.
I agree.
You must not have heard his earlier chant. Yeah, you must not have heard his earlier chant, Zoidberg, where he was going through the whole thing about science is beautiful and it grows to adapt through the peer review system. Yeah, there was no consensus.
So my point is, like, I don't understand the skepticism that seems to be a main issue in this channel when it comes to the scientific principle and the scientific ways how research is being conducted, because I fail to see how, especially in the STEM fields such as chemistry, biology, physics, technology, how there is such a huge level of distrust towards it, when in reality, in all STEM fields, that research is very open and very available. You could go right now to PubMed and read basically any scientific paper that has been released for the last 120 years.
Yeah,
that is open to the public.
It took a rogue agent to come out, like almost like like super spy style, to come out with the origins of where they get the stem cells to begin with, which was from aborted fetuses. Not very.
I didn't hear any of that. No, but the point is that the scientific field, when it comes to research, has a DOI system where you can index every research, every paper, and you're freely available to read it. It is very, very transparent, and it's very, very open, and I don't see why there is such a hostility and such a view of dishonesty towards it.
Yeah, I mean, I'll put it out again. It took like an undercover agent to, in the system to release the truth of the situation, that the stem cell research it was instantiated upon aborted fetuses. Yeah, they're not very open about it.
The research was not available in medical journals. This information.
No, no. They just called it like
I do trust you.
C31275, and that was what they called it. And they're like, "What is CJ1375?" Nobody really knew. Somebody came out. It was like Casey Jones, 13th trial of the aborted fetus, part number 4. They didn't tell you what it was.
No, thanks. I do trust you, but it will be an incredibly interesting read if you can give me the whistleblower thing.
No, you could probably just look it up. It's old news now.
Dr. Pepper, since I'm playing Warframe right now, would you be so kind and I'll owe you a favor to search for the whistleblower in regards to stem cell research?
I can't. I'm actually outside, actually touching grass.
Okay, when I'm done, I'll search for it and then we can move on.
Yeah, I'll check it later when I come home as well.
It's dangerous.
It seems egregious if this was not known. I agree with you. And if that's the case, then I completely denounce the institution that did this in such an unethical way. The same way I would denounce Dr. Mengele and the Nazis for what Dr. Mengele did, obviously. He was a scientist, but he was also a monster.
Yeah, there's this famous paper where a doctor tried to say that vaccine caused autism. That is fairly known, that was redacted, and the doctor was disgraced as well. This shit happens, but since the system is very self-correcting...
So what's the cause of the rise in autism?
Yeah, they put a fucking character assassination on that guy. Immediately, they attacked him.
There's an interesting phenomena, by the way, I think, in regards to... Because somebody mentioned...
Real quick, but he just said something. What's the alternate theory for the rise in autism? I'm just curious if there is one.
We diagnose more. I think.
They diagnose more, so we have developed better tools to diagnose autism. We have better medical tools to diagnose that. And the paper within itself was very dishonest because most of the subjects was self-reported or the doctor just made it up. And
Well,
I'm telling
forget
you.
about diagnosing, being diagnosed more. Like, I mean, I just objectively notice like how the younger generations are more autistic. They're more sensitive. They're so you don't notice that without like looking at like.
I don't think you have the medical training or profession to do that
I don't need
diagnosis. That's
training
what
to
I
just
think.
see people's personalities changing.
Yes, you
People are
do. You
becoming
need
more
medical
feminine and
training to
more
diagnose
autistic.
people as autism. You need medical training to actually diagnose someone as that.
But
Exactly.
hold
So I'm
on.
not doing that. I'm just noticing the changes in people.
QP, may I suggest that maybe those changes in behavior are not due to
Is it societal?
like autism only? It could be like they have like a mental issue, depression, or schizophrenia,
Hey, y'all stop
or
talking. Y'all are gonna. Man.
like they don't necessarily have to be from autism, right? Like they can be like
Well, this is good. This
other
is
like
good science, guys. But we know that there's more autism. So what is your position exactly? It might not be
by the
due to
way,
autism, but they are autistic because the diagnosis claims.
I just want to remind people here that we can talk about autism. We can talk about autism. This conversation is still kosher, but making false claims about autism, according to mainstream medical science, probably is not a good thing to do. So don't do it. Don't veer more into claims about like autism as its essence or ontology. We can just talk about the diagnosis.
Yeah. I answered that question. We have better tools to screen and detect autism way more than before. Sure, it does happen that the doctors overdiagnose, but that is the main reason. But then again,
that requires you to imagine that the numbers of people with autism before these medical tools, like you don't have anything to prove that. You're just presuming that's the case.
and I can safely say that what was shown in that paper that vaccines cause autism was proven 100% incorrect. Vaccines do not cause autism. It's absurd to even think that it does.
Dr. Pepper, again, all due respect.
Yeah, go ahead.
This puts our partners here in an awkward position where they cannot present the counter thesis because that would be considered medical misinformation. So we probably need to change this argumentation.
I know. You know, tough shit, but that's the way it is.
Dr. Pepper? Drop it. Don't do
it. Go ahead.
We can move on to another things. Like we don't have
let's not. Hold on. I'm not talking about none of that. That's not what I'm getting at in this argument.
Okay, then please.
I actually wrote a thread in the suggestions about this. I wrote actually a long thread in the suggestion box about this, about the medical misinformation, and none of the moderators has addressed it. It would be really nice if you guys did.
I'll look into it. I'll look into it right now.
What we do
Thank you.
One second. We have a VC topics only, which is down. Let me see where it is. VC topics only. Go down. So you can go down there. There is no text for it, and
you guys are fucking ridiculous.
Conversations are not saved, and it is not streamed on YouTube. So
yeah, we can all move there if you guys want and continue this conversation.
You can get your medical information on if you want to. So that was done as one of the responses to suggestions about how we could have those talks.
Because I addressed it. There is no rule in Discord that says that you're not allowed to talk about medical stuff, and there's no rule in YouTube that says you are allowed to talk about medical stuff.
We're aware. We're aware.
Okay.
That's good. It doesn't help you. It does not help you any. Do you know why it doesn't help you any?
Are you done?
Because nobody agrees on what the good information really is. So
what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you guys done talking about stupid bullshit that doesn't matter?
Well, he's like, nobody paid attention to me, and so I'm telling him that yes, we do.
I don't know. Whatever. Well, Dr. Pepper, are you saying that there are 0 institutions that have ever lied about?
He quit.
science?
He quit. I think he has something else to do.
Yo, who threw this guy an escape rope? Omnivore, Zoidberg, y'all are both suspect. Dr. Pepper was about to get smoked. Saved
I
his
did
dumb
not
ass.
throw
Yes.
Ace. He's back actually.
Dr. Sus Zoidberg.
I am not throwing any lifelines to anybody. I don't
Yes,
want
he was gonna.
this. Come on.
Dude, this guy's pretending that there's. He acted brand new, like he did a fucking globetard reset. Joins the conversation. There's no one ever lies about science. Like we just got done explaining how.
Yeah,
much
but
he
I
lies
disagree with him. I disagree with him if he made that claim. If he made that claim, then I
but then he
disagree with
starts
him.
talking about medical stuff. No one moderates him. Now you guys are talking about some dumb shit for the next 10 minutes. It's like, dude, how to disrupt the conversation 101. This is why people don't fuck with y'all. Like y'all ain't letting me fucking finish the conversation.
Well, I
and you decide to
apologize
talk about
that
dumb shit.
I did not
You
moderate that.
entertain a guy with
Standards.
doctor in his fucking name. His name is fucking Dr. Pepper, so let's all entertain this dumb guy talk about medical misinformation. He's the one talking about misinformation.
Well, to be fair, people entertain you, Jesse. So, you know, I think.
Yeah, because I actually say real shit. I'm not a liar. That guy Dr. Pepper, when he comes back, I expect space to destroy him in this argument because I was about to destroy him.
Well, if he goes down to the VC only topics room, then you can, you know.
And I'll destroy him. I don't even got to talk
muted?
about healthcare. You guys want to
Why
talk
is
about
Demo-
health all the time? Fuck.
Omni, why is Demok muted? Demok.
Because he doesn't generally allow other people to talk when he's unmuted.
Okay.
Just unmute him, dude.
No, I'm just asking.
No, I think it's fine. If somebody wants to simp for Demok, that's fine. But when he gets muted, I'll mute them too.
No, I'm just asking. I don't want to stand up.
No, Jesse, I'm going with Jesse on this one. Jesse simped. So.
So they lie about science.
Demok, I got you unmuted, Demok. I'm your boy now.
The question is, who's lying about science? All right, who's willing to lie about science? Because we know that they are going to already.
The Jews? Or no?
This guy's good, dude. This guy flat earther, dude, he's embarrassing me.
Dude, who saved Dr. Pepper? I'm mad. Whoever let Dr. Pepper run away, I'm mad at you.
Wait, Demok, are you an atheist?
Oh, God.
Huh?
No.
Now he's going to present a false dichotomy and try to push Christianity as the only spiritual truth.
No, I'm not anything. I'm a person that's I'm here, so I know I exist. So there's something created because I'm a creation. So something made that beyond my mom and dad, and I don't know what it is. It's the most known, unknown. Who, what, when, where, why, and how. Those are the questions science is still trying to not answer. Never answer.
Okay. So you believe in a creator, if I understand correctly.
This guy, before he goes on, I just want to call out how contradictory it is that he just pointed out that Jews are doing bad things, but he has a Jewish holy book that he's about to push. Okay, go ahead.
Wait, Demok, if I understand correctly, you believe in a creator.
I believe in that I exist and things are created and things are here, and I have no clue what the fuck that is.
Were we created, human beings? Or like the universe?
Just get to the punchline.
Created them and something created them, and so somewhere it's either mom and dad's all the way down or not. I mean, I don't know.
Wait, so you're agnostic?
Here. Stuff is here.
You're agnostic.
How could you not be? How could you not be?
Ash, what are you? Ash, what are you?
Let me prove it to you. Let me prove it to you. Okay?
No, you ain't gonna prove nothing.
Can I? Can I try?
You're not gonna buy with words, or with showing me God and let me shake his hand.
No, with words. I'm gonna prove it to you with words. Can I try to prove it to you with words?
Words are another religion. You understand?
I'm asking you a question. Right? Can I try to prove it to you with words?
Omni?
What?
Are you free for a quick call?
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Want to move to 101?
Y'all are the mods are gonna leave.
No. Shut up.
So Dimok, can I try or no? You don't want to hear it?
Try whatever you want, brother.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Try whatever you feel like.
I didn't hear you again, bro. I'm sorry. Your mic is like weird.
Try whatever you'd like.
Okay, perfect. So I'm very proud of this, by the way, because this is genius, almost, I would say. So I used to work in a storage, right? I was a forklift driver in a storage. And there was this job I had to do. There was a container that came to the ramp, right? And it was filled with boxes. And I had to go, like, physically, I had to put these boxes on a pallet, wrap them, and with a forklift, I need to put them in the storage. What if I just came one day, right, to this job I had to do, and said to the boss, you know what? Because this was a hard job, right? There was like 2,000 boxes. It was like 2-3 hours of work. What if I just one day came to the boss, this job needed to be done, and I was like, you know what? Since the universe came to existence by itself, I'm gonna let this this job do itself by itself. I don't know if I said
Very
that
good.
correctly, but I think you know what I mean.
You don't
Like,
say anything correctly.
and he said you're fired, and I was like, why? What the fuck? How can I be fired? This job is gonna do itself. Do you understand the logic?
Yes, dude, we get it.
No, because
No
I
one's
don't.
debating
No,
evolution, bro.
no,
That's why you got
no, because
fired.
Nature's
Yeah.
never offered me a job. Nobody. I never filled out an application with Earth.
I'm sorry, what?
I never filled out an Earth application to do work for anybody. There is no job. What do you mean?
You didn't
When I
understand the
was
logic,
born,
so
there was no job.
you
Where's
didn't
the job
understand
on
the
an
logic.
island for the islanders? Where's their job?
Let me explain
Who's
the
saying
logic.
you
Let
need
me
to be
explain.
occupied doing this, gentlemen? You come and sift the seawater for me. Your occupation is this, Todd. No, they say, fuck you. I'm going to go on about my life just like you just declared. The boxes will do themselves. And if they don't, the guy who's worried about it, he'll have to do it. And if he don't, then fucking somebody else. And then maybe that guy shouldn't be trying to make a business off your back.
You didn't
Maybe
understand
you
the
should go
logic. Let me
and stop
explain to
trying
you
to
the
get
logic,
paid off
please.
you.
You're
Yeah,
yapping.
the
Let me
logic
explain.
is
I'm
somebody
sorry, but
wants
you're
you to
yapping.
do
Let
their
me
work.
explain the logic to you, bro. Let me
Somebody's
explain the
making a
logic
lot of
to you.
money for your work.
Please, stop yapping. Let me explain the logic to you, okay? If the universe can come to being by itself, right?
That's not
And
what I said.
I'm explaining the
I
logic
said
to you,
I have
my
no
friend.
clue.
I'm explaining the logic. But
No, you're
it
not.
either
You're
has
saying
to
your
be.
own
It
shit
either
to
has
you. You're
to.
saying what convinced you, brother. That's not me. You're not me.
It either has to come to being by itself, right?
Talk to yourself
Randomly.
about that.
Let
For
me.
you.
Stop
That's for you.
interrupting,
You're
my friend.
talking to you, brother. What the fuck? Don't you understand?
Okay, you don't want to hear it.
I don't know what the fuck y'all are talking about.
You
This
don't want
dude
to
is
hear it,
telling
bro.
us
Like,
what he thinks everything should
come
be
on,
for
mute
what
this
he
guy
thinks.
again, bro. This guy just yaps, bro. This guy just yaps. Doesn't
Lonely
listen
mods
at all.
left. Lonely mods left.
Some
And
guy
this is
some guy
crazy.
just fucking says nothing about nothing, dude. You're not going to convince anybody just like a
You're saying
Glover.
nothing about.
By
You're saying
talking,
nothing
you're
about
not going to
nothing.
prove anything. You
You're
have to
saying nothing,
physically
bro.
demonstrate your claim. I don't have to say. It's not about saying.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
about
sure.
doing.
Yeah,
About
sure,
So
sure.
doing.
Omnivore,
Sure,
what
bro.
was your secret? What was that secret conversation about?
We're doing research into what violates terms of service and what doesn't.
Yeah, so there could be potentially a situation where we could talk about COVID without these guardrails that we do right now. So maybe that will please all of you because you all like to talk about it. So
No,
let's see.
I don't like to talk about it.
Okay,
Don't
then
let
we're not
people
going to talk about it. I
Nobody
mean,
wants to talk about fake
sure.
laundry.
You're giving
Nobody
me
wants to talk about fake laundry,
information.
warmongers,
You're giving me information from like all sides.
Don't let people talk about it. That
Mongering.
is the worst topic ever. Worst.
Just don't go outside if you're worried about the government. Just stay in your basement. You'll be okay. No matter what they do, no matter what they're lying about or telling the truth about. Stay in your basement and you'll be on a globe and COVID loves you.
So wait, I'm curious. Omnivore, are you there?
Yeah.
So you said some dude named Gilly Pong had a theory about how, there could be an institution lying about quantum mechanics.
Yes.
Can you expand on this? What did he say?
So he claimed that the promises of quantum computers, for example, were bullshit. That quantum was being made up to provide some kind of like hype or hope or something for the promised utopia of quantum goodness. And that, they were talking about how we would have quantum computers that would make everything great for us, and the quantum computers didn't work, and then somebody showed him that they were actually working with a quantum computer, renting time on it, and showed him the web portal, and he was like, "Oh, I've never heard of this," and had
The
to.
idea is what do people call quantum? What the fuck do all these dumbass words matter? If you're like, I'm getting some juice, I'm pouring the juice in this bucket, and we're gonna call it quantum. What are they calling quantum? If it's something that's naturally, something easily
There's a
attainable.
James Bond movie called Quantum of Solace, which is where the term derives from, and it's mainly about governmental assassins who are trying to kill the evil people who control our world. However, they may be working for the same evil people who control our world, so it's all kind of muddy. I admit it's kind of confusing.
Like the beehive that's got to procure itself. A couple bees will go out and find the wild ones that don't match the mark, and they'll kill them. Yeah.
Could be.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. You do have to weed out your own system.
It's kind of unknown territory right now. So.
Well, it would make sense that they would lie and say, well, this is something, fantastic and great, and we don't understand it yet. That's how they start. We don't understand it. Then they start, what they're doing is really biding time to make up their new language and species of people for quantum species, the quantum species of people and doctors who only understand that field to where they're the authority on it. So once they have that, then they go from there. No matter what they call it, whether it's ice cubes in a bucket and fucking cornbread, it doesn't matter what they call quantum.
Yeah, as you can see, like all of these systems of authority will eventually fall apart once we find their origins. As you can see with the globe Earth paradigms, people are still. I mean, it's fairly new that we're tearing it apart, but we're finding the origins of the coordinate system, the celestial sphere, the derivations then applied to a geoid to then get these reciprocal zenith angles to match, etc. So we're tearing that apart as you see. And it'll eventually happen with each of these authoritative lives. Yeah.
So we hope.
Yeah, but in the meantime, you have to live under this paradigm that whatever it's going to be, the next one, until you tear it apart.
Yeah, I think I agree with this guy Gilly Pong. That's funny because I've thought about that before. Yeah, Gilly Pong's on to something.
You guys are discovering the air is what they're calling a curve. The air is what they're calling refraction. The air is what they're calling perspective. The air, the air, the air. And then they do a math number and say you're wrong and stupid because math, not air. And then, no distance, nobody there, no side view, just no. That's what they do with everything, dude.
Well, what if the truth is you're really wrong and stupid? I mean, that isn't that possible?
Well, yeah, you could be really wrong and stupid. I think that is the truth. That's what we're pointing out, Omni. What if you're really wrong and stupid?
That's what I'm saying. I mean,
it doesn't mean you're stupid.
You
It doesn't mean you're stupid. You're
doesn't
just
mean we don't like you. Yeah. We still like you, but you're just stupid.
It's not even that you're gullible or stupid, Omni. It's neither of those. It's just that you hold men to a certain a certain level, and you say like we are not that bad. We are good inherently, and this can't be the case that we're all this stupid. So it's not even that you're gullible, or it's just that you have this hope for mankind that it's kind of
Supermen that know all.
I appreciate that that sentiment.
Super science man. And what are these autistic tools? I want to go to the hardware store and buy an autism tool. That was a funny term.
Okay.
He said yeah, tools.
Like sometimes people do things that are against their own interest, and they get stuck, and they get their heels dug in. Like for instance, you had the opportunity to save yourself through the through Torah and myself and some others, and you've refused it. Instead, you're gonna suffer the demise that like all systems will suffer if they don't bend the knee. Made you an offer.
You know, when it comes, I have this funny idea. I want to know if
And
Omnivore.
then they ignore you guys. Like you didn't do anything wrong. They ignore you. Omni says, "Oh well, we don't comprehend." Let me get this straight. Shubo just said you were right, and then he disagreed with you. Now Shubo and Omni should have a problem with each other. Omni should say, "Shubo, why are you a liar on my channel all the time?" But no, it's okay. He can come and lie on your channel, Omni. And you lie.
They just don't understand.
He's allowed to lie on your channel.
What happened? You said that the internet had demonetized your channel. What was that? How'd that happen?
Rick Ski was clipped talking about medical misinformation.
Yeah. Oh, like in the voice, not the text.
In the voice.
Yo, Omnivore, if you make me mod, I'll immediately ban anybody that talks about that shit.
Why was that okay for Riggs to do that? Was he like
I believe you.
I mean, dude, what is this fucking thought police, voice police, and shit going on? Like, they can, what is somebody supposed to do about somebody saying words? Like, it's fucking ridiculous. It's a ridiculous standard they're holding it to, and then demonetizing and punishing you. Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, but why would you? Yeah, but if I know that you're going to get demonetized from me saying peanut butter, why would I come out of this show and say, "Hey guys, guess what? Peanut butter." That don't make no sense. It's kind of rude.
Remember, those laws were only in the nation of. Really, you know. It's
Well,
just
one more add-on here.
We
One more
habitate
add-on.
in their space.
Yeah, one more add-on that Omni has revealed that his motives were monetizing money. He's doing this for the money. He's in on it.
Did Denmark
He has
just say
revealed it.
peanut butter? You better not have said peanut butter. 'Cause we're gonna get shut down.
The truth has been revealed.
If I was doing it for the money, Demok would never be muted.
That was a compliment.
The money
that was a compliment.
And you would be forever timed out, no tanks. So it's clear that I'm not doing it for the money.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It does. It's irrefutable.
Democ's the money maker of Omni's channel. I want you to remember that, Omni boy. Who pays the bills, boy? Who pays the bills? Daddy.
It's not about the money, it's about those McToon bucks. So you can go to McToon's Playhouse if you promote the Globe enough.
True.
So I'm going to take this moment to thank you for having this. Because like on a Sunday, it can get religious elsewhere, you know, and that's like, to me, it's like, you know, it's really tough. It's tough. So it's just nice to have open options and not one or the other. And I just sent Gio a nice note too, because he's under constant scrutiny 7 days a week, like 20 hours a day. And I think he does a pretty good job. He's just impossible amount of, you know. So I appreciate your efforts, and I think people should thank the host, particularly if it's not about money. You know,
it is about money. He said so.
They deserve the thanks for their time.
If it was about money, I would have banned you, no tanks.
If it was about money, he would never mute Democ.
That's right.
What am I like I'm like the polar opposite of Democ.
Kind of.
Interesting.
Hey Dan, hey everybody.
Hi Jesse.
Yo, what's up, Jesse?
I wouldn't let
Jesse
slide here either if it was about
compliment each other good.
What's happening?
Oh,
Not
not
two
too much.
Jessies. One of you gonna have to leave.
What's that?
What? No, this is perfect.
We
This
can't
is the
have two
person I wanted to
Jesse.
talk to. This is
We're
perfect.
over Jesse and you. What
I'm
are you
Jesse
guys?
number 3.
Listen, Omni, I'm going to need to see a fucking side view of your portfolio, all right, of the monetization. I'll give you a fucking side view of this thing right now.
That's right. Well, no, that's what we get, no tanks. That's how we know it goes up and down on the grant draft, because we get a side view. They give us a side view of our heartbeat and our dads on the heart monitor, but they won't give us a side view of ours. Sad. They won't.
Yeah,
take
I mean, yeah,
that they heart monitor but you need a side view of that. That's okay. They know what's happening, but they don't know what I mean.
I hear you on a little bit. Well, your mic's shitty right now, but I hear you on the sentiment. Yeah, that they still, after this many years or days or weeks, whatever, do not understand that what they're doing. What the globe is a hijacking of perspective, then put in the orthographic view to say that the rise or the fall is the ground merging towards the sky merging towards the ground. Yeah, from the side. Yep. And then you go to the side, it happens again. They still don't get it.
Yeah, the Earth curve is rising in front of them.
Right there it is. Big hump. First hump.
Yeah, when you see the ground in front of you, when you see Earth curve in front of you, it is rose towards eye level due to perspective.
Yeah, like McToon, Jesse, and I think Omni all agree that if you go to the lake, right, that thing that if you go to the lake, the beach holds in the water, but in the center, it's higher than the edge of the lake. I think they all agree on this. That the water in the middle is higher, not being held into the lake, but somehow, somehow lakes and beaches and shorelines are conspiring to make you think that they're necessary.
Well, that's what Jesse's experiment shows. So you gotta argue with the measurements.
I think I realized someplace I was really wrong, like super wrong. This higher point that we talk about is still below you because every time you talk, you're at the top of the ball, supposedly. So there's never above you. And that's the illusion that we have. So I thought, well, for the laser to arc the way they're saying it must be curving, we'd have to point up. That's not true. If we point straight, the globe would drop away and the light would contour to that. It would never have to go up. So that hump between us is below you, not above you.
And the light would widen out to meet that. The light would go horizontal and down that way. You know
Watch Omnivore draw it for you.
Well, yeah, it's automatically goofy. You know, something that is down, you're looking up to see something that is lower. So automatic goofy.
Yeah, watch Omni. Watch how he draws it for everybody. He's going to draw it a perpendicular to a vertical as looking down. He's going to draw it for you guys.
Hell yeah.
Oh,
he's going to say, look, here's perpendicular to vertical, and it's it's on a slope. It's going down.
You know he's not going to draw that no text. They can't even get a toy airplane and roll it in a circle, dude. You know better than that. These guys aren't about touching stuff and doing real stuff. They just want to imagine they're right.
No, he did.
Imagine you're right, man. 521.
He drew it for me one day, and I was like, "Dude, you got your horizontal sloping down, dude." And then he scribbled on it real quick, like live in motion, and like dusted it off. I was like, "I gotta go."
That's every time.
Don't demonetize me.
Every day, I had Kosho in here with a circle, and he would never demonstrate what I showed him. Every time I told him to put the thing, he would shut his camera off, start giggling, and say I was right, and never.
Yeah, Denmark. It's hard to understand you. It sounds like there's a muffled.
What'd you say? I think that guy's
you're really muffled.
You're either too close. You're too close or too far from your mic, D-Mog.
Too far. It's too far.
Well, on the other hand, farther might be better.
You're hot micing. Jesse, you're hot micing. I hear you breathing. Fuck, dude. This is fun.
How are you doing, D-Mog? You having a good day?
Yeah. I'll have a better day if you guys ever figured out how to touch a globe.
Well, do you like Dr. Heffron's method for testing a globe? For testing?
But yeah, Dan, I don't know. I don't know, Dan. Like that, no, like you're saying, well, for one person, on their model, like just standing there, one person, it would be lower for them, right? But then they have to, you have to put, more than just one person into reality. because you can't do you can't do anything with just a point. Because if they're just one person, they're treating that as a point, and that doesn't even that doesn't do anything for anybody. So one person in relation with orientation, direction, distance, all of those things come into play. They're going to get themselves an earth hump in the way.
They're taking the place of Eratosthenes' stick. They want to be Eratosthenes' stick. They want to stand in the ground like, I am Eratosthenes' stick. What did it do? How did it know we're on a globe?
Yeah, they're being Eratosthenes thick on Halloween. They're standing there real solid under high noon, and they're like, I am Eratosthenes thick. What do I know? It's a globe.
True.
Is Taylor Ahmad in here yet, Omni?
We have a provisional mod plan. If she wants to be, yes.
Well, add her. Listen, she's on my list of demands. So she's now added. She's a requirement.
I might have to take her off then. I don't know.
Yeah, what was that saying? What is that saying about your nose and your face and stuff? What are you doing to yourself right now?
It's called. We have a term for it in the industry. It's called best practices.
Cut off your nose, kind of thing.
I don't know if it actually specifically talks about the nose, but
Omnivore, I got a question for you. If you can hear me, I can
hear you.
I'm fixing to buy a new PC. What can run like a good game like Elden?
I can't hear you now. Hold on, speak up. Okay.
I'm fixing to buy a PC. I need one that can run good games really well, like Elden Ring, but also at the same time one that can run OBS and record, and probably stream, and then probably a couple more things like Discord and YouTube, all at the same time. What type of computer would you recommend?
Well, how much are you planning? What's your budget?
$3,000.
Okay. So a good gaming PC should do it. Like just about any gaming PC that you would pick up is going to run games. Discord's not any kind of heavyweight, and I don't know specifically about OBS, but I'm going to guess that a big part of that would be the chip, the CPU. So I believe that if you get that any gaming PC that you got your hands on would probably
what do you recommend? Like some people like AMD, some people.
Well, I have an AMD processor because it was cheaper and it has pretty good metrics. However, Intel is the standard. Now I have a computer from Falcon Northwest, and that's pretty expensive.
Right.
So, and I mean, they are absolutely the best company that I've ever dealt with for PCs. But like I said, they're prohibitively costly.
Yeah, I'm not wanting to get into something real expensive. I didn't know if like you said you like it.
Yeah, a gaming PC should be able to do it. Like I said, I don't know about OBS. OBS is not something I run, so that I'm less
well,
sure
I mean,
about.
my laptop runs it, but it crashes sometimes, or it crashes quite a bit, and stuff like that. So I just need something more powerful.
I put the game console.
All right, that's all I wanted to ask you. I'm just getting a few ideas from different people, seeing
okay.
what everybody likes.
Yeah, I don't think you can go too far wrong if you just get a gaming PC. It'll have a good GPU, which should handle games, and then it should be able to carry the rest of it without too much difficulty.
Right. Right now I got a laptop and it has a 3060 graphics card.
Yeah, I wouldn't get a laptop.
Oh
yeah.
no, I'm not getting another one. But this one here is a gaming laptop, and it like right now I'm running OBS. I'm playing a game and I'm talking to you guys, but my game seems to be running like it's in slow motion a little bit. So
Yeah.
I just need more power. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. I would say, like I said, I think that's really going to be more about the CPU than like the GPU. So,
right.
I would just, I used to really look into it, how many cores, how many concurrent threads, stuff like that. Now I just look and see what the more expensive chip is, and and I'm pretty sure that whatever that is, it'll probably be okay. Probably whatever I go with is probably as long as it's one of the higher rated processors, it'll probably be fine.
Can you pull up the system monitor and see if how much memory is being utilized? 'Cause that could be a memory bottleneck slowing down your game too, which more CPU won't help.
Yeah, that's true. Well, a good gaming PC should have enough memory to play the game. Well, it depends on if you're demanding to run it, in 4K or whatever the latest, good resolution is, then it might not be enough. if you're really intent on
there might not be enough extra for everything else you want to do while gaming.
Yeah.
Well, golly, I got to tell you, this is boring.
Okay.
And if I was a moderator, I would mute that. I would mute that man right now.
Yeah, well, I thought Jesse had something he was asking about, or the Heffron method or something. I didn't know if maybe he had brought some information to share.
Well, I reckon that Jesse measured a telephone pole and debunked.
Yeah,
Flat
Jesse,
Earth.
did you prove flat Earth?
Oh, not just any telephone pole. I measured the original telephone pole put in by Alexander William Graham Bell, Shatner.
Nice. That was good.
Right. My question about the Heffron method was, somebody, I think it was, I think D-Mock, my good friend D-Mock, he asked if he said something about hoping for the day that I could learn how to measure Earth curve or something, and I says, well, do you like the Heffron method? Because I have globe results from the Heffron method, which Dr. Heffron, he took my video, he analyzed it, he agreed, yes, following his procedure, they do match the globe. So now he's like trying to invoke refraction, saying, well, maybe there's some situations where there is real refraction. So I found that fascinating.
Well, I think we know that refraction is always necessary to prove the globe, but sometimes it works to prove flat Earth. So
I'm not sure. I think he's trying to find a way to disregard my particular measurement by dismissing it with appeal to refraction.
Well, yeah, duh. As one does, I mean.
But tomorrow they are planning a new secret attack for tomorrow, so we'll see.
Wow.
They ask questions and ask for information and ask for data, but they won't tell me what they're doing. They won't tell me what their strategy is going to be, because that's all they have is strategy. And then they try to, basically ambush me
Yeah.
During the day of the debate. And the funny thing was, before that debate with Toon or on Tunes with Alan and Heffron, I literally told them, I says, hey, if there's anything you need or anything you have questions about or anything you need me to do before the debate, just let me know. But they're like, nah, we're fine. And then they had all these questions that they were saving for the debate based on their misunderstanding. But that was their little ambush tactic. It was kind of funny. And then they made out like I wasn't, wasn't answering their questions before the debate, even though I had literally offered to answer any questions they might have before the debate just to clear up any confusion. But they wanted to save it for the debate so they could make out like I was holding out on them. It was funny.
I mean, I think that's pretty understandable, right? I mean, if you're going to have a debate and you don't have like a secret tactic, you're not really trying hard enough.
Right.
I mean, it's just logic.
Yep. But I don't need any secret tactics for the debates. All I need is the truth, which I told them. I gave them all of my information ahead of time.
Are you kidding? That's like the best secret tactic.
Is having no secret tactic?
No, yeah, no. Who would expect that?
True.
Yeah, imagine that, giving them all the data you had, like you did in that debate.
All right, before you guys get too proud of yourselves, let me speak. Okay, on behalf of myself, prior to Flat Earth, I still had things that I thought was bullshit, and I'd like to point out some questions that maybe you guys can answer. You're sitting here needing to be right about something. Why is it that we don't see space from the ISS, or the moon from the ISS, or the Hubble from the ISS, or any other objects like rocket launches and stuff from the ISS? There has to be a good answer as to why there's no interest in seeing the sky from that perspective. I have still shots, and that's it.
I suppose one thing is you have the Hubble and GVST and really large telescopes on Earth.
Let's knock out the easy ones first. There is a video.
You're saying there's Hubble. If you could show me Hubble, I might understand what you're talking about. I know the myth, and I know the repair mission, which is where all the images that we have seem to come from. I just want to point out that any what we call CGI today would have been modeling back then, and they were well prepared to show the Hubble back then. But you haven't seen it since. So you can talk about the Hubble all you want.
So I actually have seen a video showing a rocket launch from the ISS. Someone was on the ISS.
Well, it appears that way, but it's actually post-production. It's 2051 still frame images from a Canon D50, and it is not video, and it's not therefore not real time. So my request for actual real time, like you guys always say, go look at the, that stuff is pretty weird. There's a lot we don't see, and I don't think there's good explanations for that.
Well, do you realize that the difference between a time lapse and real time is simply the frame rate and the playback speed?
No, one has the opportunity to be edited, adjusted, and is done in post-production by Ricardo Rossi. I mean, this is don't pretend that I don't know what I'm talking about. You're talking about MS-10, and there's one during the day, MS-11. They're both Russian, and it's from 2018. So you haven't seen a rocket in space since.
Who is Ricardo Rossi?
He's an Italian translator that basically took on the role of representing NASA and space operations in that country. And he is a video guy, like time lapse. He does all those really colorful time lapses that you see. Remember when we're watching the ISS and sometimes it goes to tape and you see lightning and auroras and bright colors and stuff? That's his work for some reason, they don't ever have that stuff live. No lightning. So that's the weird part, is they could use infrared to look down and look up in darkness, and they don't.
Yeah, they do. They do use infrared to look down.
Shut up, dude. I'm not going to go through a round of your fucking denial. Okay, in 2021, they installed piano. It's called piano, and it looks down, but they don't show it to us. Okay, and it's for weather, and there's no image of the sky. There's a camera on top, and they don't show us. And then, regardless of the sun and its position, the infrared spectrum has been kept from us since the shuttle era. Wake up.
But I mean, why use a small infrared camera on the ISS when you have much larger ones to look out into space?
The larger ones, and I'm sorry, I do appreciate your conversation stuff. The larger ones are pointed deep into the galaxy. When I spoke to Professor Rob Parks, who runs an observatory, I said, what about the infrared spectrum? He said what you said. He said, they definitely look at the infrared spectrum. I said, what about the local sky? He goes, oh, we don't look at the local sky. So if you look up Scanner Guy 1968, you'll see hundreds of videos current from this week and this month with very busy sky, a lot to talk about. And in the case of Ricardo Rossi, you'll see satellites, nebulas, all kinds of shit in space that NASA never shows us. Supposedly, it's only available in still frame and post-production. Highways of satellites.
Yeah, but I mean, NASA is not the only one taking images of space, though, is that?
No.
I mean, you have like the Subaru.
We don't see the other ones either. So
you have like the Subaru and the Keck telescope, Earth-based large telescope.
You're just doubling down. Thanks.
Well, my camera's just recording in the backyard. How do I stop it from seeing stuff?
I'll bring up the stuff you won't look at, right? So, in other words, I'm trying to engage you in a non-Earth conversation to go, okay, can you guys look around? Can you see, anything weird? Do you see anything weird? Like, here's a 3-minute video from this guy. This guy watches the sky all the time. Oh, look, here's some weird streak. It's not going to match the other things. But if you look at the dozens of this guy's videos, you'll see the things I'm talking about in the light spectrum I'm talking about. So if I said they're not showing us entire ranges of activity since the shuttle, I'm correct. They started scrambling it when they found that Martin Stubbs was recording it, and there's 1,000 videos on his channel of things flying by in another light spectrum. So
like infrared or what light spectrum?
Yes, infrared, ultraviolet, and some in regular, whatever you call it, normal.
Yeah, but isn't one of the biggest problem is since you don't have an actual reference frame, you don't know how far away those particles, if they are particles or if they're larger.
No, the biggest problem is your resistance without looking at evidence. That's the biggest problem.
No, done.
Running into people who are willing to completely cock block you for no reason. Yeah, that's the problem.
But you got any method?
Why don't you comment on what I said? Why don't you comment on the 2 channels I posted that are full of examples of the infrared spectrum being littered with things that we should be talking about instead of fantasizing about how we're right.
No.
You may be right about things, but you don't know shit about this.
How can one know like the size and the distance to these objects?
Well, they talk about it. I'm not an expert at that, but they certainly make many attempts. If you look at the tether incident, it's called STS-75, and you see the objects going behind the tether, and you know the size and distance of the tether, then this is how things like this are determined. Do you need me to go get you that footage? Because I will. Okay, tether incident.
No, I was just,
it's just that I know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I don't know anything about it. So if you want to know how it's done, you could look and see how it's done.
That's why I ask you.
No,
It was
it's not.
simple
It's not
question.
my job. But I just said it would be things in relation to other things, just like you suggested. You would gain a reference frame and use that. So the reference frame in this case would be the size of the tether and the distance of the tether. So when the object goes behind it, they're going to get a concept, at least at what size it might be and what distance it may be in relation to the tether.
Yeah, that's what I asked for. What method could they use? That's a reasonable
Well, you
one.
know, you suggested that there be no reference frame. So I plopped one out there. It's the tether. They know the size and distance.
Dan, I asked, how do they do this? And you gave me a good example. Thank you.
Of course, that's in the infrared spectrum, which NASA has immediately scrambled when they found out that Martin Stubbs was recording them.
How do we know that they found that out?
Whatever I'm saying is true, and you can look it up yourself. Don't jam me to produce something that's easily, available. You're just looking to doubt me, because I've done this before and I've looked it up before. It's very frustrating to get down. It's like climbing the ladder and getting stepped on at every. Yes,
Yeah,
you can doubt,
I know the feeling. Like when you talk
you
about,
could doubt that. You could doubt that, but go look it up or look at
we
Martin
talk about
Stubbs
reciprocal
talking
zenith
about.
angles, and people go, "Oh, lights in the sky," and it's like, no.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I'll give you.
The lights in the
I understand. I feel your pain
sky
there, man.
are that is lights in the sky.
So I found myself on the phone doodling, and of course, it came out as lights in the sky. So now I have something to post every time people say it. Just lights in the sky. But
Well, yeah, I mean,
this
without
was
that
kind of
point, it was just that without the lights in the sky, the external reference system, then you don't have a globe. That was all. Carry on.
But in even globe or flat local sky, there's other light. There's other lights in the sky and other light ranges, and they're really plentiful and undiscussed. And what is discussed is fucking Elon Musk. I think he's got 14,000 of those junk little satellites up there, and he's putting up. He's either got 7 or 14. He's either going to end up at 14 or has 14 or something totally in the thousands. And they're saying that it's causing a white noise that's really hard to read other things now, because there's always like the wake of this crap flying around. Really weird. Like, it seems to me like we haven't learned any lesson on and garbage, because it seems.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when you put these videos up like 3 years ago. You may have done it before that, but I remember like back 3 years ago, you put these. We were talking about how when they put on the certain infrared light, then they, pilots started shooting at shit in the sky, that kind of thing. Little squids flying around in the sky. Yeah.
Well, there's that one shuttle, shooting at the UFO as it comes over the horizon. That's pretty cool. I think that's STS-48. I think. Let me look. Yeah, they fucking shoot it. So that's pretty cool. And some of the footage is much better than others. Second shot that's usually cut out. So like the first one misses because it darted. The second one adjusted for the supposed, like the new trajectory, and fired where, like where it's going to be. Like both things are really fast. The bailing from the shot and the second shot, but most of these clips take the second shot out. And of course, this is in infrared.
Did they shoot ahead of it due to the Coriolis effect, or?
I don't think there was any Coriolis involved. It comes into view from flies through the air glow or the lower atmosphere, pops out. There's a flash in the bottom left corner, which they say is the thrusters going off. If they were thrusters, the attitude of everything would have pitched around in some way, X, Y, or Z, and it didn't. And it was a shot. It was electromagnetic pulse affected the camera, and you see a streak go out. It bolts before the streak can get there, and then a second shot goes in the direction where it bolted and kind of fades off. But most images you'll see this don't show the second shot.
Listen, Dan, if you don't get much like feedback from like the Glover guys on these, then it just kind of comports to my original, like, not theory, but my assertion that they're actually just flat earthers. Like, they're anti-flat earthers, but they're really they're not interested.
No, they are with us. We are one in some weird way, Otherwise they don't go away. They're not that in love with us. I think they're in love with the journey. So
yeah, they're not interested in the alien stuff because they're like, dude, the Earth is flat. In their head, in their hearts, maybe, I don't know what to call it. They're like, yeah, dude, the Earth is flat. There's no aliens, but they're going to come argue against flat Earth later. But the aliens they don't care about.
I'm just going to work with the globe for a minute and work with this stuff. Like, they want to make it a globe. It's like, okay, defend the globe. So why don't we see? Imagine Artemis. It took off, circled the Earth before spending 3 days to go to the moon and coming back, and there's no pictures from the ISS. Not one. I mean, that's pretty fucking groundbreaking. We're going back to the moon and nobody even busts out a camera. Think about that.
What do you think, Dan? Do you think they're right beside of each other going around the Earth?
It's not the point. You're pretending that there'd never be an angular position. That's what you're pretending.
You're pretending there definitely would be, Dan.
No, because it's not the only rocket launch there's ever been. So wake up, guys. You're gonna lose this. You're gonna lose because you don't have anything. Otherwise, I wouldn't say this shit. I'm not dumb. You know what I mean? I'm saying, like, hey, let's look what there is, and you guys, well, but what if? And I'm like, okay. So let's say they didn't care. Let's just make it easier. They didn't care. I just want you guys to know the age-old thing. Oh, why would they put a camera on the moon? Those fucking flat earthers, they're so stupid. That argument says all the satellites are already up there. We have views of the Earth all the time. Well, I'd like to see a rocket launch from one of those. That'd be cool, wouldn't it? A rocket coming up from Earth would be badass. It's been in drawings for 70 years. So, I mean, maybe 100 years it's been in drawings. It's like there's a lot of artwork of rockets busting up from Earth. And we should be able to see it today. And it's totally rare. Fully rare. I have one that I haven't shown you. One. Aside from MS-10 and MS-11, which are not video. They're still frame shots from a Canon D50, and they're done in post-production by Riccardo Rossi. So the idea of real-time, a rocket coming would be awesome, whether it's, a high-altitude balloon, watching it whiz and roar by would be insane. Any cameras from above, would be insane. It'd be great. But there's a couple from an airplane. Don't show me those. And just understand.
What's wrong with those, Dan? What's wrong with those from an airplane?
Nothing.
Is it whizzing and roaring?
It just has nothing to do with
whizzing and
space.
roaring? Is it awesome?
It has nothing. It just has nothing to do with space.
Can you see it be higher than the airplane, Dan?
It has nothing.
Is it higher than the airplane?
It has nothing to do than me wanting you to prove a manned space station. How's that?
You're right. Airplanes don't have anything to do with proving a manned space station. That's true.
All right, well, that's what I was talking about. I was talking about what they can and can't see. And
how does a video from a satellite prove a manned space station?
Wanted me to know that they had infrared and that he knew what was going on. Stefan, I want to like you more, but you always speak as if you know shit, and that's not always true. And that sucks. It sucks to be challenged by one person after another, making odd little interjections. It's like, why don't you guys talk about what I'm saying? Are you busy watching it? I hope. Are you? Is anyone mentioned yet? Wow, there
Because
is
the shit you say is vapid as hell and esoteric specifically to you. Like,
okay, I
make Dan happy hour is not what anyone else wants to participate in.
I apologize for my approach not being warm and different, because I will get lost for that.
So not being presented with any of the evidence or pictures or anything that you're talking about makes it like I would have to do a shit ton of work to get a handle on what you're talking about.
Are you kidding me? I just posted everything. It takes 2 seconds. Are you fucking
liar, Omni? You're a
what
fucking
kind of
liar.
gaslighting bullshit is this? It's
Fucking
right
bullshit.
there. It's right in fucking chat. All the links. Everything I just said. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I asked you a question about how you knew that they had changed their policy on showing pictures because they knew that thus and so was.
And did you look it up like I asked you to, or are you going to make me prove it to you? Because I already went through this. I will
And
look
he
it up.
wonders why we don't talk to him.
While you are wasting your time, I will look it up for you, Omnivore. Thank you very much. I've done this before. It is not my job just because you found a question and are refusing to look for the answer. Martin Stubbs most certainly says it in his movie. There's a movie by Martin Stubbs. I've given the link to Martin Stubbs. He most certainly describes it. He most certainly talks about it. NASA certainly talks about it. And all you'd have to do is look it up, like I said. But no, I'm vapid. Right, Bull Knight?
Dance for Dan, everybody. Dance for Dan.
What
Jump
are
through
we
hoops,
talking about?
And then still get dismissed.
What's the topic?
I'm just letting you guys know that if I was, if I would have muted, I would have
all
muted
do
them
this
by now.
together.
I would have
right?
muted them by now.
Let's all do this together, right? We'll go to a screen and we'll go to a Google, right? And we can figure this out.
Hey, Dan.
Right? When did NASA start to scramble the infrared images from the shuttle? That's your question.
I didn't hear a single person here ask that question, Dan. Like, that doesn't. What does the answer to that question
That
mean
was
or
Omni.
inform
You gotta
anyone?
open your ear. I would have muted you for not opening your ears. That was Omni's question. So open your ears.
So, is this NASA started spatially resolved, scientifically calibrated in-flight information? Is that the answer that you're looking at there?
What's your question now? I mean, this is the first place I looked. Forgive me. I haven't read it. I don't see what I'm looking for here. So, let me, look to see if it's explained anywhere. I know Martin Stubbs explains it. And he is the guy that was recording them and has hundreds of examples, which I've posted when you claimed I posted nothing. Thanks.
Martin Stubbs, the actor?
No. What makes him an actor?
He's on IMDb.
Because of the movie he made about the
full
you
monster.
mentioned?
The
Oh
full
my
monster.
God. Listen to you.
Savage Skies, Monsters of the Deep. I don't know.
We should have a movie night.
Yeah, that's like what this is. Like they see these monsters, like in the sky. They see these like squid-looking things, like these little alien, squiddy, weird-looking things.
I saw that.
Yes, I mean that title makes sense.
Right.
What do you think they are? You think they're fake?
The squids?
Whatever they're viewing in the infrared. I mean, listen, somebody has to explain at some point the reality, which is so many insects are all over the world. These creepy, disgusting insects. It's like, and what are they being made every day? These new things? I don't know. Somebody's got to explain them.
Which video here has the squids?
No, that's Dan's area of expertise. Where's Dan?
Martin Stubbs stuff. He's talking about weird fleets of weird stuff. There's everything from the drifting stuff to dust to ice particles to craft of all shapes, sizes, and stuff. There isn't one thing on there. There's lots of just same thing with Scanner Guy 1968. There's just tons of stuff in the sky, some of which is stationary and explainable, some of which is moving that's explainable. We'd have to assume something that catches the sun as a reflection, and it would only appear at a certain angle. Some stuff appears to be flashing lights. Down low, those are airplanes. Up above, it could be a strobe, but it could be a tumbling object catching sun. And being higher up, it's going to catch a different view of the sun. Remember also, there's only sun in space. We only experience night on the dark side of Earth. There's only the daytime in space. There is no nighttime in space. That's the illusion we have. We think we're looking up into the black sky, but in fact, we're looking into the blue sky. So that's why the infrared's so valuable. Boom, boom.
Are we missing something? Don't see anything. Yeah, we missed the camera filter came off the button.
You hot miking Omni, or do you need to turn yourself up?
He's probably watching one.
He's watching for the squids.
Oh.
Yeah, I could find some of that shit. It's like
Did
the Martin
you see
Stubbs stuff is ridiculous.
you
So-
see the movie I linked you, Dan? It's positive video proof of going to the moon.
From
No, that's
which
in
era?
post.
Which era?
That's
is
just
that?
24 still frames per second, man. That's post production.
1902. They didn't have CGI back then.
Oh, you're playing with
Oh, somebody has to, Dan.
I think this might be as he was looking.
And what do you think the UFOs are?
That's a great question. Let me first explain some of the something really fascinating. Angels are depicted throughout time, right? But
Sure,
if your
sure,
great,
sure.
if your great grandmother told you that her mom saw an angel, that they came from the sky, spoke to her and left, she gave them water, whatever, you would know it was relatively true because it came from family, right? But your daughter, when she
Relatively true.
yes, well, here's what I'm trying to explain. When depicted later by your family, who's let's say an artist, the story would be that they flew down, spoke to grandma, shared a tea, and left. Right? Well, when they left, they went back to the sky where they came from. Prior to machines, this story would have depicted people that flew, and they wouldn't have known of flying machines. So what they would have told you is that they flew down and flew away. So when depicted later, you would have depicted them with wings because that's how the story went, is they came down and left without any knowledge of machine. When machines came later, that's why they were chariots of the gods, because it was a rolling machine. It was something, a vehicle. So prior to the recognition of vehicles, I think the story of angels could have been misrepresented in story by winged creatures. So I think UFOs, I think there's more than one kind, of phenomenon. I'm not sure what or who they all are, but it seems more like Star Trek,
I know that's what you are. I know you are a total fucking scumbag that lies about absolutely everything. I've seen you, dipshit. I've seen you. I know what you are, scum.
Arwen needs money. So that wasn't a good video, but one he was talking. There's just shitloads of them.
The ultimate troll.
This is all real NASA stuff, though. You know, so there isn't anyone questioning the source of these videos. It's just that they no longer show us anything in that light spectrum, is what you need to know. And that poor Martin Stubbs in his movie was wrong about something he thought were UFOs, but it's something we call the Atlantic anomaly. And they're like little ribbons of lights come flying through when you're just over, like, I think it's called the South Atlantic anomaly. I think back then there was more modeling instead of computer generated stuff. Supposedly there's an orb that's going to come through here. Here it is. I'll fast forward to it. This guy's going, yeah, they're doing a satellite thingy. This guy actually supposedly went out and grabbed that, stopped it in rotation, grabbed it. It was pretty complex.
Seattle light.
There's some orb.
Out of side view.
Some orb that comes here and checks out the whole thing, but I don't know. There it is. That's it at the end. So yeah, it's pretty cool tech. This is real. This is crazy cool. There's your satellite in space. And there's a untethered EVA. I'm not really sure why they would. So I guess this guy sees an orb here.
You think they were going to call it a theodolite, but the guy couldn't talk, and they were like, fuck it. It's a theodolite. It's son of a bitch.
That's not an orb.
The guy had slurs.
I don't see the orb in that one. Sorry.
Well, it's probably called a theodolite, and then they were like, theodolite, theodolite. He's like, no, Bob, theodolite. And he's like, no, theodolite. And they're like, fuck it, theodolite. What do you think? I think the list prevailed. I love lists. And if you don't have a list, you're not tough like Mike Tyson. And how come no guys in the past were smart enough to get a side view? Like all these smart guys with their sticks, they were like, I'm gonna point forward only. Forward is my only perspective. I have no other point of view in my world. It's forward. And they were like, point forward and you're gonna measure a lot of stuff. He was like, yeah, look at all the stuff I'm measuring to by pointing. Yep, then they were on a globe.
Oh, and a fine globe it was.
A point, just pointing that way. Yeah, I got a stick. Yep, we must be on a globe. Found a stick, Bob. What kind of stick did Eratosthenes have? What his stick look like? You guys ain't got it in a museum? That's an important stick.
I got the stick, a sliver off the stick when no one was looking, and I cloned it, and I have a whole forest of Eratosthenes trees growing in my yard.
You didn't find the Jesus stick that proved the globe? Damn, then how do you guys know what to compare to? How do you know how big to make your Jesus stick?
Hey, D-Mock, I tagged you with a picture. This kind of a side view. Does that qualify as a side view?
We don't want no kind of nothing, weirdo. We want a definite is guaranteed thing.
Well,
we don't want no kind of.
Yeah, this most
do
definitely.
you want some kind of sloppy joes? I don't think so. I'll make you a kind of food you don't want. No, you don't want no kind of.
This most definitely was a side view of a ship going along in a straight line, or a great circle if Earth is a globe.
Do you want no ass whooping, or do you want a kind of ass whooping?
I love sloppy
We
joes.
don't want no kind of. No kind is allowed here. We want isness or ain't.
Well, you're kind of being mean.
We want point A to point B, and we want side views. We know it's hard, Jesse. Your IQ's not smart enough to look from the side. We know. You'll never be able to see your own heart monitor.
Well, I
Because you
think
can't
I
get a
did.
side view. You'll be like, don't show me the heart monitor. I can't look at the side of it.
I
I'll
think
never
I
watch
triggered
TV in
DMOC.
my life. How come you've never watched TV? You need a side view for that, Jesse. You've never watched the game, a sports game? How could you ever watch it from not 11 miles away in one view? I want to see you watch everything through your theodolite 11 miles away, one view, and then tell us what happens on the side. You'll have to know what happens on the side just by looking forward, because you don't need to look on the side. You just know. You just know everything. Because you're going to look forward for nothing. Don't you think you negated your whole point just by looking forward and ignoring reality, ignoring the rest of the world around you that you're trying to ignore? Ignoring stuff's not measuring it, Jesse. You got more ignoring data than you got added data. You got no side view, no measurements of the air all the way there, no measurements of temperature, no measurements of elevation, nothing. You got no graph for distance. You got shit.
You don't like seeing me angry? Well, donate to my PayPal.
Can you draw the Earth
Get
curve
me
under the
fucking
mountain?
money. I need
Draw what the Earth curve
1,000
looks like.
euros.
Draw the Earth
1,000.
curve under the
I
mountain.
need 1,000 euros.
Draw the Earth curve under the mountain. Just finish the Earth curve. Don't worry about the mountain. Complete what the Earth curve looks like. Draw it out, Jesse.
I wouldn't mind having €1. Then I could start
We're
my
not worried about-
international money
Yeah,
collection.
but draw the Earth curve under your mountain picture. Draw the curve under the mountain where the curve's supposed to be. Draw your Earth curve in there. Can you draw that in any of your perspectives? Actually draw a real curve in there? A real Earth curve? Would you know how to do that, or is that beyond capabilities? I'm looking at my
Emma,
map.
we don't know if you're real because we
You're
don't have
looking
a
at a
side
mountain
view
with
of
no
you.
Earth curve.
So, like, you know,
Thank you.
I can't answer your question because we don't know if you're real. I need a side view.
My theory is that DMOC is actually an actor paid to play the role he plays, because he can do all kinds of accents really well. And I think they hired him and says, we got developed this character, we call him DMOC, and this is what he's like. And he just learned the role, and he just plays that role all day.
It's gonna be a funny movie, you know, one long one. I don't know.
But every
Bjorn,
movie
what have you learned since you've been in the Omni
has a
chat, Bjorn?
role like that.
What have you learned? Like, what is it that affirms for you that the Earth is curving?
Are you asking me?
No, Bjorn the Wise.
I will tell you that the thing that proves all that to me is that to believe the Earth is flat, I have to believe the craziest, most convoluted, silly conspiracy theory exists because of Jack Parsons and The Exorcist and some satellite tracking array.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Now, what is it? Not just the curvature. What is it that affirms for you that the Earth is in motion? Oh, Wise Bjorn.
Math and science. I don't know how you want me to explain that, but
Not the Earth. Just 2 words. Say words.
See, I sorry, no text. Maybe if Denmark is quiet for a little while, we can have this conversation. But it's impossible to have this conversation when you have somebody just gonna yell over you as soon as you say something. So you know.
Yeah, sounds like you, weird New Yorker puppet. So what's the proof by saying science and stuff and words?
What's the proof to me, Denmark? I don't know. I don't have a problem believing that the ISS is up there.
Then shut up,
you know.
Don't ever talk about.
See, yeah, see, that's the problem.
You know, religious believer. Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, it's not a religion. I have a religion.
Like you know
Religion is
now.
separate from reality and science. See, like I don't know how that's so hard for you. Religion is separate. Yeah. Okay, Denmark. Okay.
Belief is the opposite.
Well, like, what is it then? I mean, so we can differentiate. What is it, Bjorn, that you ultimately reference to know whether something is true or not?
Some old guy.
Common sense.
You're ready to answer as if you don't have any hands.
Common sense.
How do you know?
That's what I'm going to say. Common sense. Is the common sense that I can believe what NASA is telling me and every space agency around the world and people who study science? Can I believe what they're telling me? Or do I have to believe that one guy on YouTube because he said so? So I'm going to go with, established science and stuff because it makes logical common sense to me.
Okay, so when you
that
say
answer your
sense,
question?
you don't.
Okay, you
Well, I
can
just
keep
wanna
playing
differentiate. When
the flat Earth semantics game with me. Come on, let's go.
Say sense.
You're breaking up, man. You're going Terminator.
You don't mean.
You're going.
You mean
start over
when you say sense.
No, you gotta
when
start
you
over.
say when you say common sense. Do you don't? Do you hear me?
It's kind of going on in and out, but go ahead. We'll try. We'll push through.
When you say common sense, you don't mean touch, feel, smell. You mean logic, reason, and consequence.
Yes, it is logically silly that all these agencies are lying for this kooky conspiracy led by the Jesuits and the Masons and all this crap. Like, yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me. If somebody could tell me a conspiracy that's not convoluted and silly, I'd be open to other things. But unfortunately, the whole conspiracy is convoluted and silly and makes no sense. So I'm never going to believe it. And that's why most of the world is like me.
Okay, so you would say it's logical and reason that you're going to use logic and reason to come to the conclusion that the Earth is in motion, and then your what is your reason based on? Is that based on your experience or something else?
Based on what? Like, I don't know what you're trying to get at.
Yeah, like when you say, well, listen, I'm gonna make a logical argument. Is it going to be like deductive, inductive, abductive? Is it going to be based on just the internal mechanisms of your mind, or is it going to be based on the experience of the world around you to make this reasoned conclusion?
It's going to be based on.
Do you know that I've been sharing stuff for an hour that you've never seen? So maybe you've sheltered yourself from a conspiracy or two. Maybe you're just too used to the way things are to understand how deep. Or maybe we're just calling the wrong word, conspiracy. Maybe it's, the way business is done.
Well, yeah, Dan, I was saying yesterday to somebody, I'm not really into conspiracies at all. Like, I don't have this crazy, there's a lot of like Omni maybe and Bull Knight. I don't know who else. Jace definitely. They think that the Earth is conspiring. I don't think it is. I don't think I don't think reality is a conspiracy. I don't think my experience is conspiring. I don't think that's the case.
Well, I think they've conspired to not tell us mankind. And I think that there's lots of evidence of things coming from the sky for all of time.
Yeah, that might be if somebody has the impression for whatever reason that the powers that be have to or should or ought to or tell me anything about reality, that's their as if that's their job. I mean, where did that idea come from? That it's their job to tell me what is true.
If there's always been mysterious stuff and people coming from the sky, no wonder we described it as the heavens and where you go when you die to this mysterious cloudy place where everyone does the hokey pokey and turns himself around because that's what it's all about. I'm not sure. I don't know if I need virgins in heaven. I'm pretty sure heaven is a poor description of off Earth.
Andy, get ready for
That was a
fight.
great joke, Dan. I like that one.
No. You're gonna be fighting demons, slaying demons, bro. It's an army of God. Okay, you're not gonna be playing a hokey pokey or nothing like that.
Okay, so let's say you're right. Let's look at it more realistic than obsession. It'd be about balance, more Buddhist like, and God's energy would find. So I think love is the answer. I think God's energy is great. I think it comes through. I don't think it's an entity, and I think the power comes from balance, not from fear.
Well, fear in the Bible, like to fear the Lord means to revere Him, to care. You just don't care about what God thinks. I mean, you're just gonna act like an abomination.
Here's what I fucked up at. I thought I was like, let's say, atheist, and I realized, well, that's not me about really. It's about flat earthers, atheists believe in, whether it's the book or an experiment. So it's like I thought that atheism maybe isn't about God at all. And then I go, okay, well, does that make me agnostic? And I'm like, well, yeah, because I don't know. And then I realized how empty agnostic was, having literally holding no belief.
That's impossible, sir.
Yeah, so I'm guilty of having subconscious belief while I kept claiming as a flat earther it had nothing to do with belief.
Yeah, how could you ever assert that you don't hold a belief? That's
I did. I was leaning on the science, so I wanted to shit on faith because it wasn't necessary in the science.
Yeah, you think it's not necessary? I mean, you've reasoned to the conclusion that it's not necessary somehow.
No, I reached to the conclusion that I had faith in the people around me, which made me proud to be a flat earther at one time. But my faith in them was misguided badly, you know.
Well, that's something else.
But I was claiming there was no faith. I was claiming I had all the science, but I had faith that they had at least double checked their work and had been authentic in the other claims, you know, people had made. So I assumed authenticity and gained fervor for no reason. Amongst the methodology we had as flat looking and not watching, which the Globers are going to do to me now. When they go, okay, it's a globe, I go, okay, explain this. They're all going to go, quiet refraction. I mean, I don't know what they're going to say.
I don't know, man, but you're just scattergunning and bebopping all over the place. I don't even know what we're talking about.
Well, I'm showing it. I'm showing it. I'm sharing it live. I'm showing it. It's like, wow, look at all the stuff in space. Look at the local sky. And they don't share it with us. From the ISS, they don't spin around and show anything coming by. They don't spin around and show you the moon. They don't show you Hubble at any point, even though it goes around the Earth. It never, ever comes near the Hubble, even though they're altitude at the 300-mile range. And it's just amazing the lack of vision that we get in real time from the Hubble, yet I'm told constantly I should go watch it. And when I do, I will tear it apart right in front of you live. When you go back and you look at the downward camera and how washed out and ridiculous it is when they could use infrared and show us. And then you realize they don't look up. They're not looking up. They're not looking down. They're not turning around. And that's weird. Because when you go to other places, you'll see how busy the sky is with all kinds of stuff. And that's what I've been showing here, is that there really is a busy sky. And these are, you know, it's just a different light spectrum. They're not sharing this with us. So you can do it from the ground. And that other channel I posted, Scan 1968, does it. And it is crazy. There's stationary stuff. There's consistent stuff. There's kind of a like direction like east-west maybe or something like. But then there's all this other stuff in different directions. And then occasionally the train things, which I think are Starlink when they first get deployed. I don't think they stay in a trained position. I think they spread out over time. And I wonder how that happens and if there's controls to keep them distanced from each other and what that's all about. I remember when they first launched, the Starlinks were like at staggered distances, kind of. They weren't even. I'm like, oh, does one have to catch up or what? You know, was one delayed? Did it bump into something? I'm not sure. But this Starlink shit's pretty mysterious. But see, it looks like space litter to me. And that isn't the same as all this other stuff that you see regularly on a particular line or several lines, several directions. The trains appear because he mentions it. Oh, look, Starlink. But I think the trains are only when they launch, when they're supposed to. And when I saw them, they were fucking low. So unlike most satellites, Starlink is in low Earth orbit. Does anybody know the altitude of Starlink? Below 600K. Sounds like around 300. Atmospheric drag at these altitudes will deorbit a satellite naturally in 5 years or less.
Yeah, Musk's planned obsolescence for satellites. Got to launch some more.
Well, that's good because I was worried about it making fall and burn is the method. It's the Bic lighter of satellite. So why don't we see those from the ISS? Why don't we see anything? That's the question. It's as if there's nobody there to do it, if you ask me.
But Dan, everyone else believes it, so I'm just gonna go along, get along.
Such a good point.
Is anybody talking?
And Arwen says what? Wow, look at this one just buzzing right over the. Nice. That's a good one. You know what? That's probably a reflection on the inside glass from something behind. I bet that isn't even outside. Because he's looking through a piece of convex glass. And it's probably his lens. I don't know. It seemed like the camera's moving. I don't know what that is.
Is this from Mir, Dan?
It does look like a docking, yeah. Could be IS. Not sure. 57th orbit of the Mir's 15th orbit. Yeah, Mir.
Oh, okay. So 50 years ago, basically.
It's just that their payload cam showing, and they don't bother showing it anymore. But I think there's just too much unexplainable stuff in it. We see those things. There's just two things that flew by, and they're not falling to Earth, and yet they had a streak. So I don't think satellites streak. I'm not. I'd have
Well,
to. I mean, I
could I
wonder
say
if.
something?
Yeah, I just. Do you think a streak is optical, or do you think it's?
Yeah, I
Visible?
think that they're going so fast in the update rate in the camera.
Well, so if you look at even the other bright spots, when the cameras moved quickly, those are streaking too, just not as far because they're not going as fast. So old camera technology had a lot of see the streaks had a lot of
Yeah, good point.
ghosting,
That's a good point.
and even just a point source of light moving fast would create a streak, but it was entirely just because the pixels sensor pixels didn't recover immediately, and they still maintained kind of they recorded and they were indicating an afterglow even though there was still no light coming.
Mm-hmm. If you ever eat LSD, that'll happen with your fingertips. Just so you
Oh.
know, I know you don't need to eat it now,
Yeah, I never tried that.
but that's what you'll spend. You'll spend an hour and a half looking at your hand.
I'm not sure entirely, but at about that time, that may even predate charge coupled devices, Jesse.
Yeah.
This could be Vidicon that you're looking at, or something similar.
Or even slow scan TV.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. Yeah, the charge coupled devices didn't come around until the early 80s.
That would explain why some objects leaving the trail aren't going in the direction of a meteorite, which would be towards the Earth. Although I suppose a low angle towards the Earth would be hard. But there's a lot of stationary objects in this, aside from the moving one. And there's a certain drift to the sky.
Here's a picture of that Hubble took, and it has a Starlink satellite in it.
I've seen that one. The still.
Yeah.
I think it's during a deployment. I'm not sure it's still visible. I think that was during deployment.
No, I think that's just a satellite passing in front of the Hubble telescope.
Oh, are they that high?
I don't know how close it is to the telescope, but the telescope's field of view is, a fraction of a degree, and it's taking, a long exposure of the galaxy, and so yeah, it's just a satellite passing by. I've seen it like even in backyard telescopes, like with a celestron, you'll see an airplane will make, a continuous long streak.
Okay, so Starlink is about 20 miles higher than Hubble, so.
Well, you don't know the angle that the Hubble's looking at. And that might not be Starlink. It could be, but it is a satellite passing the field of view.
It's not a 747.
Not a balloon. And the field of view is very narrow. So, and the long exposure of Hubble, if that's, it would pass that in, not even a bunch of milliseconds.
Maybe Superman.
Or super balloon.
So good luck with your little Artemis stuff coming up. That should tell us something eventually, maybe.
Hey,
Meantime, they scrapped Orion, they scrapped Stargate, and they scrapped SLS. That's big news, man. They proposed to scrap them. I shouldn't exaggerate. They admitted that they're failing program. They lied to us about the Orion capsule for 8 years when they really had a rocket problem. But they kept telling us they were trying to perfect the capsule. They had nothing to put the capsule on. That's why they talked about the capsule. So weak. So I wish I had some flat earthers to gloat with, because on a globe, you still got to analyze the globe. You still got to go, what made us flat earthers was our, like, the same kind of gaslighting shit. Really hurts. It's heartbreaking. The whole Kennedy thing. You know, I think they admitted there's 2 shooters, but now nobody is doing anything about that. So I think the weird thing about flat earth is exposing a lie doesn't solve the truth. It doesn't get near the truth. And in the case of reasonable doubt, you can get something thrown out of court as reasonable doubt, but so just throwing it out doesn't entirely fix the problem. Yet it's comfortable for the flat earthers to say that. Oh, well, they lied, so they're liars. Listen. What's happening here in chat? Jesse, it's so crazy. So fun. What? Jesse, you're actually using Flanders yourself now? That's
Well, I just modified his and used it back on him.
but you really look and sound like Flanders. Diddly. In the show, he opened up a left-hand store called Leftorium for these. He was pretty proud of himself. I wonder if there is a real lefty store. Is anyone lefty? Can anyone comment on being lefty? How about ambidextrous?
Yeah.
Do we have ambidextrous?
I'm a lefty.
What's it like?
Fuck, I don't know. I never really. I don't know.
I wonder if you think different. Wonder if your brain's different.
That's what they say. I don't know though.
Maybe you're from the South. Maybe you're Southern Hemisphere.
It's like, oh, you're left-handed. That means blah blah blah. I'm like, oh, really? Okay, I guess so. According to you, but I don't know. I'm sure there's plenty of right-handed smart people out there.
Well, if you throw a ball lefty, if you think left, if you think like a
I'm a lefty, but I throw with my right. Yeah, I guess I'm an ambidextrous.
And you guys were talking earlier about people that think their gender change is possible. And I met someone that was a hermaphrodite. She had given for like 20 years was given hormones to be a adolescent boy for 20 years, and then for the next 20 became a lesbian, stopped taking the boy meds and stuff, and then at 40 got an operation to tidy up down there and get rid of the jumbo clit or whatever, and tidy
You
it
met
up
no
as
tanks?
tidy it up as a vagina. But imagine being forced into sex change, or not sex change, but gender assignment. So I think the sex change people are confused because gender assignment was a thing when kids were born with both, and it's a real thing. So gender assignment happens, and I think those people decided that that's what was the path to making it. Oh, you could do whatever you want, but being born with as both, as much as it could be like a lot of fun, maybe potentially, is just a nightmare, just beyond belief. Imagine not being one or the other, a man or a woman, and being expected, expectations of others. It's a real, you wouldn't wish it upon anyone. Even though for sport, being born with both should be great, right? Best of both worlds. Just socially didn't work out that way. Doesn't you become a freak before being valued for it. Anyway, she was from like Kentucky or something, and eventually she'd go, fuck you, because she was used to that.
Hey, Dan.
Yeah.
No, the UFO thing. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I've always been curious about those. So, like, we got interrupted. Like, what did you think they were? We were up to. I think, like, if you don't have a reference for machines, you might call them an angel, right? Like, I think that's where you were at. And then we got interrupted with someone wanting to play semantics with me. So, what do you think they are? Because I'm curious. Like, this is a genuine curiosity. Because
now, thanks for reminding me. So let's pick up where we left off.
no, I don't want to talk semantics with you. It's stupid. Okay, like I'm just going to explain it. It's stupid to play these stupid word games and think you're convincing someone because you're not. You know who has a much better chance of maybe convincing me to believe in a flat Earth or something is Dan, because he's not playing stupid word games with me. He's just talking about something that is a curious thing.
That's what I say all the time. Dan brings good arguments. I say it all the time.
You guys are playing right now. But
right, Cole? That's what I'm saying. Like, he's not playing the word games with me. He's just talking about things that, why is this? Someone explain. I can deal with that. That's awesome.
Yeah, I hear that. So why is it that, what is it that you've experienced that allows you to assert that you're in motion? Yeah. That was what I asked you. You said common sense. Then I asked you, what have you sensed, right, that we all commonly sense to tell you that you're in motion? And you said, no, I used reason to come to that conclusion. Okay, what's the reason?
I told you I do not want to play your stupid semantics games. Okay?
It's just
I don't know how many times. I don't want to answer your question. I don't want to answer your question. I don't want to answer your question.
Okay, well then stop answering.
I don't want to answer your question, dumbass.
Guys, seriously, drop the meta.
Then stop it. So if you don't have any reason for your position, then you are, by definition, an unreasonable person with an arbitrary position.
No, I have
there's no reason.
It's called I'm not dumb enough to believe this super secret conspiracy by the Masons and this shit and that shit to hide the flat Earth. I'm not. I can't believe that. I can believe all the conspiracies. I bet NASA would hide shit about UFOs because maybe they want to get that technology for themselves. Sure, I can totally get with that. But all of recorded science being wrong. But I mean, it doesn't work for me. So I don't want to play your word games, no tanks. I don't want to do it. I've seen you do this a bunch of times. I have seen you do this a bunch of times. I don't want to do it.
That's fine. It's just I'm just pointing out it's just a baseless claim that you're making.
Yeah,
That all
baseless claim,
science,
fine.
all science, all things,
baseless
all
claim.
of
Yeah,
everything.
sure.
All things.
So I care that you judge what I said.
All things.
It matters to me your opinion of what I fucking said.
You're losing your shit.
It really does.
Yeah, so it's just a baseless.
I am brokenhearted.
For no reason.
I am brokenhearted. I'm gonna cry.
All right. Well, while you're crying, I'll just elaborate.
Bjorn, are you okay? You want us to take care of you, bro?
Let me just turn the volume down.
I need someone.
Now my volume is way down.
We'll take care of you, bro. Don't worry about it.
Glover, stop reaching out. Stop interrupting.
If you're now relying on just the assertion that all of reality, all of everything, all of science comports to what I think, you're not actually referencing anything in reality, any kind of demonstration. It's just this broad religious, I know you guys hate it, but religious claim that all things conform to what common sense would dictate, which is that common sense ought to be that we believe whatever everybody else believes without any kind of basis for it. And it's a baseless, arbitrary position with no justification.
Okay, so then I'll just say this. In here is Shubil. Shubil is a surveyor. Shubil has done many measurements to show that the Earth is a globe. I believe Shubil is a very intelligent man and did all this work.
Well, then
I have no reason to think he's just a lying shill trying to trying to hide the shape of the Earth and make the Earth look like a globe. I don't believe that about this gentleman. So there you go. There's tests that show the Earth is round. Enough. Okay, I don't want to play semantics games with you. Don't want to play semantics games.
You didn't give any kind of
play the semantics game.
All right, now I got you to turn your way down again. So again, you didn't make.
I'm just going to turn you down if you don't shut the fuck up, man.
You just pointed.
Man, if you don't shut the fuck up, I'm just going to turn you down.
Let's
get some moderation here. I don't want to play your stupid semantics games. That's all you people do. Me and we're trying to have a normal conversation about something cool, and you're ruining it by playing stupid semantics.
That would be something that you want to have like a basis.
Thanks.
All right, volume's back. What?
Tanks, can you help me out and help me because I haven't formulated an answer. Do you have an answer to his question regarding the subject? Which was
he doesn't have one.
No, he did. He was curious about UFOs. He even said he'd be curious to other conspiracies and other things if we could open the portal. So I think it's a good idea to, as we usually talk about the moon as people of flat Earth. If I can do space and Kennedy, I don't give a fuck about. If I can get people to be honest about war and money and where we live and to be honest with themselves, I win. I don't need flat. Win this.
Yeah, but this is the problem, Dan. Like if he's not making arguments, right? So if he doesn't even understand why he has like that he should have, or a reason to assert what he's asserting, then you making any kind of reasonable argument to him doesn't make sense because he's not appealing to reason or.
If you have a good example of like. In reality, the flat earthers understand that you would only feel momentum change and that at a constant speed you may not feel anything. We're aware of that, but we're just not sure of all the motions being linear like that.
Well, feel is besides the point. It should be. It doesn't matter if you. I could walk at a pace where I cannot feel the wind on my face. It doesn't mean that I'm not moving relative to the air. Feel is irrelevant.
But measurements without accounting for all the variables are also meaningless.
Yeah, but
no, they're not. If you can detect the amount of acceleration being below what's been tested as being below the threshold of humans' ability to detect.
Yeah, feel is irrelevant. The measure there would be a.
Because if measurements can be affected or caused by more than one thing, you'd have to eliminate all the variables.
Yeah, all I'm pointing out is that feel is irrelevant. Like feeling it, Dan, is irrelevant. It would be measurable. Like if it were the case that Earth, there was tangential velocity. Once you leave the Earth, there would have to be a mechanism to transfer that energy that needs to be available, the usable energy that would be required to travel in one direction.
No tanks. You guys are claiming that the sun moves. You can't explain which force makes the sun move. You guys claim that the moon moves, but you can't understand which force makes the moon move. You guys claim that the stars move around the Earth, yet you can't understand or claim which force makes the stars move. The whole hypocrisy of saying that you can't claim the momentum which makes the Earth spin. You guys say that it's fucking space magic that makes the sun fucking move
Dr.
in
Pepper, I don't
circles
know what
around the
you're
Earth.
talking about, dude. I think you need to go get like a Diet Coke or something. But yeah, the difference would be,
force
Dan, like
makes
there's
the
not
Earth
it's not
accelerate?
about feeling it. It's the feel is irrelevant. Like, you know, it would be measurable. Like I put before the post, right? And you could do the calculations for
It is
Coriolis
measurable.
effect, right? Yeah, so yeah, that would have to be the case. It would have to be measurable. So I've
What's the
done the
force that makes the Earth
Yeah,
accelerate?
it is measurable.
Either the
yeah, they don't
Earth
know. They don't
spins
believe in forces
or
and
the
energy.
sun
It just
spins
rotates.
around the Earth.
What is
The
the
Earth
Either
is
force
the
spinning
making the
Earth
Earth
and
accelerate?
spins
orbiting.
or the sun is somehow magically orbiting around the
Yes,
Earth.
it's magic.
One of the
That's
two
it. I
has
agree
to
with it.
be real. It's
Yes,
really that
magic is
simple.
real, dude. So then you're done. The magic is real, and that's it. Case closed. Go away.
Thank you, No Tanks. It's the first time I've seen you here in
It's no magic.
thing.
The Earth is accelerating according to your model. What is the force making it do that?
Yep.
The Earth is an
It's
accelerating
motion.
star model.
Oh, really?
No,
My
because if it would be
point is
accelerating,
that
you'd be actually feeling it.
acceleration is not
Is there any
acceleration
moving
now.
It would be breaking. It would be breaking Newton's laws.
Okay. Are you gonna stick with that?
I'm gonna stay with the fact that either the Earth is rotating or the sun is rotating around the Earth.
Actually,
I'm going to go with
We all know
the
that. We all know
measurements that
that.
we
But
have in reality, and the measurements we have in reality are that we can swing a pendulum, and that will show a change in its direction over time, depending on your latitude. And I can go on the fact that we have gyroscopes that can measure the rotation of the Earth, and all the other different ways that we can measure the Earth's rotation. I'm going to go with that.
Yeah, absolutely. It is measurable, and the centrifugal force is measurable too.
If you've got evidence to the contrary, that, for example, if you've got evidence that, tangible evidence, real evidence, that the Foucault's pendulum, the ones that exist around the world are all wrong or fake or all set up and all a lie, then I'd be willing and open to hearing that evidence.
This is like
they're
you and
wrong.
Bjorn's
They're
like
measuring something, but it's
metric
like,
is
what are
that
they measuring?
it has to be a lie. Yeah, like there has to be a lie. It has to be a lie, and it has to not exist. Yeah, that's what your guys' metric is.
The
Weird.
acceleration of the Earth is
metric
actually
is-
what's measured by the ring laser gyroscope. That's what's the ring laser gyroscope is detecting the Earth's acceleration and the gravitational acceleration of the Earth.
No,
Yeah, but how much did it actually slow down?
It's changing orientation. It's measuring. It doesn't measure forces that way.
I don't know about everyone else's metric. My metric generally is just simple reason. If I see that around the world there are all these different Foucault pendulums set up in different museums and all the rest of it all around the world, and they all show a consistent movement of the Earth, and then I also see that gyroscopes show a consistent movement all around the Earth, and even flat earthers that got one and they showed a consistent they showed movement, then I can reasonably assume the Earth is moving. All this talk about the Earth not moving
but so what would
flies in the face of all the evidence that I see. So what am I supposed to do?
It's it's very reasonable. Either the Earth is spinning or the sun is orbiting around us. How can the 24-hour sun be explained both in the North Pole and the South Pole when you have a rotating sun around the Earth? What forces are pushing the sun to rotate around the Earth? Where did the sun come from? How and why did it start spinning around the Earth in a circular orbit? Which forces are making it switch its position so that goes in a perfect circle around the Earth?
For an argument, he just talks
The
shit.
Earth is accelerating.
Very reasonable questions.
Pick a question and answer
Is
it.
also accelerating as it orbits the sun, constantly changing direction due to the sun's gravity. Though this acceleration is much smaller than the gravity at the surface. So the Earth, as it moves around
sun's gravity is making it spin around the Earth.
Let her finish.
Hold on. The sun's gravity is forcing it to spin around Earth.
Taylor was mid-sentence. Let her finish.
If I was
considered
a
to
mod,
be
I would already have
accelerating,
muted,
moving around the sun.
Pepper. He'd be muted by now.
I didn't catch that again, Taylor. Could you say again?
The Earth is considered to be accelerating, moving around the sun.
Right.
Is what I've heard from Globers. Now, if no Globers in here want to back up to that, then obviously, does anybody know about that in here?
Yes.
Yes.
Bait and switch.
Okay, because Dr. Pepper said the Earth isn't accelerating.
Because it's not exact orbit. It's elliptical, like all orbits. All orbits, as far as I know. Someone can correct me.
All orbits are elliptical.
Orbits are elliptical. So but the difference in the speed that we experience is so slight, because I think it's like it happens over a year, right? The change in the distance of the sun.
Where is the energy?
It happens over
coming
6
from?
months.
Over 6 months, right? It takes 6 months for that to change.
You should feel the energy. It's not that you should feel the motion of it. It should be
Well,
a measurable energy. Where's the energy coming from? Who's measuring the change in acceleration through energy, through orbits, elliptical, otherwise? Where is it coming from? When we travel against the Earth's spin, where are we getting the energy, the momentum to keep up with the Earth? Where's the energy coming from, fuckers?
And one of the things about being in orbit is it's a balanced force. So the Earth is weightless with respect to the sun.
Where's the energy coming from?
We got hit by a planet.
Yeah, it's conservational momentum. It's a conservation momentum. It's coasting. It's just coasting.
Yep. So no energy. You got an
coasting.
Energy, you don't need it. Yeah. So when an airplane travels in a direction opposite of spin, or it doesn't need additional energy.
No, now you're being silly.
No, that was the original.
Yeah, because the plane isn't in space; it's on Earth.
Yeah, the plane's not in orbit.
That's why it requires energy.
Yeah,
you can't compare things what goes happen in space and somehow compare that to airplanes on Earth. You're being so totally dishonest, and
where's the magic come from? How's it doing the magic stuff? That was Dr. Pepper's weird shit. Yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna have to substantiate your fantasies before people just blindly agree with that dumb shit, dude.
Yeah, the moon orbits the moon and Earth both orbit the sun. They're coasting, and the moon's or relatively orbits the Earth. It's just coasting. There's no continuous thrust input. It's momentum. Once you if you throw a baseball in the total vacuum of space, that baseball is going to keep going.
Yeah, where is the energy?
We've seen these things happen.
It's not that we should feel the rotation of the Earth, right? It's not that we should feel the orbit of the Earth, but there should be a measurable energy that's required for this rotation. You know,
well, you can say that.
He's still denying it.
Yeah, it's called gravity. Yeah, it's called gravity.
So that's a straw man. You should not be able to measure the necessary energy required to go against rotation. According to
your lack of understanding doesn't make it wrong. So,
okay, so there should be no. You don't need energy. You don't need energy to accelerate. It's not.
No thanks. No thanks.
Required.
We have seen. Listen, we have seen this phenomena where we see planets and moons orbiting around them everywhere around us. We've seen it on Mars. We've seen it on Jupiter. We've seen it on Saturn.
Confirming the concept.
You're gonna have to calm down. Talking about an airplane. He doesn't talk about the relevant shit. Something's wrong with him.
Maybe you should just explain it to him. Then it's like, you know.
Am I right about very relevant shit? You're just talking over him and can't hear him.
Where does the airplane get the additional energy required to move in a direction opposite of the momentum?
If I said that energy does not, or rather, if I said that motion does not require energy, would that be correct?
That would be
in
your
some
stance.
Instances, energy is not required to produce motion.
Yeah, this would be your stance. This would be the thing that you would have to appeal to.
Which is gravitational forces that we observe. Whether or not we exactly understand or even remotely understand what those gravitational forces are, we can measure those gravitational forces and we can observe them and we can say that motion does not require energy. So, because things fall, there's no energy in things falling.
The energy was imparted. The energy was imparted when the solar system began. That's when the energy was given to the Earth, and since it's in space and there's no drag on it, it holds that.
Right. Well, nobody gives a shit because nobody was talking about it. Even though Dr. Pepper jumped in with
that's your answer. You're asking the question. That's your answer.
No, I'm not.
The energy you're looking for was imparted on the Earth when it was created. When the Earth was formed.
You're wrong.
Yeah, you are wrong about what I'm
saying. Every time I say around the star and the planet.
All right, guys.
Please finish this, please.
Every time I say, I'm not talking about.
Why is everybody screaming over no tanks today?
I'm gonna.
As he keeps talking, he keeps talking.
I'm modding
No
for clarity.
tanks left because everybody kept screaming over him.
I'm
You guys are
modding for
drafting.
clarity. I'm modding for clarity, Jesse. Okay, no tanks. Real quick. What is your question?
I already got kicked out of here, Omni. Somebody just booted me. Who was it? Was it you?
No one. What?
No, then listen, I'll leave willingly. You guys have fun with yourselves. I'll
Okay.
leave.
It wasn't me, but sure.
No
Okay.
thanks. Sorry, I couldn't mute. I moved him to the over-talking channel while he was over-talking the other person. I moved him because he was over-talking Cole. I did. I moved him to the over-talking channel.
Yep. Zoidberg is a dog-faced pony soldier because he did the same to me. I just came back in and carried on. Don't take take it so personally. No tanks. It's all part of the. It's all part of the energy.
No tanks has an agenda. Don't mistake. No tanks flouncing out for him being actually upset.
Actually upset. Yeah.
Can I please answer the question he asked? I want to answer.
Yes, please,
It won't
Cole.
take but a second.
Please answer the question.
Hang on a minute. Just hang on a minute. Omni was making a point about no tanks having an agenda. He almost like he desired to be muted to give him a reason to run off and complain about being muted. That action is obvious when that happens, and that's part of what's killing us is people coming in and forcing a mute and then crying that they were muted and going off and saying how biased we are. If we're going to have conversation in good faith, guys, we need to all, be together and be careful about muting and be careful about moving people out of the room. If we can handle it with intervention just like this and get everybody straightened out, that's the best way to do it and be fair about it.
Well, the issue is that no tanks is not here under any circumstance to have any kind of dialogue or honest discussion about anything. We keep explaining to him what the theory is to the answer that he's asking, and he's like, "Nuh-uh, you guys are wrong, nuh-uh," and he keeps blabbering.
The question was asked like 8 times by him. All right, and finally, that's why I said, just let me answer. He keeps saying, where'd the energy come from? The energy was imparted on it when the Earth was created in the accretion disk, when the star first formed, our sun, and all the planets formed. That's when the energy is imparted, and it holds that energy because there's no drag or anything to stop it, to take the energy.
Notice Taylor's also gone.
Dude, that's a fantasy.
That's a shame as well because I was going to compliment Taylor. Because I know we don't agree with Taylor.
Dogpiling, you're unaware of how fucking impossible it is to have a conversation.
I don't agree with much or almost anything of what Taylor says, but
they have
accusation,
and we played right into it.
What's wrong with
accusations of bias. I don't.
Now the reason for orbiting planets and orbiting moons, that's all fantasy. Although it's all around us, reality is now a fantasy.
But who said that this is ridiculous? You all are ridiculous. Who said that?
You guys don't even hear yourselves.
I don't want. I have been moving globe earthers and flat earthers to the overtalking channel when they get out of line. It's not that we have any bias. I don't mute, I don't time out, I don't ban. I've never muted, timed out, or banned anybody. I move them to that's the extent of my moderation, unless I just use my mouth to ask for people to stop being so rowdy. There is no bias here. What left hand said, left hand, I understand what you mean, but...
Dude, fuck your opinion. Because seriously, Taylor and No Tanks, they had an argument, right?
I did not move Taylor. I did not silence Taylor. I only moved No Tanks.
I'm not accusing you of anything. Shut up. So Taylor and No Tanks were trying to make an argument, and you guys don't realize you're like one after another. You think like strength in numbers is going to win the argument. You guys don't give space.
No, what I heard was
you kept over talking No Tanks.
Hold on, what I heard
really interrupting No Tanks.
What I heard was Bjorn and
Dan
trying to have a conversation, and you and No Takes interrupted him. When Bjorn pretty much begged to go back to talking to Dan and having that conversation, you and No Tanks interrupt every single Glober that ever talks every time. So don't give me that shit.
100% what happened. 100% what happened. That is exactly what happened.
This dude Yo, Born, you were like singing before. Like No Tanks was trying to talk to you.
Because he's
and you
over
started
talking me.
singing.
Okay. Because he's over talking me and doing this stupid semantics word game that I don't want to play.
Yeah,
I'm
can I
not
say
going to
something?
play the stupid fucking word game, man.
Can I say
It's
something?
just not going to happen.
When people want to
let's hear it,
moderate
Dan.
others, they should moderate it verbally, not punish them. Because, verbal warning is all it takes. Because
Yeah.
then you can get rid of them for real. If they're going to
That's
tell
my
you
point.
yeah. So
Yep.
no threats, no moving, but a good time for moderation to be preemptive instead of punishing after. You say, if there's anyone that cares should ask the opinion of the other person. Does he have anything to share, or are you just interrupting? Yeah.
Dan, in left lane, I agree with you in the general case, but the style I usually employ is to nibble on somebody's hand a little bit, quickly, so they understand they got out of line. I'm like a small, snappy dog, okay? That's why I don't mute, or I don't ban, or I don't time out, but I'll move you sometimes when you get completely out of line due to overtalking to the overtalking channel. I think that's fair. I don't think that's too much.
And then they leave. And then they leave.
But the reality is, for an hour, you guys, that the Globers aren't really looking to talk about. Bjorn came late enough to have an interest just because he came around to see what's going on. But nobody really wants to talk about the sky. You guys are like real quiet. So it's weird when I bring up real stuff, you don't have much.
You said we don't want to talk about the sky. What are you talking about? What do you mean?
Well, you missed everything.
Why don't you have the conversation with Bjorn now, since No Thanks is not here to interrupt you?
Right. Well, that's what a moderator should do. Exactly.
Yeah, you should have the conversation with Bjorn now. Bjorn, if you want to continue your conversation with Dan, you guys are more than welcome to do
I
so.
would love to know, his opinion on where we. I think, like I said, I think we were at the. How would you know what to call a UFO if your reference doesn't have machines in it? Right. I can agree with that. That's definitely a curious thing. So where were you going with that before we were so rudely
All right,
interrupted?
well, let's jump to today. Well, you'll never fucking know it's real, and go somewhere in the middle where earlier sightings may be cited historically or chronicalized. I'm going to show something on my screen. It's badass, whatever it is, and it's old, and it looks legit as hell. It's something hitting the ground, but bouncing before it crashes. It just literally bounces, and it's amazing to see. And so I suggest that there is craft, there is things that we don't know about, and that there is knowledge of things we don't know about. It doesn't make them UFOs yet, as we think of alien, But when I go look at other stuff, I've really always been fascinated by these things that look like balloons that they call fleet UFOs, and they look like ping pong balls or moons during the day. And amongst them, when you look close, they have independent interaction, and like they're not drifting together. They sort of go and poke at each other like kids might, hip check each other, punch each other in the arm. They sort of go and check on each other, circle around, move around. And I believe in my heart, this could be a form of travel for souls that have transcended the physical, that want to visit the earth but not come to the earth in its entirety. It's probably a learning place. It's probably a special physical place, to be on earth and to experience smells and sex and all the weird emotions and everything that we have, because as a blank being, you may be blank, and this may be exciting to a clean soul, to come to earth and and even to go through a process of transcending many lives. But if you wanted to cruise by, you may need a vehicle to deal with atmosphere, and I think that's what those might be. Going over back to here, though, you'll see stuff that's unrefutable, like out of NASA. So what you're going to see here is STS-80, it's shuttle stuff, and an organized thing. Here's something coming into view here, right, left, and there's several of them, and they'll make a circle and a pattern and begin to flash. So they're probably not ice crystals, and they're probably controlled, and probably not from Earth. You can see them entering the picture now. One comes from behind the camera. So they literally come from all directions to form a circle, and it's on NASA shit. How out of focus they are, what they are, I don't know, but it's probably not CGI'd or AI'd. And my claim is that we got lots of stuff to look at in the Martin Stubbs videos in this spectrum. And we have lots of stuff today from Scanner Guy 1968 looking up where you see this busy sky. So I'm just like, why don't we look in the sky is a pretty good question for all of us. So once again, you'll see this one just came from behind us. They'll end up forming a circle and then lighting up in a pattern, do a light. So I don't know what kind of vehicles these are, but I suggest they're powered and working together. It's not a random thing coming through.
I feel like I've seen some of these. That Science Channel, NASA's Unexplained Files. I think they showed them on these. I do know that for a period of time I was with a group that did some paranormal investigations. Sometimes with the IR spectrum, then crazy, weird things pop up, like filming that aren't necessarily something, paranormal. It's just the way those cameras work. They pick up odd artifacts. I'm not arguing this one, the NASA ones. When I saw them on that NASA Unexplained Files, I had questions too. The whole ice crystal thing, I'm like, I don't know. I don't know enough about spacecraft and how they work up there to, debate that. But I think we are definitely filming a real thing here on Earth and in space. I just have no clue what they are. Is it a natural phenomenon we haven't explained yet? Is it little green men? Is it time travelers? I don't know. I want to know. I do. Like,
what's the most likely
The White
scenario?
Sands one is awesome. I love that video because I have yet to see an explanation of what that White Sands video is, and that one always made me like, what is that thing? It's like you said, it bounces.
What's the most likely scenario? Especially if you consider the time it takes for any extra or some civilization to travel to our Earth. It's mathematically improbable. So is it most likely
I've heard
deception?
I've heard a lot of Christians say they're angels.
Sorry, I do not believe in aliens at
like
all.
UFO are not like technology; they're just angels.
I'm sorry, I do not believe in aliens at all. Nobody has visited.
We're not talking about
That's
aliens. We're talking about UFOs. We're talking about UFOs. I think.
Yeah, UFOs. So unidentified, but they're definitely not aliens from outer space.
Do you think they're angels?
No, I just think there's something that we just don't know what it is. Maybe some sort of artifact in a camera, or maybe it's a satellite or some aircraft. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to need, if I have hundreds of videos and dozens of examples, you're going to need dozens of those reasons. So this type will give you several types of satellites. We'll give you several types of atmospheric things, but I think I have more than you explain. I'm showing it now. I'm showing it now.
To me, it's definitely not an alien craft. I'm sorry.
I mean, these things are coming into frame. They're going to get in a circle and then give a light, emit light. Like the one's going to go dive from behind you and get in the middle. There, the one just came from behind. It's going to get in the middle and light up.
Let me see this.
I mean, would the aliens even come here though? Like first, like could some of these things we're seeing just crazy thought, but we send unmanned probes to other planets. How do we know they're not sending unmanned probes to us? I mean,
if they are, this is the display. This is the message. This is them saying.
Can I have a question for the panel? I have a question for the panel, if you don't mind. How far have the radio signals that we have so far sent? How far have they gone? Have they gone even to
You could probably do the
nearest
math.
star?
Great question, Red Cloud.
Around 60 light years, I think.
Oh, so not very far.
60 years, 80 light years. Yes, not that far.
Oh, to Alpha Centauri, yeah, I think they've probably gone past that.
Alpha Centauri is like 4 light years or 3 point
Yeah,
something light years away. It's very
Yeah.
close.
If the aliens are on Alpha Centauri, they've heard about us for a while.
Oh,
But
okay.
if they're further out, then not yet.
I mean, they're like relatively like in the local sector for Sol. They're like other stars. They're like a bunch of brown dwarfs, some relative relative to our sun stars that are similar size, similar color, luminosity. I suppose. I don't know what the.
Sorry, I just
There's
think that if aliens have been visiting us, I would think we would have way better video of them by now.
Yes.
I still think that the whole angels thing is probably more correct than just aliens. Like it just feels like more kind of like since we exist in the same Abrahamic like cult, right? The reality of the Abrahamic faith. Maybe there's just one verification that it is actually angels, right? Because it's expected, but the Abrahamic faith predicts it, in a sense.
Why would they need like a structured craft? Because like the lights, like the orbs and things like that people see, that I could, an angel is a fair, explanation. But when people claim to see and have filmed a structured craft, if it's an angel, why would it need a structured craft to come to Earth? Because they wouldn't,
Oh, maybe it's like the chariots of the gods, Like it's just angels travel in these like forms. Angels themselves are quite terrifying. Like if you read Abrahamic mythology, the descriptions of angels are incredibly disturbing. It's like a David Cronenberg like body horror movie essentially. And they're like very, very malicious. Angels are incredibly malicious according to the Abrahamic faith. They're not good beings per se.
I know.
Well, angels don't like humans that much. Actually, in many cases, they outright detest them, and they would be because of the sheer fact that their existence is kind of like a extension of the direct extension, not by proxy like us, but direct extension of the Abrahamic God. They get to kill you just by mere presence. If they're in your presence, you can die. Your heart explodes. Your like whatever. Your nervous system like just disintegrates. And then they will appear to you just so they can kill you. They will do that. That's what I mean by vicious. They know that you are weak against them in their presence even, so they'll just appear to kill you.
Ouch. Okay.
I mean, I'm not super good at Christianity. I did my catechism with the Catholic Church because I said I was in search of faith many, many times. So I passed through lots of them, and I live in a Catholic country. I live in Italy. So I decided to try, let's see what Catholicism is about. So you learn a lot about these angels and their behaviors, and they seem to be very hostile. The explanation, at least for some of them, is resentment, that they have to be eternal servants and slaves of the Abrahamic God, while humans get to choose not to be, even if it's for a fleeting period of time, and they resent that.
Okay. I'd like to do some reading on that.
Yeah, I'll find you my old catechism stuff. I'll send it.
Okay, I know some people who think, and these are people I think well of. We think that UFOs are or may be demonic in nature.
Yes, I've heard that too, but again from Christians. But
well, yeah, I mean these people I'm referring to are Christians, but they're they're not otherwise especially conspiratorial. You know, if they think that if they really are things, then they might very well be, demonic in nature. And I find that kind of disturbing and interesting.
That's what I think, dude. I mean, that's what the scriptures show. There's plenty of scriptures, bro.
I have a
on the
friend
topic.
who's an Orthodox, and he used to claim that these shooting stars, like what we think are fallen asteroids, are actually angels falling. Some angel committed did something bad, and God is casting them down, and that continues to happen even to this day. And essentially, they become like fallen angels. Essentially, they become demons, right? So I've heard that one too.
Yeah, so the tradition of Shavuot or Pentecost in the Greek, that goes all the way back to Mount Sinai, and it was, it's in the literature and in the canon that when Yah came down on Mount Sinai, that it was he came down with an entourage, and Ezekiel references that entourage, and it was actually prohibited from being read in the Talmud. They prohibited the Jews from reading it for part of the Haftarah, specifically because there was contention between the Pharisees and the Sadducees and the Zadoks regarding when Shavuot was to be kept, the appointed time, because it can't fall on any other day besides the first day of the week, according to the ancient calendar. And it also talks about the ring, the chariots, that there's actually some type of vehicle, which is counterintuitive, because somebody said, well, why do angels need a vehicle? I don't know why they need a vehicle, but it's in the literature that there's these chariots of fire, wheels upon wheels, and that there's these Ophanim, which are themselves a class of angels that surround the throne of Yah.
Yeah.
And that it's almost like, I don't know what, it's in the Buddhist or Hindu tradition where they carry the king.
Like eloquent.
So it's a similar idea that Yah is being carried on some type of chariot by Ophanim, and they resemble, a craft of some sort.
But it wouldn't be Yah flying around, though. I mean, that right? I mean, that would be if God is moving somewhere, and I doubt that would be happening very often.
Well,
it doesn't happen very
God
often.
The Father, but God the Son would, right? Jesus would be.
No. The Father and the Son, with myriad upon myriad of angels, Psalm says, came down on Mount Sinai. And he had his whole entourage, and that included this magnificent wheels upon this chariot that people have referenced in the scriptures. It's hard to describe because they're looking at what we would consider futuristic technology, bro. You think about these men that are, archaic. Like they've never seen anything like that, bro. I can show you the scriptures. You want me to show you the scriptures, Omni?
I mean, sure. I'll look at that. I don't disbelieve you there. I'm just saying that, the idea of angels being vicious is not something I'd encountered before.
1/3 of them rebelled against God. What do you mean? They definitely have the capability of malice.
Well, we had.
I'm not.
We have the Watchers that they reference, and I mean, if you can go into Enoch or the extra biblical, right, Apocrypha, but you don't have to if you're like really rigid.
Well, I'm willing to look at it. I mean, as long as I don't have to read through a gigantic Apocrypha, because honestly, I'm not that familiar with Enoch. I wouldn't like.
That's fine. But the idea is that there was a heavenly rebellion before Adam was even created. Okay? So there was already this heavenly rebellion. Hasatan was one of them, and there's other Watchers that are referenced in the scriptures, like Apollyon in the New Testament and Revelation, known as Abaddon, right? in the Hebrew. You have this prince of death. And then you have you have this idea of principalities, heavenly principalities that Paul talks about. We don't fight against flesh and blood. We fight against heavenly principalities in high places. And those principalities are angelic, right? And then you have the hierarchy in the heavenly kingdom or in the astral plane, or whatever you want to call it, right? You have this.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
So you have the watchers that came down, mated with women, Genesis 6, right? They had children. They had the first generation of children, second generation, and third generation, right? All those generations died out, right? In the lore, right? In Jubilees, and where that's where demons come from. Demons exist in the canon, but the canon doesn't tell you exactly where they came from, right? The Shadim, that's what they called in the Hebrew, Shadim.
Well, some people say they came from having sex with Lilith. Essentially, a bunch of she had sex with a bunch of animals, and she gave birth to demons. Essentially, and then Lucifer. Well, I mean, there are two kinds of demons. One are fallen angels, the ones that allied with Lucifer.
Well, hold on.
Those are still demons, but they're different demons than the demons.
Let me give you what the scriptures say without having to go into the Talmud, because I don't trust the Talmud at all. I don't use the Talmud for any of this. I strictly stick with scripture, Enoch, and Jubilees. That's it. Dead Sea Scrolls. I don't go to the Talmudic stuff. But so you have the Watchers, right? The Nephilim, which gave forth to the Nephilim, which gave forth to the Eliud. Which with every generation after the initial generation of the angelic human hybrids, they became more brute, right, and less divine. The more that they mingled with the human race, they became less, godlike, right? So the initial generation of human and angel hybrids, those were the titans of old. Those were the demigods that the Greeks talk about in their pantheon. They gave way to another generation after them, and then the last generation were known as the Eliud. They were the smallest in stature, and they were like brute and like retarded out of all the three generations. All those generations died out, right? The angelic beings didn't die out because they're immortal, and they were imprisoned in Tartarus. The rest of the beings that died out, their spirits roam the earth as the disembodied spirits of the Nephilim. Those are what we call today demons. Angels aren't demons. Angels are angels. Demons are demons. It's different classifications, but there's two classifications of demons and then one of angel.
Sure. Let me rephrase that. The two types of servants of Lucifer. One would be fallen angels, those who lost the battle, the main battle at the gates of heaven, Michael versus Lucifer, right? Then there are beasts, the offsprings of Lilith, and then there is a third group. The third group are angels who took no part in the battle, took no side. Those were condemned by Michael and Metatron for their cowardice, to internal disconnect from God. They get to roam the earth without ever feeling God, but keeping all of their memories. So obviously they know God exists, but they cannot feel him anymore, which is like a terrifying punishment for an angel, apparently. Those ones are also malicious. Like, those ones also sometimes work for Lucifer.
Yeah, but respectfully, that's Talmudic. I mean, we could talk about the Talmud interpretation, but I just don't trust it, dude. It's just corrupt. It's Jewish legends that aren't based on any real inspired scripture, in my opinion. It's commentary of the sages. I don't like commentary of the sages. I go directly to the scriptures themselves. So I go directly to Enoch and Jubilees and the Dead Sea Scrolls in the Tanakh. I don't have to go to the commentary of the sages.
What is the equivalent in Islam? I always forget the name of it. Not a surah.
The hadith.
The hadith. Yes.
But I do agree with you that you had angels that didn't cohabitate with women. Right? Didn't copulate with women. They weren't given the same judgment as the ones that did. The ones that cohabitated with women, allegedly there was 200 of them according to the book of Enoch, Hanuk. Those are imprisoned in Tartarus, in under the earth, inside the earth, right? In the chamber known as the bottomless pit. The other ones that are still roaming free and are still wicked, those are the heavenly principalities that have dominion on the earth, because Hasatan actually didn't cohabitate with women, contrary to the Talmudic legends. You know, the Lilith had sex with Satan. If Satan did that, he would have been in prison in Tartarus. He never did that. There's plenty of angels.
Not Lilith. Lilith had sex with sea creatures and gave birth to demons. That's but whatever. You know what I mean.
So, according to the Dead Sea Scrolls in the Book of Enoch and Jubilees, there was miscegenation. They were actually already tinkering with genetics back then, genetically modifying. They were just genetically modified. They were actually mixing animal, plant, and human DNA and angelic DNA, dude. According to the legends, before the flood. So when you hear about these Greek pantheonic stuff, it sounds insane, right? But that's what the Hebrew paradigm, the Hebrew cosmology corroborates some of that stuff, like part goat, part human stuff, part horse, part human stuff. Apparently, they were messing with all the genetics on the earth at that time because the angels had the knowledge to genetically engineer. They probably didn't even need CRISPR technology. They had something better.
Well, I mean, the seraphim is described the same way in Islam, Judaism, and Christianity. And they have a head of a lion and a head of a goat, and what was it? The head of something else, I always forget.
The head of a bull.
Head of a bull, yeah. 6 wings covering their burning legs at all time. Their legs burn. 2 wings covering their legs, 2 wings covering their torso, and two wings covering their faces. Unless the face is exposed, and the face is exposed, and a human sees it, your chest bursts. Your heart just is microwaved inside your chest, essentially.
Yeah, those are the 4 creatures around the throne. Those aren't genetic hybrids. Those are legit. Yeah, those were made. God created those angels like that.
Yeah. There's messenger angels. There's the scribe of God, which is the Metatron. There's Michael, general of God, God's left hand. Lucifer, the most beautiful, God's right hand. And then there's a myriad. There's Sadiel, angel of death. Gabriel as the messenger. Well, there's so many. I always forget the names. They're like 12 or 13. There's like a significance in the number.
7 archangels. But the thing is, bro, like, people are gonna think this is all batshit crazy, right? But what
it's mythology.
It's either we're the
right?
only ones. We're the only ones in all of existence, in all the cosmos, the only intelligent life out there, that's probably equally as strange than to believe that there's other intelligent beings besides us in the cosmos. What do you think is weirder?
I believe there are other beings besides us in the cosmos for sure.
Well, I don't think that it would necessarily conflict with the Bible.
Statistically, at least.
Other beings. Like, I don't know if there are or are not, but I don't.
I can believe there being some kind of life. Doesn't necessarily mean they are intelligent life or beloved of God. Like, there could have been other life out there, and it doesn't change that we're God's favorite creation to me. Like, I mean, I'm pretty sure there's probably some kind of weird creatures living on other planets if they're up there. Just,
Yeah.
Doesn't necessarily mean they're intelligent.
That more or less. I mean, like, let me just put it this way. I'm not expecting us to see other beings anytime soon. But I wouldn't think that it was crazy talk and absolutely could not be the case if we did. Like, if they told me, yes, there are, we've encountered something that is, extraterrestrial, I wouldn't be like, oh, it can't be. I would hear it out.
These things are interdimensional too.
Yeah, like I said, I know people whose I know Christians who are I don't consider to be conspiratorial, who think that as well. So,
who's Tucker Carlson's been very open about his beliefs as of recent.
I don't think much of Tucker though.
Oh, that's right. I think you lean Democrat, right?
I do. Yes.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of some Democrats that think this way, but I don't know.
Oh, there are plenty. Yeah. I don't off the top of my head. I don't know. Well, a bunch of my Alabama relatives are Democrat because they'll never vote for the party that freed the slaves.
Yeah, I don't really get into that. I mean, I'm not.
I'm just saying it. They're not exactly liberal.
No, you're right, and I don't like getting into politics, dude. I consider myself a Republican at one point. I no longer appeal to either side. I guess I'm independent at this point.
That's me, Lion. I decided I became a libertarian because I can't be in either party because everybody just yells at each other over dumb shit and doesn't try to fix it. So I'm done dealing with that stuff. Like, forget it. Yeah, but I will say, as someone who would have more leaned left, I had many experiences when I went on those paranormal investigations that I cannot explain. Like, completely can't explain. So there's something to it, but I don't know what it is. Like, 100% there are things we don't understand.
Yeah,
like Ron Jeremy, for instance, right?
Ron Jeremy.
Jeremy, dude, what?
I can see why he might be impossible to explain, but I'm not sure that is paranormal.
Yet taken as a matter of fact.
Well, you think it was fake? Like he had like a boob job except down there?
I don't know, man. I just know that some people get famous for weird shit, and flat earthers, globe, like Mick Toons doesn't need money, but he gets money for goofing on us. Flat earthers can't make that kind of money being us. So it's really odd that we don't know or are unable to capitalize on our own value. Like you were talking about democracy. It's the trigger value that still appeals to me. That's why I'm showing shit and sharing shit. You guys can talk and make it a globe all you want. Doesn't mean what's going on. All you had to do is look up every fucking book to call it a globe. You didn't have to be that sharp. But
that's true.
I don't think they're telling us about who we are and human potential. Even the power of prayer. I wouldn't pray for myself. That's stupid because it's energy transfer. But if you have enough people caring about something, it can. But if you just use the word energy and putting energy into something, let's say we all prayed for rain or a pot of gold or whatever the hell. I mean, there's no telling.
Or how about praying for a flying spaghetti monster?
Well, if we could agree on it, we might be able to. If we could agree on what that was, I bet we could.
There's a lot of people who believe in the flying spaghetti monster. It's almost an official religion.
No, that's a troll, dude.
There's a church and a gospel and everything.
Yeah, it's a troll, dude. They're trolls.
No, it's not a troll. It's real. The Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster is an actual thing.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware of it, and I'm telling you that they're trolling, dude. Nobody actually believes in that.
Yes, they do. Like they even have a religious head garment and everything.
Are you aware of the Church of the Subgenius, who unfortunately had a date of their savior coming, and it's past their due date? So there's nothing to do with the belief in it anymore, even though the joke became a religion. Like L. Ron Hubbard, like the book became a religion that was no longer controllable by the people who published the book. There was sex. And, there was different versions.
It's the same with the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster. It was meant as a joke, and it became like a huge thing.
It's not that huge. It's not that huge. But all the other religions are, and they're just as dumb.
Like when you start looking into the occult and stuff, bro, like even the Nazis, there's all types of connections, bro. With even the establishment of NASA with JPL, Jack Parsons, Babylon Workings, L. Ron Hubbard.
Wait, hold on. Can I say something about Jack Parsons real quick, man?
Yeah.
I get why people think he is what he is. You know what that man really was? He was a hedonist who used sexual magic to have sex with a bunch of young women. That was their thing.
Yeah,
I don't think that he
Charles
was really
Manson did the same thing.
What's
your
because
point?
that's how
wanted to
you
do it
need.
in space. This guy wanted to
Ritual
do it
sex
in
magic, bro.
space.
Ritual sex magic is how you accomplish change, bro. Because that's what these things want. That's what these entities want. Now they want innocent blood, right? They want the lives of the innocent, and they want you to do it doing the most debaucherous acts possible.
Yes, that's true.
Yeah, but he didn't put that into NASA. He did what anybody who works for a secular institution like NASA and is an American does. They're supposed to leave their faith at the door and work towards the common good of America.
Well, that's what I'm trying to get to, because
should we not have let him work for NASA just because of his
That's
beliefs?
not what I'm saying, bro. What I'm saying is that the thing is, I don't even know if he worked for NASA. He didn't work for NASA per se. He was one of the pioneers for JPL, which is a think tank, which is the precursor for NASA, right? So JPL Labs is still around today. They're the think tanks for NASA.
That's moving to Mars.
I was gonna say what I was trying to say is that they were having seances, bro. Right? They're trying to manifest these entities to communicate with them, and the way that they're able to manifest them is through ritual sex magic and sacrifice, just like the ancients. And he was a disciple of Aleister Crowley. This is in the literature, it's in the history. Now fast forward to 2025, bro. You know who Dr. Rick Strassman is? You ever heard of him? Author of the book called DMT, the Spirit Molecule. So, in the 80s, they were since the 60s, 70s, 80s, they've been messing with different drugs, Molly, MDMA, LSD, shrooms, right? Psilocybin. At first, they were trying to experiment with true serums, allegedly, trying to figure out if they could interrogate, prisoners of war with this stuff. But then they started noticing that there was some, and I think honestly they knew this for a long time. They just kept it hidden. They started noticing that you could communicate with entities on these substances. Dr. Rick Strassman, when he started doing these experiments, over 60%, 50 to 60% of his volunteers, from firefighters to lawyers to police officers to hippies, whatever, he just had random trials, right? These people, some had previous experience with psychedelics, some straight edge, never had any experience with psychedelics. They would go into this astral plane of existence on, this transcendental state, and they would communicate with what they believed were entities. And then he would document it. And it's like it started freaking him out because, all these people were having the same experiences. They're communicating with entities. Eventually, the government caught wind of this, right? And then now they're at the top levels of government. I believe there's compartmentalization going on. You have compartments known as Majestic 13. There's different names for these groups, where their sole duty is to, figure out remote viewing, figure out if they can communicate with these aliens. They think they're communicating with extraterrestrials, bro, right? And the way that they do that is with DMT. Dimethyltryptamine is one of the most potent psychedelics known to man. They figured it out now, where they have an intravenous drip, bro. So when Dr. Rick Strassman was doing his studies initially, he wasn't doing an intravenous drip, like a constant drip. He was just giving him a dose, right? Now they're doing it. It's a drip, bro, that keeps you suspended in this transcendental state, and they're communicating face to face with these entities. And these entities are giving them technology, blueprints. They're steering our economies, bro, steering our governments right now, dude. Accomplishing change. Seriously. And people think it's all like, oh, you got, no, this is literally what our governments are up to right now, dude. And they've been doing this since Jack Parsons, bro. And probably before that.
Yeah, but dude, what I'm saying is that I don't know that Jack Parsons believed all that or was just trying to get young women in his bed. Because he got a lot of pretty young women to jump in bed with him, right? Using this stuff.
You're
and like I said, when you have institutions like that are working for the government in the United States of America, they're not supposed to have a religion. So I actually think seeing that guy work for the government to get us to the moon is America working, because we want the best from every religion to give to America, not, so that's what I see is that he can believe whatever he wants. This is America. We have freedom of religion. So it doesn't matter what his religion is, as long as he's not, selling the secrets to the Soviets. Then I'm cool with him, working for America.
Good point. That's a good point. Well, now listen, I was Ned has informed me that I think Left Lane, especially, and probably Omni wanted to administer an official apology. I'm all ears. Go ahead.
What did I do?
I am very sorry.
I appreciate that. But
Okay.
let Left Lane and Omni.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm very sorry for you.
That's it. That's good. Now Left Lane, your turn.
No, we're very sorry you wanted to talk over everybody.
Left Lane, now's your turn.
No, I don't think anybody necessarily deserves special treatment, but I do know that things are kind of tedious. I wouldn't intentionally mute you or mute you because I know you'll leave, and I don't want you to do that. And we just need to be considerate of making the conversation go, And yeah, I was going to message you, I just hadn't got around to it.
Well, don't worry. Ned made it clear that everybody was sorry. So now, Eden, get your ass back to Geo's.
Did I do that without doing it?
What's going on at Geo's?
I don't understand why my name was brought into that.
Well, what's going on at Geo's is you ruin everything, Line, and you're the reason for everything that's bad in the world. You know that.
You were there yesterday. You heard that?
True.
Yeah, it was like a dick thing. What a dick thing to say.
No, you heard that though. Were you there or somebody
I
turned?
heard it.
Oh yeah.
What happened? Tell us.
I don't know why you guys have this conflict, bro. This tension between the two servers. Why can't we just be able to jump between servers? What's the big deal? Like
Anybody can jump between servers. There is absolutely no problem with that on my end.
that's what I'm saying. Like I like both servers. So why can't we just have like this mutual respect where we just share each other's space?
It's just Discord drama. I like debating with you because we don't have to insult each other. We may not agree on things, but it's cool to have a debate with someone who doesn't want to throw insults and play word games. You're just giving me your point of view and I give you mine, and it's a free exchange of ideas. So I enjoy your presence, Lion. I just want you to know that.
Yeah, I like to mix it up, dude. I don't,
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to pick between the two, but the people here kind of like some of the people here do because they got banned from there, so they don't have a choice.
I figure the religious stories though come from a misunderstanding of what's going on around them. I want you guys to imagine this possibility, right? Dude's drunk, or everyone's drunk. Dude that doesn't drink is up the hill, hanging out, checking out the stars, and sure shit, angels, aliens, whoever comes, comes down, hangs out, gives them some lessons. I think you call them the 10 Commandments. He comes running down to the bar. Hey, man, you guys got to hear this shit. I just talked to God, or whatever he called it, aliens, God. And they're like, dude, fuck off, we're drinking. And eventually he gets their attention enough to drag them up to where this supposedly happened. And if it were a craft, it might have left a burning bush as it took off. So imagine being drunk, letting this Moses guy drag you up the mountain to go look at what's a burning bush that he said he talked to, and how that story would be depicted today as he spoke to a burning bush. But in fact, that was the only remnant left as evidence when they got there. So it's weird how stories get told. And I told you, angels too. If anything came down and was known to fly down, of course it had wings. You wouldn't know any better in the storytelling, you know. So I think we've really confused the heavens with the distant sky, and the inhabitants as being spiritual may just be, a fisherman, that wandered way out in the sky, like going way out in the ocean.
Well, where did that fisherman come from?
Another island.
And where did that island come from?
I think because of logically, because of the sheer diversity that we have, both above the water, on land, between the insect world and the underwater world, I think we were seeded with shit from, and we're just lucky that it lives in harmony. And I think it did prior to human arrival live in harmony. This may have been even a big seed bank, for all we know, for all living creatures.
Yeah, but whoever seeded this seed bank, where did they come from?
It may have come from other places.
Yeah, but
the hyena and the horseshoe crab don't
He's
exactly
talking about the infinite regress. Eventually, it had to start somewhere.
Yeah, abiogenesis.
Maybe. Taylor was supposed to do a presentation on it, which I thought would be great because, we get the other side.
Is it a meaningful diversity that we have? Is it just?
Yeah, I think the evidence of a young Earth is the diversity of human beings and whatnot. Yeah, I think that's evidence of a young Earth.
No, actually, there's scientific evidence that shows that young Earth is impossible just by looking at human DNA and mitochondrial DNA. It shows that it shows our migration patterns are more than 25,000 years old back in time. Young Earth doesn't work for a multitude of reasons, not to even mention the fact that there are trees today that are older than the alleged young Earth. Abiogenesis is a very, very strong and a very, very leading scientific theory that stipulates that life emerged 3.5 billion years ago. And it has been confirmed by the structures of eukaryotes, the cellular structures of eukaryotes, where we can see that things such as the symbiotic relationship between mitochondria and plastids that are very unique, that doesn't exist in normal cells, emerged 3.5 billion years ago. And the fact that every being on this planet has the same cellular structures, regardless if they're a plant or an animal. It pretty much leaves very little room for interpretation of where and when life emerged on this planet.
Not really. I mean, we could talk about it. Like, where do you get the confidence to suggest how old Homo sapiens are?
So one way we can do that. Well, one is just check our DNA. Our DNA changes with a very specific amount of date. It has to do with, it's called gene drifting, but it also has to do with the new emergence of new genes that happens on a very frequent amount of time that we can look back to. The other reason that we can And the other reason is just mitochondrial DNA. Mitochondrial DNA is a bit weird because the mitochondria itself is a very strange cellular motif that has its own DNA that is outside of the nucleus of a cell. And it also has a very specific change of mutation that happens maternally. So you can look back in time with it way more back than you can do with just regular genes, because regular genes change a lot. But the mitochondrial DNA doesn't, but it does have a specific amount of change because the mitochondrial has a lot of bacterial abilities that other cellular structures don't have. It's a little bit weird, but looking at the mitochondrial DNA and the rate of change, not only can we actually look back in time, we can also, by sequencing the mitochondrial DNA of humans today, we can really easily emerge a pattern of the migration patterns of early humans. It's really straightforward from that.
It's not straightforward, dude.
It is straightforward. Not only can we use biochemistry and biomedical tools to acknowledge the fact, because it fits perfectly in our record of known history when it comes to our understanding of human remains, human archaeological dig sites, how humans migrated during the early years of Homo sapiens.
All right, dude.
And,
I get it.
it's not,
bro. I get it, dude. I understand. You've adopted this. You think it's all like established, but it's just not, dude. There's multiple conflicting studies. There's peer reviewed journals that are conflicting with the modern paradigm. Yes, the scientific consensus have established a story that you now appeal to, right? It's fine. But if you look, there's studies, for example, have you heard of the research of Mark Stucco or Stoecco?
It's a story that is
I'm just
confirmed.
asking you, dude. Have you heard? Do you know who that is? Do you know who Mark Stoecco is?
No, but I wanted to respond to your claim where you
Well, hold on.
say,
Dude, I'm
that
not done.
there's
I'm just
conflicting
asking you real
studies
quick,
to the
dude.
story.
Real quick, bro. I'm about to give you the studies, dude. Just bear with me, bro. I'm asking you, do you know who Mark Stoecco is?
No, go ahead, Tora. Go ahead.
So in a massive genetic, there was a massive genetic study done. I don't know what year exactly. I have to look it up. But basically, is a senior research associate at the Rockefeller University, and I have a screenshot in my phone. It says here, in a massive genetic study, senior research associate at the program for the human environment at Rockefeller University, Mark Stoecco, and I don't know if that's how you pronounce his last name, and University of.
Can you give me a quick spelling? Do you mind?
Yeah, STOECKLE.
I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, I'm not going to try to pronounce that.
STOECKLE. Stoecco. And University of Basel geneticist David Thaler discovered that virtually 90% of all animals on Earth appeared right around the same time. More specifically, they found out that 9 out of 10 animal species on the planet came to being at the same time as Homo sapiens did.
Why is that?
This is very conflicting. Now, granted, in their studies, they say around 100 or 200,000 years ago, which is a lot shorter than you guys' timeline, right? The consensus timeline. This quote, this conclusion is very surprising, says Thaler, and I fought against it as hard as I could, unquote. And that's one peer-reviewed journal. That's one. It says here in that journal, it says the mitochondria generate energy for the cell and contains 37 genes. One of these is the COI gene, which is used to create DNA barcodes. But what's even more fascinating is the second study, that when you include with this other study, they both go against the mainstream consensus, right? The second study regarding the calibration of the mitochondrial clock that he was talking about. Because this is how they're able to guess how old Homo sapiens are. It has to do with the rate of mutations. Not only the rate of mutations, but the rate of genetic drift and how long they presuppose genetic mutations take to occur and genetic drift takes to occur. We have here
It should
from
only take one lifetime, right? Isn't it just
No.
because it's not carried in, if it's not carried in the men?
They're able to date Homo sapiens based off of the mutation rate of the mitochondrial genes, so they can kind of tell, well, this has mutated this much, so this specimen must be this old, right? And it's a guesstimate. It's an educated guess based on how long they think mutations take to occur.
What they call the drift. Don't they say it's carried by the woman? And so therefore, if the woman didn't have any girls, had only boys, then it would end the line.
Yeah, that's true.
So that should take.
Yeah, the mitochondria DNA is you inherit that through the mother, correct? But it says here, quote, first international workshop on human mitochondrial DNA. This is dated to 25th or 28th of October 1997, Washington, D.C. It says, mitochondrial DNA appears to mutate much faster than expected, prompting new DNA forensics procedures and raising troubling questions about the dating of evolutionary events. Regardless of the cause, evolutionists are most concerned about the effect of a fast mutation rate. For example, researchers have calculated that mitochondrial Eve, which isn't actually Eve, it's just a name that they titled for like one of the oldest human women. The women whose mtDNA was ancestral to that in all living people lived 100 to 200,000 years ago in Africa. But using the now, oh man, I lost my place. Hold on, what the heck? Using the new clock, she would be a mere 6,000 years old. With the new calibration done to the mitochondrial DNA. But they're not going to accept these studies, right? They're going to try to resist them as much as they possibly can, like the quote said. This conclusion is very surprising. I fought against it as hard as I could. And this lady, Ann Gibbons, who's a geneticist, was ridiculed and was exiled, was shunned from her scientific community because she is a Christian. And she was simply publishing a journal that, as far as I know, is legitimate. So this idea that's all, it's established, it's written in stone. There's no room for interpretation. That's just not true. Now we can argue, we can debate this stuff.
It just looks silly to me on its face. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the evidence is just anecdotal, but yeah, my evidence that it's young Earth would just be that there's still Chinese people and white people and black people. It's just pretty obvious.
Then explain the Grand Canyon.
I mean, the Grand Canyon is rocks that show that. I mean, that's one of the things that typically geologists will use. What they call the law of horizontal origin, using the rock layers and the strata, and the lateral continuity to know that the Earth is flat, and then they can tell you about the Grand Canyon. Yeah, I mean, coincidentally, all the rock strata, they all align. They line up across, laterally across continent to continent, all over the world. So now, what it is the Earth was posited in its origin in a horizontal. All the Earth. When I say Earth, I mean dirt, rocks, right? I mean, it's just the evidence just shows it was all deposited uniformly, all at once. And then what they do is they use that horizontal origin to then derive, like, okay, well, what happened here with this canyon? So this one fell down this way and it landed on this one according to the original placement of Earth. Obvious.
I'm posting some relevant links in the chat about the first study. And then
Yeah, I mean, all the data for like this older, it's all like an interpret, like the actual evidence just shows young. I mean, I'm not even a really big young Earth. Like, just I'm just saying, like using common sense, right? Like, oh, you know, you got people, you got humans, we got skyscrapers, we have history. When you wrote words down, it all pretty much aligns to like, you know, I don't know, anywhere between 5 and 10,000 years. Nothing near millions and billions, not even close.
The reason why I think people need billions and millions is for evolution theory. You take that away, there goes the theory, potentially.
Yeah, I don't know. I just look at the world. It's not lying to you. Look at like Grand Canyon or whatever. You know, you see the horizontal deposits of Earth, and then you see shit falling down. I mean, you know, fault lines fall due to pressure, due to weight, due to atmospheric pressure. Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Young. Imagine if it was millions of years old. You'd have Grand Canyons to the center of the Earth by now. Looking at a Grand Canyon like that's some proof of an old Earth.
We do. They're under the ocean.
I don't know what that means. The abyssal plains, the Marianas Trench, which part? Yeah, imagine if you had like a fault line, right? Like occurring for millions of years, billions, a billion years. You'd be like, dude, there's the center of the Earth. Right? You can see it. But no, we got this little cavern. Yeah, the bottom of the Grand Canyon is not even below sea level. So it's like not even. It's actually not even deep. It's not even. Yeah, it's not even down. It's not even down. It's up.
Do you remember the deepest, or rather the I guess the deepest on Earth, place on Earth, above sea level?
He's what do you call he's a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with his something's going on with him, but he's just depressed all the time when he talks. You can hear it in his voice. He doesn't
Dude, he's
seem,
going through a divorce, dude. What are you talking about? I think
Yeah,
he's going
is he
through a
really?
divorce.
Tora,
And
did you post the study you were talking about?
yeah, it's lying. By the way, I don't know why people call me Tora, dog. It's funny. I heard you
Sorry.
call me Tora earlier, dude. Do I sound like Tora,
Yeah,
bro?
No.
So why do you call me Tora,
Yeah.
dude? I'm just wondering. You're not the only one. A lot of people confuse me for Tora. Is there like any specific reason why that might be? Do you think? Because I'm curious.
Yeah, you
I
sound
think-
like him.
I don't think you do. I think it's just a lot of times y'all are together talking about the same stuff, kind of like that.
Yeah.
Lion and Tora.
Lion, did you post the study?
Oh hell no, dude. Yeah, it's in the chat, dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a look at it.
I got the PDF from Ian Gibbons. I got Rockefeller University. A study regarding the 90% of all animal species all came about at the same time. 9 out of 10 animals all came about at the same exact time.
90% of all animal species came at the same time.
Yes. 9 out of 10 of all animals came at the same time, and they said it was around 100,000 to 200,000 years ago. Not millions or billions.
100,000 years ago.
100 to 200,000 years ago. Yes, sir. This is just one of the conflicting studies that goes against the mainstream consensus. That's why I try to tell you, bro. No, there's definitely more studies out there that don't appeal to the consensus.
Yeah, this is new to
posted
me.
two.
I never even
posted two.
heard. Yeah, I never ever heard of the theory that all animal species. I mean that would conflict with the fossil record. That would conflict with practically every study of remains that we have found from animals already. I mean, 100,000. That was like barely at the end of the ice age. It would conflict with geology as well.
No, I mean, no, not really. You would have to reinterpret geology. That's all.
That's what I'm saying. You would have to reinterpret a lot of stuff, not just evolution as a whole. But I mean, I find it hard to believe because there's so many relations between cellular structures and bacteria that exist today that it's impossible.
Yeah, I'm not denying that.
to believe.
I'm not. That's also based on interpretation. You think that you believe in Luca.
Luca? Oh yeah, yes. I mean, Luca is just a word for it.
What's Luca stands for? Last universal common ancestor.
Common ancestor.
Right? Yeah, you believe in that. You think that all life on Earth basically came from one primordial common ancestor, universal common ancestor.
Yeah,
might not be the case. That's only if you appeal to the idea of abiogenesis.
No, it's pretty like abiogenesis has a very strong scientific evidence behind it. There's been multiple experiments proving that it's not just about experiments. It's basic biochemistry and basic atomic theory that these amino acids are formed when there is enough energy to provide to make the bonds between them. It's pretty basic atomic theory that carbon has the ability to connect to for other atoms to satisfy its atomic the electron structure. There's a ton of it when it comes to our understanding of how atoms work that pretty much sits very well with our understanding of how amino acids were formed in the very early days. and how macromolecules are formed. And there's experiments that also show that this is actually the case. There's Mendel's experiments in the 1950s. I've posted multiple studies showing affirming that the formation of macromolecules, as long as you have the gases and the substances available in an early Earth. And geology also explains that the great oxygen crisis that happened about 3 billion years ago connects very well with the existence, with a shift where all organisms on this planet would consume carbon dioxide, then extrude oxygen. And it came to, and geology confirms that 3 billion years ago, there was an excess of oxygen. And then all of a sudden, with the emergence of the mitochondria and the very first eukaryote, where oxygen would be consumed and carbon dioxide would be expunged, that the oxygen levels on this planet shrunk by a lot. Just generally confirms a lot with our understanding of early life on Earth on multiple disciplines.
It's funny to me that you have the confidence that you have regarding things billions of years ago and the oxygen concentration, and like you don't see the hubris in that, dude. Yeah, you don't even bat an eye. You just swallow it up. You gobble it up. No disrespect, but you like, and then you act like it's science.
I mean, it's a pretty well-known fact. Cellular respiration is a pretty well-known fact, Blind.
What do you even start though to suggest that the low amount of concentration of oxygen billions of years ago? Where do you start for
ice core samples? I assume
ice core samples billions of years old.
I assume one way is to use ice core samples to detect like environmental changes over like millions and billions of years ago.
But dude, in ice core samples, they found deciduous material, bro. So you tell me that deciduous material that they found in the ice core samples is billions of years old?
I don't know. What did the scientists say? I just proposed the mechanism by which we can establish.
Yeah, there's a lot of hypothetically speaking. All right. But that's what I'm trying to say. Like we've been through multiple ice ages. The science is continuously evolving. I actually seen a study the other night. They were talking about the understanding that Antarctica was always been a frozen tundra, a frozen ice desert might be wrong, dude, because they keep finding like things that goes against their consensus.
Actually, that's incorrect. It was never hypothesized that that Antarctica has always been a frozen land. They found fossils during the very first expeditions to Antarctica in the late 1800s, early 1900s.
Absolutely.
It was never hypothesized.
Well, it is.
Like it was
what
never.
I'm trying to tell you, it's not established science, dude. There's all types of groups and different sects within the scientific community. Geologists, paleontologists, anthropologists. There's different groups, bro, and they disagree. They argue all the time. Most of you guys always appeal to the mainstream consensus,
and that's good. That's good. That is a healthy outcome of the rigorous scientific scrutiny. There's supposed to be debate. There is supposed to be scrutiny within science. There's supposed to be a vigorous and rigorous study and to see if things cohere with the models of understanding. That's what's so good about science. It is rigorously debated and rigorously and vigorously checked and balanced. And that's the complete opposite to what pseudoscience does, and the type of narrative that goes on generally, I would say, from the flat earth community going on in this server, where They want us to buy in all to a fact that everyone has agreed on, but they don't have an explanation for it.
Actually, I'm glad you mentioned pseudoscience, because the only pseudoscience that I found was coming from the globe side, National Geographic, PBS, potentially NASA.
That was a pop science, though. Like, they're not. I don't think they're scientific. I don't think they're considered scientific institutions.
No, it's a TV show.
PBS is not a scientific publication. I mean, if your argument, if your argument is that popular, popular science and a lot of the scientific interpretations that a lot of TVs and shows make in order to make science sounds like is something amazing, then yeah, that's completely true, and it happens all the time. It's a part of the entertainment business. Like I'm not excusing what PBS and all these magazines and all these internet pages that are trying to basically clickbait you into reading their articles. Yeah, it happens, but you can't really blame scientific principle or science for that. Like, yeah, I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. Yeah, this happens all the time, but this has more to do with the fact that everyone is at war with each other for your attention. And they're willing to lie and be dishonest and basically do whatever they can to, jingle those keys in front of a face and say, hey, look at me, look at those keys. That is a product of sensationalistic journalism and the war for your attention. And I understand the frustration behind it. Like, I totally agree with you, because it creates this dishonest view, this sensationalistic view of how science works. And I see it all the time. And honestly, I 100% agree with you. It destroys the credibility of science. It ruins the credibility of it.
When people talk about wormholes or like faster than light travel, just probably ignore those people. That's my advice usually.
My advice would be, obviously, to have a critical state of mind when you see the sensationalist articles and just go to the source of the study. I mentioned it like half an hour ago that all studies that have been peer-reviewed are easily accessible and you can download them for free. Most scientists, I don't know a single one that wouldn't do this, want you to read their papers. They want you to have access and read it for yourself. And from there, you can draw your own conclusions. That's what most scientists do. That's what most people in the faculties do. And I agree. There's a lot in the subjects of wormholes or time travel, or like there's a lot in the medical, biological, and chemical field as well that are just completely crazy, where the sensationalism has just gone too far. But the point is that just because these news entities exist and they like to play dirty when it comes to having access to your attention, doesn't mean that we can discredit or should discredit the very firm foundations of the scientific principle and the way academia works, especially in the STEM fields. And I'm using this wording very, very particularly and very, 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 very carefully, because there's a lot of academic entities that aren't very honest. There's a lot of fields in academia that has been, unfortunately, very swayed politically, and it's terrible because it poisons the well and the truth.
Out of curiosity, which ones?
Well, there was this this funny experiment where a bunch of PhDs would write these ridiculous
I know what you mean. Yeah.
PhD
thesis
dissertations. Yeah, dissertations. There were dissertations where they would talk about gender equality, where they would talk about, I think it was African American studies as well, and one of them was this ridiculous articles about the gender equality among dogs and how that would be reflected in human behavior, and basically saying that dog humping was akin to somehow the same thing as men being meninists in human society. Like, it was completely fucking ridiculous. And anyways, not to blabber on too long, and these papers were accepted when being peer reviewed by these social sciences, that they were truthful.
So I'm in academia myself, although my discipline has nothing to do with physics or chemistry. I, Dr. Pepper, dislike, and I'm not saying you are doing this, but I dislike when people just do, social sciences are not empirically valid, while STEM fields are empirically validated, which is not true. Actually, social sciences are quite interesting and quite complex and deal with like things that are hard to quantify, but still there's empiric backing after statements. I think that like when we talk about politics specifically, which is part of social sciences, I think it's perfectly valid to make these kinds of abstract studies, right? Because you're trying to drive a point, a political point, if anything, right? So, for example, when we talk about political lesbianism in the 80s and early 90s, right? There are numerous studies done on women who choose to engage in lesbian relationships, even though they're straight, to withhold sex from men because men were incredibly sexist and misogynistic at the time period.
I found those studies fascinating. I do. There's a lot of these studies when it comes to relationship dynamics that are part of social studies that I found very fascinating. So absolutely, I agree with you.
So I'll give you another example, though, in bad faith, to please our planar Earth friends. There was a group of academics that started writing studies, absolutely bonkers studies, not peer review, and they started publishing them in journals, right?
Yeah.
And it was amazing how much they could get away with, unironically. So you can assume that the majority of these studies were complete madness. They were just making shit out of their ass, right? And they still got published in journals.
Glorious nonsense.
There's an incentive for these journals to take in more and more studies, right? You want to be a prestigious journal. You want to publish cutting edge stuff, and in order for you to be a prestigious journal, to be the place where everybody wants to publish, you have to publish like a lot of stuff that is on the verge of like also in a brand new field, in a very niche brand new field, but something that's sensational, right? So they could get away with it because these journals are incentivized to accept this because they want to increase their resume and prestige so other people can publish there too. It's not so much monetary. Like publishing is like a journal really does not take that much money from a researcher. Trust me. Like the sum is sometimes laughable.
Oh, I know they don't.
Yeah, it's not so much monetary incentive, but prestige, social capital. Oh boy,
it's referencing because it's referencing because that scientist gets a lot of citations, and then that scientist can say, "Oh, I have over 200 citations with my paper," which means that my contribution to the field is significant.
Yeah, it's a feedback loop, right? Like you want to get more scientists to publish more stuff, so your journal is has a higher resume, which then increase the amount of scientists that want to publish in your journal, then like on and on and on and on.
Professor Rob, you're hot miking.
Yeah, Rob, you're hot miking, Rob.
That's part.
Really applies here, and the fact that it's the first episode that applies so strongly is very impressive.
Okay, I'll move them to hot mic.
Yeah, his TV's on. This guy's hot micing. Anyways, no, but the point I was trying to make. Oh yeah, as an example, as something in the STEM field, there are a lot of pseudoscientific or what is regarded as pseudoscientific fields.
Yeah,
like
the Korean guys said last year. Remember, Korean guys last year, the Korean scientists with cold fusion last year, which was complete bunkers, complete lies.
Yeah, there's what's it called? This belief that you transform water to memory.
The Japanese.
Homeopathy. I can post a study right now where a homeopathic doctor, or they call themselves Jesus, that's the tongue twister. Homeopathic doctor. Yeah, where she tried to treat a child with ADHD by giving her rabies that has been diluted in water.
Yeah, because the water remembers the structure. There was another guy who was a Nobel laureate and did structured water. I forgot his name. He's like super famous. He was something in relations to DNA, and then he switched to just being a grifter. It's just
but to your defense and your point, yes, they're all over all kinds of STEM fields, and especially in these quack medicine things where there's not at all like the stuff when they crack your back and they're trying to tell you that
medical science is one thing. Physics is another place where people try to get sensationalist bullshit. Chemistry is another one of the big fields.
There was
biology.
There was this article in physics that caused a huge ruckus where they created super cheap super leading magnets by a Chinese team that was actually debunked because they falsified, and the experiment could not be reproduced. There was a huge humbug in the physics community.
Do you remember Elizabeth Holmes with her blood testing kit?
Yeah, she was not a scientist though, but yes.
Yeah, but that was still something that was sensationalized in the medical science community. Like, this shit happens all the time. Like, they published fake studies so they can legitimize her bullshit. It's just...
Yeah, but she was backed by huge contributors. So I mean, I think honestly, it was more a lot of newspapers and news stuck up to them.
The issue became political. Fucking Mr. Giles himself, like, oh god, I forgot him. He passed away like a year or two ago. Legendary United States politician, foreign.
I think that a lot of the newspapers and news sources that were sucking up to Holmes were in it because it was a huge tech. She had like all the tech companies behind her, and all the investors behind her, and all the Silicon Valley behind her, which incentivized a lot of the news articles to sensationalize your stories and to pretty much be on her side.
Yeah, she pumped her ego a lot too. That also contributed.
There's this crypto bro that was the biggest fraudster in crypto history, which was one of the biggest financial frauds in U.S. history. The heck was his name? SBF. That also was covered by
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Yeah, Sam Bankman-Fried. Thank you.
Economics is also another STEM field, by the way. That's like mired with frauds.
Yeah, he was admired by the financial scientific field in finance, where they legitimized everything that he did, all his models, that everything that it is was revolutionary. And he had this philosophy that made him famous too. I don't remember what
altruism. It was like
thank you. Yeah.
Something altruism. I always forget.
Yeah. Yeah.
Effective altruism. Effective altruism.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, the point it is that all the scientific fields have their flaws and their advantages, and it is up to us to just see if what they're saying is credible or not, because it happens across all fields.
By the
unfortunately,
way, one of the people that backed Elizabeth Holmes was Henry Kissinger.
Really?
That was the politician I was telling you about, Mr. Giles himself.
Oh my God, that's ridiculous.
Yeah, she had like heavy politician backing, heavy like billionaire backing. She managed to swindle all of them as a pretty young woman.
Yeah, but her parents were PhDs from Stanford University, and she had connectors to Harvard, and it's absolutely
They were
ridiculous.
lawyers, I think, right?
Yeah, there's actually lectures that she has done during the time where she was scamming people. That is actually quite interesting to see.
The biggest one is the TEDx one.
Yeah, I'll see if I can post them later. But you can tell that she is just talking about how the machines work, and she has no idea how they work or any idea of the science behind it. And I remember that there were a lot of scientists already back then where they were like, okay,
she's in jail now. I don't know if you know this. She got pregnant.
She's out.
She's out? No, she got pregnant to avoid jail.
And she's starting another. She's out, and she's starting another biotech company.
That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm not joking. I'm 100% seriously. When she's out, and she started. Well, she's not started because she's not allowed to, but she is serving as an advisor for a private biotech company. She is not allowed to be working in a biotech company that has gone out public, but she is allowed to do it because U.S. laws are just weird. She's allowed to start a private biotech company that is not on the market. She's allowed. It's really weird.
I just checked. She's still in prison.
She is?
Maybe you're thinking of another person.
No, Elizabeth Holmes. No, Elizabeth Holmes. I remember. I'll look it up. I saw it somewhere.
Theranos. Wikipedia. Yeah, Wikipedia. Now, early life founding downfall.
Or she was out on parole or something? I'll check.
Well, Google search, a preliminary Google search says she's still in prison, but I'm also searching. 11 years she's supposed to serve.
Okay, I found it somewhere. I'll go back and look and try to find where I found it. Because she got what did you say? 11 years?
11 years. Let me Google again.
Jesus. That's not enough for the stuff that she pulled. It's crazy.
Checking. Yes, she's still in prison in a minimum security federal prison in Bryant, Texas.
Yeah.
Okay. She is living the life.
Indeed.
Oh my god, that prison looks amazing.
It was quite. Yeah, it's quite ridiculous when you come to think of it, because her entire idea breaks the laws of physics in so many ways. Anyone that has done any level of analytic chemistry, even a basic course, would understand that you cannot calculate concentration from a sample that is too small. Like, it just doesn't work. And
I agree.
There's a reason why, I don't know how many of you people have left blood, but there's a reason why the doctors
you give so much.
this is why they take a few tubes of blood when they're gonna do some blood screening on you. And if I'm not mistaken, SBF is in for life, I believe.
Yes, 90-something years, like.
Oh god.
Several consecutive sentences.
Jesus. Yeah, but I mean, he messed up big. He really messed. Yeah.
Yeah, Bernie Madoff died in prison for his bullshit, if you remember. If you know who Bernie Madoff is.
Yeah. One of the biggest pyramid schemers in U.S. history. In history, period.
Well, I mean, Sam Bankman-Fried definitely scammed more.
Yeah,
Bernie
he
was
did.
like 3 billion. Sam is like 40.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. But I mean, it's dumb. Like Bernie Madoff is you can't fault the guy because he did a system that many people didn't have an idea of, while SBF was just doing crypto fraud. And crypto was a huge thing that people knew wasn't good. And people knew that crypto desperately needed regulation. And people knew that, like, yeah, there's so many crypto frauds all over the world that happens all the time. And then SBF shows up and he was like, yeah, and SBF was like, oh, no, we're doing crypto, but it's not scam, it's not fraud. And then it turns out that it's just like all the other ones. So it's just way stupider that SBF managed to scam so many people as he did, because it was so plainly obvious for years that this shit is just not going to work. And crypto within itself desperately needs some severe level of regulation that now happened because of SBF. There are 2 congressional hearings when it comes to cryptos that I don't know if you've seen it, but they're very, very good, where you have these regulators and you have these public speakers when it comes to financing crypto, like telling them, yeah, crypto is completely freaking unregulated. The people who are running crypto like Bitcoin and Ethereum, they basically control everything. They have complete control of the code. It's not decentralized at all. People holding these crypto banks are basically opening banks without any type of regulations, and they're holding millions, if not billions of dollars, even though they have zero qualification to operate as a bank. This shit needs to stop. There's this other case that just came out. It's called, well, one of them was Celsius Network. I know that one was a huge crypto fraud that ended up in the company declaring bankruptcy and billions of dollars being lost. There's this other guy. His name is Alex Mashinsky. He created a crypto bank, and he was basically saying that his crypto bank is the best. It's even better than banks. It's more honest than banks, and that you should unbank yourself.
Oh, I remember that now. Yes.
Yeah, Alex Mashinsky. He got sentenced to jail like last week, 2 weeks ago. He got like 15 years. Yeah, he got like 15 years. Yeah. I don't remember the name of his thing. Alex Mashinsky. Let's see now. Alex Mashinsky. So, yeah, it was Celsius Network. That was the one. He got 12 years. He was sentenced May 9th. I was about a month ago.
Nice. I'll be right back. Give me a second.
Yeah, he was basically telling everyone that you shouldn't have confidence in banks. Normal banks are a bunch of fucking frauders. They will steal your money. Like, he would say the most ridiculous shit about banks, and that his bank was way better. That if you put money into his bank, he would give you higher returns. All that crap. And in the end, it was just another crypto scam where hundreds of millions of dollars were lost because they used the money to gamble on other crypto projects, which of course turned downside up. And his crypto bank lost hundreds of millions of dollars, and that money is now gone. Yeah, that was Celsius Network. I mean, there's been a ton of these examples lately. I mean, the whole NFT thing showed also just to be basically a big get rich quick scheme where people will spend ridiculous amount of money on NFTs that were basically nothing, that were unregulated, and all lost their value tremendously. Yeah, he got. I'll post the link. He got 12 years for crypto fraud.
John the leprechaun.
Come on, Papa. What are you doing? Yeah, so Bjorn, the sugar tank does mimic the atmosphere. It does bend light down the same as the atmosphere.
I was just curious because I didn't understand the whole sugar water thing. Like that, you know.
Oh, just the sugar creates a density gradient, just like the atmosphere has a density gradient. So.
Oh, thank you.
Kitty, that's going to end badly.
Learned something new today. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I have a kitty that's about to get injured. It's going to scare the shit out of her. Kitty, that's going to go bad. There we go. She's right. Speaking of kitties, my son's cat, young cat, freaking died the other day. 19 months old.
Oh, I'm sorry, man. That's the worst.
Yeah, she was quiet for a couple of days, like not obviously sick. Oh, hang on. The sugar water shows what is happening till light is bends down. The horizontal line of sight. Are you coming into fucking VC? Oh, do I have another meme? These are the big questions. Probably not, actually. Oh, yes, here we go. Here we go. We do have one. You coming into VC. Does the polarization? That would be a question for Bull Knight, I reckon, Snooze. Bull Knight or what's his name? DC. Hang on, let me find him. Yeah, DC_DK is his username. Oh, hang on, is that him? No, hold on. Hold on.
What's happening, man?
Hang on.
What's up,
Who
you
was that,
bastard?
PMAC?
Nah.
I'm trying to get Papa Flurf.
Yeah, he's a good guy.
You
I like him.
coming into VC.
No. Fuck off.
No, Papa Flurf.
Yeah, he's a good guy. I like him. Hey, that's just on the fucking 24/7 Discord server.
Yeah.
You
It's a
ready,
shit fight.
what the fuck is going on there, bro? Like, okay. Like they muted me one time. I said, I'm sorry, I apologize. Blah blah. And then like permanent fucking ban, like. How do I put this? It wasn't bad, like. There's somebody in there, right? Okay, I'll put it this way. There's some mod in there, right, that doesn't like me. He doesn't like the cut of my jib. And I don't really care, right? I don't give a fuck who it is. But he just permanent ban me. Not permanent ban.
Okay, I got to duck
but-
out. Hang on, and text you. 1 sec.
Oh, fuck off him. You cunt, you. People that like me, what the fuck? I see so. I don't understand it, man. I'm perfectly fine. Like. I'm fine. I'm normal. Ah, fuck it. Oh, thank God. Thank God for OmniChat, bro. Oh, it's just one place where everything's fine.
You gonna make it? You gonna be all right now?
What you motherfuckers doing here anyway? Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. I made it. I made it to OmniChat. That's the best place.
I agree with you.
It's like we can chill. No fucking mods. Oh wait, I'm a mod. I'm supposed to ban him. Stevie, I'm gonna ban you, bro.
Yeah, you fucking better not, you piece of
Fucking
shit.
motherfucker. I'm gonna fucking ban you, motherfucker.
Ban that boring guy. He's a troublemaker from New York.
Yeah, the guy. Well, how the fuck you been, bro?
I'm always good.
You know what? You know what? I respect that. How do I stop this fucking thing? Yeah, no, it's a man chat. If you actually look around the corners, I'm good. I'm good, bro. So I was on 24/7 there again as usual, right? And I know I might have spoke a little bit out of turn and made a couple of fucking stupid remarks, right? But why? So everybody else is banned, dissipates within 5 minutes, and I'm still banned. There's a mod in there that is a hard on for me. I don't know who it is, but he's never liked me for like 10 years now. 10 fucking years, like. And I still can't figure it out. That shows you how dumb I am. Anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly, Steve. It's funny, right? It's a bit of crack. It's a bit of fun. This guy doesn't get it. I don't think this guy's a funny bone in his fucking person. If he had a chicken, it wouldn't have a funny bone. They'd laugh at it.
That's right. Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't get it, right? So I've been there like fucking, I don't know, like 15 years. I'm like, hello, I'm still muted. Hi, I'm sorry, I apologize. You know, I'm really sorry. It's not like it's not like I call, it's not like I said your mother's a her. You know, your sister smokes crack and sells her pussy. I didn't say that. All I said was, hey guys, you want to hear this joke? So now I'm banned for like ever, can't speak, and you're like, okay, there's something wrong here, bro. It's like the Earth is definitely not round or triangular. It's probably flat. I don't even give a fuck. But you know, like I said, okay, I know I speak too much. I shut up now for 10 minutes. Ban. I said, you know what? It's a personality class. There's some mod in there. I'm not quite sure what it is. His name might begin with fucking any fucking of the alphabet. He doesn't like me. I don't fucking care, right? But why ban me for saying nothing?
Yeah. A lot of egos, especially on that channel.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm done with that, bro.
24/7, man.
Yeah. I'm done with the Earth being a fucking. I'm done listening to their mathematics and well, maybe I'm done, bro. It's definitely not a fucking ball. I'm done with
Yeah.
that. That's long gone. You know, so why are you still there perpetuating the fucking thing? It's like, I don't understand, man. But I'm not a bad guy.
But they won't save the world.
Aye, from
They gotta save the world. I'm gonna save the world.
hang on. I'm busy today. I'll do it tomorrow. You know, you've got to have a bit of fun, a bit of crack, as we say in Ireland, a bit of crack, right? Bit of fun, right? There's fuck all of that left there. They're like so serious. Like there's some people when they come on, they start talking. I won't mention any names. I'm like, oh my god, I almost fall asleep. I mean, it's like no human touch. It's just like, blah, 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 blah.
You can't make it up. You can't make it up.
You can't. That's fucking rated.
And then they got no crack.
No fucking crack.
You gotta have a bit of crack. They don't have any. It's so funny.
Yeah, there's none of that. Like you be sitting there, like, listening for hours and hours, almost falling asleep. No, actually, you did fall asleep for about 6 hours. You woke up. Wait, how am I going? And like, I'm yeah, you're like, what the fuck? Where is the humanity going? Where is one person talking to? Like, I know they get a lot of trolls. I know there's a lot of trolls. Okay, I understand that. Why not you just talk to each other like human beings? Like, listen, bro, you're talking shit. You can't fucking prove it. Now, fuck off. But you know, they have this deadpan way of talking to people. It's like there's no humanity left on the fucking server. That's when you know it's time to move on. Maybe there's something else for me out there in the big blue world.
I think there is. I'm not. I'm kind of feel the same way.
Yeah, I'm done with. I think I'm done with that, bro. You know, it's a good server, 24/7, but there's too many ballbacks on it trying to prove their own fucking worth or how whatever. Hey, look at me on TikTok. I don't give a fuck about your TikTok, bro. TikTok. Once I started mentioning TikTok, I knew it was gone. It was dead. Just, you know, like two people talking about feelings. Feelings, nothing more. You know, just your feelings. Possibly a couple of measurements would figure out the Earth is flat. And then, you know, just, you know, it's too. I don't know how to explain this. You get me, Steve.
Oh yeah, let me give you my opinion.
After I shut up. Go ahead,
That's what
Steve.
people. No, go ahead. No, no, you're doing good. I just laughing. That's what the people want to do. They want to share their opinion, right? It's like, oh man, I don't. People don't get it, right? Like they claim all these different things, right? That we're supposed to know, and then when we corner on the no, it's like they want to skip over the no.
Yeah, I'm not here. I'm not here to impose my opinion upon you. That's not what I care about. I'm here to have a bit of fun, have a bit of human interaction. It's not one bot talking to a fucking other. I'm not a fucking computer. I just want to talk to you like a human being. But that's got so 24/7's got so fucking what do they call it? Like when you clean something out or something. I don't even know the fucking name of it.
Sterile.
Sterile. That's the fucking word. That's the word. That's the word. You're afraid to speak for the fear of somebody in red, Mikey, because you're being too fucking human.
In a crazy world. It's not crazy. Oh, don't worry about it. The world's not crazy. Only the Earth isn't round.
How can I protect you in this
How can it?
crazy world?
I
It's
gotta help you.
alright. Yeah.
We land on the
Somebody asked
moon.
me.
Go ahead.
Gypsy
Go ahead.
standing at the hotel there working all day going, hey, what went wrong with the word? And I laughed. She went, you laughed is funny. I said, I laugh, wait. 2001, 2000, when the towers went down, 2012, no, the world's always been crazy. It's always been that way. Like, you just haven't realized it yet.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always, yeah. We have, as a man, been a man. We've never changed. Female, maybe a little bit. Males, it don't work that way with us. Now, a lot of them have turned what you call soft, but that's, not necessarily a normal thing with most men.
Is that a blue pill thing?
Yeah, the sissy stuff that they try to get you to believe.
Sissy?
That's what I call it. They started doing it 40 years ago in America. They teach you how to. They start out with all kinds of different things. That's how they do it, right? No bullying, name calling, and politically correct, and all these different things. Racism, everything they can think of to throw at you. Because what they're doing is they throw it at everybody, but then you're the perfect person if you follow every one of their rules. Get a blue star at the end of the week. Do the homework. Pass the test. Come out here, tell me how smart you are because you went to college. Respect my authority. All the things that are just completely backwards for being a man. It's kind of crazy.
I hear you.
As they have a great big gun and a great big stick behind you. We have to have all these rules and regulations, and if we don't, well, we're just going to shoot you. That's called voting. We voted on that bill. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that probably at this stage I'm way past the shape of the Earth. I think I'm way past that. I think there's something else going on here.
Oh, hell yes. Well, it's part. I mean, that's the thing that first thing you recognize. The shape of the Earth is anybody can rub two sticks together can recognize the shape of the Earth, and so that part of it is a done deal. If you're that weak, yeah, exactly. I mean, then now you're having fun. Yeah, oh yeah, exactly.
Hi. Another ball. How much proof more do you need? Like, would you like to measure that? Yes. Oh fuck! I'm not about. Good. Now, what I'm going to do is sit here for 25 years and tell you how it's not about. Thank you. Jesus, you are committed. You are so committed. We're past that, bro. Way past it.
Yeah.
So this is why probably Omni is created. Pretty soon I'll be red mic'd in here too. But I don't care. I'll move on to another server. The next one. Next, I don't know, man. It's crazy the way people go on. Like, plus myself. There's no saying the world is not what you think it is. It definitely is not.
No. No, yeah, definitely. People struggle with it, right? I mean, you can understand the ballers, just denying, but a flat earther, hell, they struggle with some of the basics.
Yeah. So how long do you expect me to sit here and tell you that it's not a lot, and the proof is insurmountable, measured scientifically, vacuums, and all kinds of shit. You expect me to sit here for 25 years or 20 years? I don't know when. Anyway, and do that over and over and over again. No, no, bro. We're moving on now. Maybe it's simulation, maybe it's something else. I don't know. But
That's what we live in. It's not a secret. Once you wake up to it and accept it, you have to accept it. It's not like you have to not accept. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not, because it's super critical that once you know, now you know. Well, the only thing you can do is keep playing the game. It's not like the game's going to stop because gee, I discovered this. I made this great.
yeah, you're kind of right there, Steve.
I mean, this is where the fun begins, right? I mean, I mention people all the time. Think how lucky you are that you know this much. Just all you have to do is know. You don't have to know anything other than what they basically tell you isn't necessarily for your own good. And that's a hard one for people to accept. They don't understand that it's part of put you in the little system here. You be a good little
Yeah.
boy as I
Yeah,
steal your money.
yeah. It's not a great place. It's not a great place to be. There's a lot of shit going on. It's not nice. It's not nice. So if you sit and think about it and about the things you've seen, about the way people treat each other, people and whatever's going on, it's not exactly nice. I don't quite understand how you think a God could do this or God this that they are. I, I'm not I'm not a satanic person. I don't believe in that. Well, I do because but it's not a good place to be. This is something that the reason why you're here is probably to get the fuck out of it, and you have to find a way. There's a certain way to get out of here. Um, yes, you're going to maybe learn lessons, but this is not a good place. And anybody who tells you that and tries to sprinkle fairy dust on it and tell you, oh, God done this for this, that, and this, there's nothing good about this place, wherever we are. Nothing good.
What if the goal? What if part of the goal is to make this place better?
Okay. How would you start? Oh, sorry, by making other people. How would you? Yeah, by making other people realize it's not the goal.
That might be part of the solution. Yeah, I'm starting to ask globe believers if their belief in the globe is the root cause of maybe some of the issues they're experiencing.
That's a good question there, back to Eden. Yeah.
Thank you.
How would yeah. To tell the truth, I don't even care.
Well, that's a good answer too. Because they did do what they did, and this is where we are. And the human, that's the only thing that you got. There's a bunch of things that you got. One is the beauty of being a human being. That's just a guarantee Thank you, God, for telling me this, reminding me. That's the message, number one, or one of them. There's quite a few messages out there, but to be so thankful to have received this message of how the world works.
Why would you be thankful of that?
Oh, because I would, because he told me, and I'm going down the road just like you did 2 days ago, and then it wasn't the road. I always thought that, just like most people do, it's just a little bit crooked system. It's not a complete system of control. And I'm thankful that now I just know that much. It's a control system based on your brain and me manipulating it so you agree with the things I say. And I'm thankful that now I don't have to listen to your bullshit. Right? I mean, that's all. Just to start with, that's the simplest one. Is
That's
the
good,
one,
sir.
the one God gave you, right? And because I preach certain things.
God didn't give you it though.
Well, yeah.
Spermatozoa fucking went into an egg and it made it created something. That's not God.
Well, I don't like to say, I don't really come out here in public too much about God because, but I'm just saying that it's God then you, but the same thing, just go you with the message that you received. And now you have to fight, which you can use any word you want to here, to maintain your presence. So you have a presence and you run with it, just like you always have, but you actually have more power now because of knowledge. So you gained a wealth of knowledge on the system itself just by being.
That's actually a good point.
Because you're not going to get away from these characters. It's not happening. I don't think so. I could be wrong on that one. I don't really care, but personally, the way the system's set up, me and you can run as far as you want to, but you're not going to get away from the circle, what you might call.
Well, no, that's a good point, Steve. I appreciate that. What's the purpose?
They don't really care about us, so that's number one. So you don't have a purpose.
Michael Jackson?
Huh?
Are you Michael Jackson?
No.
They don't really care about us.
That was a good.
They don't really care about it.
But there's another hoax, right? Michael Jackson. People don't want to accept that hoax. Oh, he has to be real. Yeah, okay. I don't care. I don't care. You want to be part of the pretend world? Go ahead.
As part of the coping mechanism, not to care, because that's a pretty good one. I think that's probably the best one you could do. It's like, listen, bro, come here. Can I tell you something? I don't give a shit. What was that? What? I don't give a shit.
I think you said, I don't give a shit.
I might have said that. Don't quote me. All I want
It's
to
got to
say
be lying.
is, I don't really give a shit.
It curves. I don't give a shit. It curves.
Does it fuck? Does it fuck? Right, so I'm not going to sit on a server and talk to people who come on day by day, year by year, year after year, 20 years later. Bro, it's not a fucking, it's not about, why, how do you know? And repeat the same fucking thing over and over and over again. I don't care. I don't care. I'm way past that. You go do what you want to do, figure it out. I'm away.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. That's
it's
what,
kind of run its course. I'm way past that. I'm way past that.
Yeah,
I'm way past that. 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 I'm way past Oh, but let me tell you about mechanics and fucking refraction and orbital distance. Fuck off, bro.
Of bullshit.
That's
Yeah.
bullshit.
Yeah.
That's
That's
bullshit.
what's so funny. Yeah, that's what's so funny about it.
Because it's true.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the pure ass humor in it if you're a flat earther. That's what I try to tell them all the time. You're fucking arguing with a fucking something that's impossible. I mean, are you retarded? It's a fucking
Exactly.
fuck.
Oh man. So these guys will sit there and they're just like, yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm kind of yeah. Phew. I don't even know if I want the fucking internet anymore. I'd rather just fade out into oblivion. You remember that guy that says something about something? Yeah. No. Fuck. That guy. Yeah, that guy. Who? I don't know.
Fuck.
Well,
That's
we're past it, bro. We're past it.
yeah.
It's no longer a question of why is the Earth a ball and it can be this way, it can be that way. It's no longer that. It's gone. It's
Yeah, it ain't
fickle.
coming.
It never coming back. We see the
Never coming. It's just not coming back.
It's not coming back, bro. So now I'm going to sit and tell people year after year why it's not coming back. No, thank you.
I'm committed.
I'm not that fucking committed. You enjoy yourself. You do the ball, Earth thing, or whatever, and vacuums and spaces and balls. And I'll go somewhere else and enjoy myself. It's very, it's crazy.
Yep. Doesn't take a genius to figure it out. Thankfully. That's one of the best parts about it, I think. The irony. A child could debunk a globe. One of the so-called globe bosses. Imagine a glober with 5 PhDs. A child could still debunk them.
Yeah, talking to a 10 or 12-year-old, a well-educated 12-year-old. That would be hilarious. Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's a good one. We should recruit some 12-year-olds.
The youngest person I met, he was Chinese Canadian, first generation. His name was Leonard, 5th grade. When I asked him what, I thought I was going to impart some knowledge onto him. I asked him, Leonard, what shape do you think the Earth is? And it was just between us two, right? We were playing basketball after school. And he said, it's definitely not a sphere. And I said, whoa, how did you draw this conclusion? In shock, right? Because I didn't expect that. So he's like, so he said one word. He said science. I was like, oh my goodness! In my head, I thought there was hope for the humanity. So then I asked him, "Did you tell your dad, or did you tell your father?" And he said, "No."
No.
No.
I
Some
wouldn't dare.
parents would probably get really triggered.
Yeah, especially Chinese, maybe.
Yeah.
So what's the thing with Donald Trump letting 100,000 Chinese into the country next year?
Yeah.
What's
Well, it's part of this game we're playing.
Probably need their help in some math. Supposedly, I think in the top 5 countries, we're all like Asian countries for math.
Why?
Probably just spend more time focusing on it than MTV and Marvel comics and Iron Man and.
Well, also your parents stand behind you going, "You will learn fucking maths. You will learn fucking maths." You know, they're like,
yeah,
they're very strict. But I'm surprised to hear that there was a Chinese guy called Leonard. That fucking threw me for a sec.
Yeah.
Leonard, eat your fucking noodle, Leonard.
Would you trust? Let's say, person from India to cook Chinese food, or someone from China to cook Indian food, or maybe someone, let's say, someone from Scotland to make Italian food?
No.
Maybe with YouTube you can get some tips. But yeah.
Not at all, no. But even here, like, I came back from Turkey the other day, and they got a Chinese takeaway, and we were fucked. They really bad hygiene. Not that it says it happens in China all the time, right? But it was really bad. Like I couldn't get off the toilet for a day, sir. And my friend, he was from both ends, puking, shitting, puking, shitting, puking. The kind that where you're thinking, you're sitting on the toilet and you're going, "Am I going to survive tonight?" You know what I mean? Anyway, that's food. But anyway, yeah, the world's crazy, bro. The Iran, Israel. What the fuck? Huh? I used to think the world would never enter a third nuclear war, but Jesus Christ, the way people go on, they're going to kill each other eventually, aren't they? Steve.
What's up? That's my wife.
Somebody come in there.
Yeah, I just walked by my wife and said hi and go.
But yeah, war. Satan still wants war. There's probably one more war to end all wars. And that's when Jesus comes back.
Well, okay. All right, all right. So you're one of them guys. We're getting close.
I've been sent ahead to tell. I've been sent ahead to warn. Don't shoot the messenger.
Pooh. Oh,
It's a hoax.
fuck me.
It's a hoax to the boot, then.
The hoax.
Well, the war is. They control both sides of the game. That's make believe.
Yeah, who's selling these weapons?
Oh.
Yeah.
What do they call it?
Money grubbers.
Raytheon. Raytheon is a big seller.
Yeah. You can name a couple dozen. It's all part of it. Here's an example, right? I witnessed. Say like 30 years ago. Go ahead.
Right. No, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to do a quick story. 30 years ago, doctor shortage in America. Then they import Indian doctors. So, I'm just saying, I'm just saying that what they're doing is BS, right? First, you have to recognize it's BS to begin with. So, number one, you got a shortage of doctors. They're going to give you their story, always, right? So, we got a shortage. Oh, cost of medical doctor, expensive, blah, blah, blah. And so anyway, they imported all these Indians who apparently they're picking them out left and right over there for some reason. They got excess doctors in India. So anyway, that's part of the shift, how the paradigm take over the medical field, these types of things. But then the same thing with the nurses. The nurses are a large supply of nurses come out of the Philippines. If you didn't know that, you can research that too. But anyway, that's just two things that happen in the medical field as far as like when you talk about certain aspects of what goes on. No, they're dogs. These people are dogs in the medical field. That's where you're actually in more trouble than anything.
Now, yeah. You know, in 1972, they changed the Hippocratic Oath. Or the
Yeah,
70s.
I heard that.
It went from do no harm to may take a life.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah, no, I heard, I saw or whatever. I heard it's true, but
His name was Dr.
Wait.
Louis Lasagna from Tufts University. It's called the Modernized Hippocratic Oath, and it's right in the very middle. May take a life.
Oh fuck.
Very
that changes
subtle.
everything.
Oh yeah, it's a 180 from protecting them, like giving their life to protect them, to now.
May take a life? Really?
Yep.
Fuck.
It's very subtle.
bad. Yeah, they got us hoodwinked wherever you look, man. When you look at something, you got to look at it, man. You can't just assume anything. Well, not anymore. Not if you're gonna attempt to have a brain and have an intellectual conversation with somebody. Because people want to skip over it. Go ahead.
No.
It's all good though. It's just, but you have to see what it is. Like I say, I'm older. I just witnessed it. Just like the doctors, I didn't, person wouldn't even know this other than I lived through it, right? It was in the news and they told us about it. And the Filipinos, I'm a little more familiar with just because I have family in the nursing business. So, but anyway, that's what they do. They slowly X and go, okay, here. And then you still got people that'll come out here and say, oh, I'm a truther, but they don't like all the truth. They only like part of it.
This world is going to look very different in 20 years' time. Very fucking different.
10 years, I say even less.
Well, okay. I
shouldn't have said that. Yeah, I shouldn't have said that. But I agree with you. Man.
I'll take a 10, a raise a 5.
No, it's happening right now before our eyes, right? It's another thing. Yeah.
I mean, it's fine, put people in, do things like that there, that's grand. Not 1,000. Don't put 1,000 people in a fucking village of 2,500 people. Why are you doing that? Don't take 1,000 North Africans, pay for their fucking where their rent.
Yeah, the trip. Yeah.
And then people are going to get pissed off.
Yeah.
It's happening right here in Ireland, Ballymena.
Yeah.
It's overflowing. And there's a very, very intelligent guy, I can't remember who it was, he used to, short message, he used to, he was the advisor of George Bush and all kinds of people. He's like, this war, it's going to go into civil war in about 5 or 10 years. Possibly less. they're burning cars. Why, it's fine you bring doctors in. It's fine if you bring the odd person in. I don't mind. In my community, 6 or 7 people in a community of 100 people are foreigners. But don't bring 1,000 of the bastards in. Give them free food, free rent, free everything, and you can't fix the roads. You can't fix the fucking roads. The roads are full of potholes. You bastard.
Yeah.
Crazy.
We'll ask the hard question. Where did they come from and why to begin with, right?
Well, it's the same thing that's happened in America, like.
Yeah.
America.
Oh hell yeah.
Mexico. And no waving Mexican flags. Right, go back, Aaron. No, thank you. What? So
Yeah,
you're
it's
protesting?
funny.
You're protesting about going back to Ethiopia or Guatemala or fucking Colombia or wherever the fuck you come from, and you're burning cars, causing riots. Please go back. No.
The thing is, some people feel that the government, like the Bidens and the other people, brought them in so they could use their votes to remain in power.
Of course
But it
they
kind
did.
of back,
Of
yeah,
course they
but
did. That's the reason they thought that we get them in, we get them in the vote. Remember, they passed a bill about illegals being able to vote. They did, right? They're fucking insane, these bastards.
No, they blow smoke up your ass and play with your heart, right? That's why now, as a man, you got to be so careful with your heart.
Yeah. Well, white people are very hard. I don't mean the racist guy, but white people are very hard to fucking upset. But once you upset them, it's fucking game over. Like, we'll kill everybody.
Well, hold on. Speaking of rumors, though, I heard one about Sean G. That Sean G is back to flat Earth. Is that true, Sean?
Is Sean in here?
Yeah.
Sean G just showed up back.
I heard his name
I
yesterday.
We haven't heard
And
that.
I won the lottery as well.
Yeah,
Did
okay.
I hope
That
so.
makes- Yeah, I understand now.
I can see that.
It's
Sean G
bullshit.
went back to flat Earth.
Otherwise, I like starting
Sean-
rumors myself.
Sean G, you forgot the brackets. Asshole. Thanks, Steve. Steve gets it. Asshole. What's up, Sean G? Somebody unmute D-Mark for fuck's sake.
Yeah, come on. Any mods
Hey,
in
come
here?
on.
Yeah, come on, Omni. Be cool, man. Have some class.
Hey, if we unmute D-Mark, will we be able to talk? Would we be able to talk? Sorry, I'm drunk. Sup, Sean G? Sean. G.
What?
What's up, bruh? What's up with you, bruh?
They had Austin and Jaron chat last night. Any thoughts, Sean?
I didn't see it. I don't really watch too much Flat Earth crap anymore.
True.
Okay.
I'm busy
Well, that
with this
would've
thing
been-
called life.
That would have been crap last night. So what was that crap about? Eden?
It was
Also, it was about
Sharon talking about globe, and then Witsit pretending it didn't really happen, and them going on a conversation to make money.
Okay. Yeah,
Oh, the money.
Big
You
money.
think, right? That's what Wits is doing it for.
Yeah, yeah. Pass.
I'm saying, how do two people go to the one place, see the same thing, come back with two different opinions?
And argue about it.
Yeah, and then argue about it. It's fucking crazy.
Seriously?
Yeah.
That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy. Definition by too funny. That's what we're in. This is welcome to my world.
It's not the fuck. It's not real, bro. It has to be a simulation. I swear to God.
Well, it's controlled for sure.
I think it's better than the simulation.
Yeah.
But
It's the ultimate.
unfortunately not for everybody.
Yeah.
Sorry, say that again.
Actually, yeah, I don't think it's a simulation myself, but
Right.
unfortunately, yeah, there's a lot of people still suffering out there. What if the globe is the root cause, Sean?
It's not. No, it's not that.
But how could the globe be a cause when it's
Yeah.
just what it is? It's just it's an object. It doesn't move
Like-
or doesn't change our lives. We just live our lives on it.
Like the lie, Sean.
Hold on. Did someone record that, Sean? The Earth doesn't move? I'm just joking.
That's it. You could take it out of context.
I know, I'm just joking. But yeah, it was good to hear. But no, some people think the Earth isn't moving. Could it be a globe and not move?
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be two different conversations in this conversation that we're having. The shape of the Earth and what the Earth does, right? And regardless of if it moves or not, we live on globe. It wouldn't change at all.
What?
The conversation of globe or flat
No, I heard
has
that.
nothing to do with what. Okay, has nothing to do with whether or not it moves or not. Okay.
Right. It's not moving, Sean.
Okay, that's your opinion.
No, it's not my opinion. Prove it.
No, it's not your opinion. Prove it.
It's not
Think about
my
what you just said.
opinion. I don't want to prove it. Fuck you, bro. Just kidding. Anyway, moving on. How you been, Sean?
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Family good and all that crack? Doing well?
Huh?
Huh?
What'd you say?
I said, are you doing well?
I said yes, very well.
Awesome.
That's fucking really awesome. I'm glad, bro.
I'm pretty glad too.
Are you?
Of course.
Yes. Stop playing, Sean.
So, Sean,
Yeah, I've noticed that.
We were talking about war just before you got here. Let's say if there was some sort of outbreak of war and they raised the conscription age, do you think it's a duty to join maybe a just or unjust war? Or what about a just war? Is it someone's duty to fight a just war?
No.
Wait.
Absolutely
What
not.
war are we
I think
talking about?
any type of draft. I think any type of draft or anything like that is ridiculous. I think forcing someone to fight your battles, you don't usually get a good outcome of it, right? You want someone who wants to be there for patriotism, wants to win and help win for their country. If they don't want to be there, then they're just a fucking target. It's not okay.
Great point.
He's right, you know. That's the point.
I get that there are just wars like that we have to get into. Then there's these wars like we call them proxy wars where we're really not our battle, but we have to get involved, or vice versa, like stuff like that. But at the same time, I think it's gotten real easy to declare wars and all this kind of shit because the people that actually have to make those decisions, they no longer have to be in the battlefield.
Yeah.
So, what do you think about the Iranian Israeli thing that's going on right now? No.
I say we have to keep funding Israel. Their job the reason we fund them is a very good reason. It's kind of the same reason why we had never really just taken out Saddam. There are certain factions that keep the Middle East from going out of control, and Israel is one of our pawns that keep people at bay.
Right. So here's the thought. What if Israel didn't exist tomorrow?
Like they lost?
Yeah, like it's gone. Like it's not there anymore.
Oh, okay. Then Iran becomes a real serious Middle East problem. Like for real problem.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You think that?
I know that.
Huh. Do you know what I see happen in the future?
What?
Do you know what? Do you want to hear my future vision of the Middle East?
Let's hear you get it out.
I don't know.
Yeah, thought so. Okay.
No, it's cool. It's cool. We're done. It's done. It's a done deal. I mean, why would you put one tribe in the middle of everything? Everybody else that surrounds us, like a 7-year war, 1960. When the fuck was that? 1960. Yom Kippur War. 9, 6, 7, 6, 9. Yeah. Why would you do that? So one little nation surrounded by fucking enemies, and they kicked their ass in 5 days.
That's probably why they ended up with the short end of the stick, huh?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy though. Fair play to the Israelis. So why are we still? I don't know, bro. One tiny little nation in the middle of fucking all the Arabs, just want to destroy it. Crazy. Doesn't it seem like a setup?
You talking about the Gaza Strip?
Yeah. Possibly.
Well, if that's it, then it'd be correct. They lost. They got the short of the stick. But then why? I get worrying about them and going, where do they live? But what would you do?
I don't care, Sean. Just to be sure.
Okay. Oh, okay. Then why are we talking about it?
Well, I do because I don't mean.
Oh,
that
now
way.
you care about it.
I'm trying to figure out why it's happening. Is it real? Like
No, it's fake. It's just on Netflix.
Everything's
It's,
fake.
it's
That's on the.
It's a the Netflix war.
Oh, good. Thank God for that.
Yeah, there's nothing to worry about. It's not really happening.
Why would you live there as an Israeli?
On the Gaza Strip? What the fuck?
No, in fucking Israel, you silly bastard. Yeah.
Why would Israel, someone who's is from Israel, live in Israel? Probably because they live there. Pretty simple question.
Yeah.
Want to try again?
Why? Yeah. Why are they doing it? Why does every country around it want to destroy it?
Because that's usually what happens when you have power and you're in a place that have chaos. Again, I mean, I don't. It's not our war. We're going to fund them because if the big boys come around, quote unquote, Iran, we want something to be able to lob at them without us having to do it ourselves. And in that big picture, Gaza isn't that big of a picture.
Personally, I wish Israel actually took the land by legal means rather than force. They maybe they would have been over generous. That's what I would have done. If someone said, I want $1 million for this land, offer them $3 million.
Yeah, but they have no legal means.
But they already have control. But Israel already has control. Why would they do that?
No, well, I meant initially when they went back.
According to the Arabs, they have no legal means.
Yeah, but at the same time, would you want to do negotiating with terrorists?
I don't know if they were terrorists, but I don't know. Yeah, I have to study.
Well, we definitely know they're a terrorist faction, 100%.
The people that were living in Israel or the Holy Land at the time, I guess, in 48.
No. I would say the people the leaders of the Gaza Strip, the area of the Gaza Strip is ran by terrorists. Like we know that group does terrorism. So that means whether it be not if we weren't to go to war and we were going to play the negotiating game, it's kind of hard to negotiate with terrorists to keep everything real and good, right? They're not going to just leave.
So why you're thinking about that? Do you wonder what the shape of the Earth is?
Nope.
You know?
I bet. Hey, I know where you can get your answers though. I bet at the bottom of that bottle you're drinking,
Where's
the
that?
answer will say flat or globe.
It does not. There's no fucking end to the bottle I'm drinking. What are you talking about?
Are you done with it?
Done with what?
Drinking?
No.
Then you'll never know.
That's what I said. Why are you answering my questions? What are you talking about, bro?
Why am I answering your questions? My bad.
With questions, with answers. The answers to my question. I'm just
Answers to the questions.
Are you a Jew? Are you a Jew?
It might know.
No?
Could be, but no.
What are you? Are you a Glober, Sean?
No, I'm Sean.
That's good. That's a good answer there. I like that. Next question. I swear to God, I fucking sprayed this fly with fly spray 3 times and the bastard still won't die.
Do you guys believe in instant
Fucking flies, man.
hypnosis? Sean,
Hello, Sean.
I was hoping to ask Sean.
Hello.
Sean, what do you think? Do you think there's anything into instant hypnosis, where someone can put someone into instant, let's say, a state of mind where they maybe could go to sleep?
I think that's more of a power suggestion type thing. Now, I do think over time, like those like fair type games. I think those are more make you think you are, but you're really not type thing. People want to be part of a crowd, but I do think you can probably train a brain to take suggestions without notice, right? I'm not sure how close those are related.
I have one friend who claims that he can't be hypnotized, and someone did try to hypnotize him. But there is someone going around on the internet right now, and he walks up to people and he'll do some sort of like, so when someone expects a handshake, just before the handshake happens, they'll grab them and pull a jolt to the body, and supposedly that puts the body into some sort of like state with and then the subconscious, he can access the subconscious, like put them to sleep. Supposedly. It's some sort of technique.
That's probably true.
Don't you have to be suggestive though? Because like I think not everybody can be hypnotized. Like I believe that's a thing, right? Aren't there people who can't be?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I've heard like when they've talked about watch documentaries or stuff like that. They've talked about people that aren't they can't do it too. And I think that would be more of that I don't want to say weak-minded, strong-minded thing, but I guess for the context I would.
It might even be how much you believe it, or if you even believe it at all. Like if you're someone that like thinks it's just parlor tricks and stuff, it might be harder for them to get you to like in your mind go there, because in the back of your mind you're gonna be going, this guy's full of shit. I'm not gonna get hypnotized.
Exactly.
I think that's the part of their technique. Our subconscious is there to protect us from anyone coming around saying, I'm going to take over your mind. And we're like, exactly that. Well, we'll say, no, you're not. But then what they do supposedly is they'll like I said, the handshake technique, when they'll try to reach out your hand and someone reaches out their hand, instead of like the person's going to expect someone just grab their hand and shake it. But what the hypnosis guy does is he'll like give the body a whole jolt. And then that puts their body into some sort of like, whoa, what's going on? And then that's when he puts in the command or something.
Well, this
you know his name?
Sean G is full of shit.
Eden, you know his name? I'd love to look it up. I'll watch it. I find that stuff interesting. Like, you know.
Yeah. He has almost 900, almost a million followers on Instagram. But I'll post two. Yeah, I'll post two. Yeah, this guy's from France. I'll post two different people that do this technique where it's called. Supposedly when you graduate hypnosis school, I think that's what they'll do. Maybe some of them will go on the street to practice their instant hypnosis. I'm just wondering if the military does that.
Did you see the guy on fucking Joe Rogan?
Well, that's what I was gonna say, because I think there's definitely got to be something to it, right? Because the CIA and all them, they put billions of dollars. No, I'm not gonna say billions, millions of dollars into research on it, and I think it has to have something to do with, has something to.
How did the guy guess Joe Rogan's PIN number?
Was that O's?
See, and that's not a guess. And he even explains he doesn't guess that. He looks for key triggers in his face, key triggers in his answers. I just told you.
Sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. I missed it.
No, it's a trick, man. He's really good. You're talking about O's, right?
Oh, yeah.
O's
No,
method,
absolutely.
He's
He's great, but he explains it's not like a trick. It's not like magic. He's a person reader. I don't know what the exact term it is.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Probably.
What he did on the McAfee show at the draft last year was like, how did he do? I don't know how he got like the first 13 picks right, including trade. I was like, that's kind of crazy. And I was watching. I'm like, maybe he's trying to like change the paper out, but like you don't see him do that. It's pretty incredible. I mean,
yeah.
I know he's not really reading someone's mind, so like I'm just impressed that he can pull it off the way he does. It's pretty cool.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty pissed off that he's not rich because now when I say rich because of it, because he probably has some good money, but you know what I mean, right? Like how the fuck has he not gone? Yeah,
like,
maybe a couple of billions somewhere.
Doing tricks.
Yeah, fuck a birthday party. We're gonna have a Vegas party.
World Series of Poker, win like 5 in a row or whatever, because you can read everybody. That would be great.
Fuck yeah.
Sean, your PIN number begins with 3.
Nope. Because you suck at it.
Oh, fuck. I give up. I thought it was 3. 3 or 3 1, Sean?
What?
Your PIN number.
I'm pretty sure, I'm 100% positive you do have to be sober to do it, though. I know that for a fact.
Shut up. Do that. Your bollocks.
All right, I got it. Can you guys hear me? I got some information I want to share.
No.
Okay, who was talking about the flies? Was that you?
Yeah, it was me.
Okay, I saw a funny thing on the news the other day. So what they were doing is they were taking a model dragonfly. So you can check this out. So go get yourself a dragonfly. They're wearing them on their hat. It doesn't matter, right? The dragonfly will scare away the bugs, right?
Wait, time out. So you got to catch a dragonfly. And
No, Sean. They made a model of a dragonfly. Follow?
It's a model.
It looks just like it, only it doesn't have the flappy wings. Yeah, it's a replica. Yeah, there you go. So anyway, you see, this takes you got to have an imagination too, Sean, because dragonflies kill other bugs, right?
That's something Sean doesn't have.
That's you have an imagination for
anyway,
that.
it was just a little thought process. If somebody's out dealing with bugs, and maybe you didn't want to spray, you didn't want to spray them or something, you might want to try this.
Shut up, Sean.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
and not
dragonfly
be a
yourself.
baller, not be a baller type of idiot, right?
Hey, Steve, no reason to fuck around. Don't get a little replica on a hat. Just get a dragonfly suit.
Well, he could do that. That might be better.
Yeah, just dress up like a fucking That's all you gotta do.
That's a mosquito. There's nothing like that's what we love about a ball, right? It's like fuck, man, we'll get a bigger rocket.
I love me a ball.
If I don't have
Get yourself a pet mosquito, so all the mosquitoes know that you're not one to fuck with.
Yeah. Well, whatever you do, I hope you get fucking bit by a mosquito, Sean.
Yeah.
It happens. I like killing them though. It's fun.
Well, I thought maybe PX might like try it if he's got fly problems.
Just get on with the story, man.
No, I'm done with it.
Oh, is it? Oh, fuck.
That's it. All it is it's a fucking way to kill bugs. It's a way to kill bugs. If you don't believe it, I don't give a shit. Better than talking about some goddamn. I'm gonna hypnotize you and I'm gonna hypnotize you and I can't tell it.
Just keep your house clean.
I don't want to listen to Sean. Sean.
Let's use some hypnosis.
Yes, clean your house and you won't have flies.
Shut up, Sean. Shut up, Sean. Nobody wants to know what you fucking think.
I know you don't like to hear the truth.
No, I don't like to hear you.
How does it baller? Says the ball.
You want to talk about? Hey, Mac, you want to talk about flat Earth?
No.
Yeah, you do.
No. Yeah, maybe a little bit.
A little bit.
What's happening, Sean?
What time is it where you live? What time is it where you live?
45 past 11.
The dragonfly is God. Did you notice that? What do you think about that, Eden? You think that dragonfly, man, that's a message? That's a message from God. Who would ever even think of that shit? Tie a goddamn
try drinking.
Tie a dragonfly on your hat when you go fishing to keep the bugs away. Who would even think of that? Only a flat earther,
angler?
right?
An
The guy
angler.
must be
Yeah, somebody who is on a fly.
somebody sharp, right?
Yeah. Fucking genius.
A lot of people don't like the spiritual realm. It's too scary for them.
Is there even such a thing?
Spiritual? Fuck, man, this is what it's all about.
Yeah, probably.
That's the
Is it?
what? Well, that's what it's about. It's not like they say, "Oh, they're trying to hide God." No, they hid God, you dumb bastard. That's just the truth. Because everybody did it. I mean, the things are already going on, right? Like people. Go ahead.
No, it's kind of funny.
Well, that's what we got out here. That's all we got out here.
Get rid of your God, you dumb bastard. Yeah, it is. Well,
People with
I don't. I'd rather not think about that. I probably don't know what I mean, but
Well,
I
we
don't
have
think
been-
it's a good thing. It's,
well, yeah, it doesn't matter, right? Here's the thing that does matter, though. See that ball, what they call sun. What's the ball?
Okay.
The ball of sun isn't a ball either, right? And so then you take that 93 million miles and you throw it out the window. So then you get into real facts and you put it right down here where it belongs, local. And then you put the fire back into the sun, so you savvy a little bit about fire, and puts a different.
You disappear.
Yeah, puts a different picture on life. See, so, like they don't want you to have a fucking brain. They want you high on drugs instead of high on life.
Everybody's high on something.
Yeah.
I mean, name your drug, bro. Coffee.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, America's half of them are on prescription drugs, no big deal. Hey, oh, I take this, I take that. You know, okay.
Yeah.
Us, they're kids.
And
then you
know
wonder
what?
why people are fucking retarded.
I walked into a place the other day. I won't tell you the reason why, and they asked me, "Are you on anything?" I went, "Nope." They went, "What?" "Nope, nope, nope, no, 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 nothing, no, nope, nothing." They
Couldn't
were
believe that, could they?
surprised. They could.
Yeah,
They
they were
couldn't.
exactly.
They were like, "What?"
What
So we
the
actually,
fuck's wrong with you?
yeah, a human being on nothing. Fuck, that's unusual.
Let's get someone in here to look at you.
Yeah, fucking, this is crazy, man. Did you ever see that before? No, nothing. 25 years. So you're telling me you're fucking nothing? That's what I'm telling you.
Well, we'll just see about that.
They were shocked. They were almost in a state of shock.
Yeah, I'm sure they
I
tried to
th-
give you some.
Yeah. I took it just for the crack. Anyway. What do you call that bastard? I forget his name now. Begins with G. Never mind.
Oh, call him whatever you want to. Don't matter.
Got him. Got him. Oh, he left? That's pretty.
Is that asshole Omni in here?
He is. Omnivore? Is that the boy you're looking for? Omnivore is a fucking dickhead, man. What a twat. What a fucking idiot.
That's what's going on.
I'm just kidding, by the way. I don't believe anything I'm saying. It's purely for entertainment purposes. Or purpose.
What's going on?
Wait, don't.
What's that?
Hello.
I'm here.
How you doing?
I'm okay.
Good. Otherwise? What? How you doing, bro?
I'm all right.
Good. You're supposed to ask me how I'm doing now. How you doing?
So,
No.
I don't think I've seen you on before.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, I just thought I'd go to greener pastures. That's just why I'm here.
Okay. Where'd you come from?
Cotton Eye Joe.
What's that?
Cotton Eye Joe. You asked me where I come from.
Well, I meant more like from.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. 24/7.
Oh, 24/7. Okay.
Yeah, it's a bad place now, bro.
Oh.
It's not the greatest.
Okay. Well,
Do you ever hear the song called "Where Did You Come From? Where Did You Go? Where Did You Come From?" Cotton Eye Joe.
I have heard maybe
Once, twice, maybe 3 times. I came from. I don't know, man. Don't ask me that kind of question, man. Well, you get so fucking deep, fuck off. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
so. Yeah, so
How are you?
I'm doing okay. I was in the other room
Yeah.
doing stuff. Yeah, and then I heard somebody talking. I was like, oh, I guess I left it on.
So why are people asking for you?
Yeah. So
Like, do you have something to say, or are you a globe earther or a flat earther, or what the fuck are
do
you?
I have something to say?
No, I mean, sorry. Let me rephrase that. Are you a globe earther, a ball earther, or a flat earther?
I am a globe earther.
Oh God! So you're a retard.
Well, I mean, I guess that is up for debate. I will tell you that I don't mute people or or time them out here just for being a flat earther.
Oh, or a ball bag. So you're an actual nice person.
Well, I don't know if I go that far.
You're sorry. You're not a nice person.
I'm not 24/7 material. We can put it that way.
Okay, I get you. So you're a ball earther.
Yeah.
Ball.
Well, yeah, that seems to be where all the evidence is, right?
Sorry.
I mean, in terms of in terms of evidence, is there a lot of evidence for the Earth being flat?
So everything's a big ball. Everything's just a big ball.
I don't know about everything.
No. Well, the Earth is a big ball, so.
Yeah. Well, we see the other planets out there too, and
what do we see?
We have measurements that.
What measurements?
Well, the one that I'm.
Never mind.
Okay.
I'm giving you out here, bro.
What's that?
Nothing.
The I'm currently looking at reciprocal zenith angles as a pretty convincing measurement for Earth being a ball.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Math. You gotta love math.
Math. That is math. I'm astounded.
That's a proof. It's a proof. Flat
Yeah.
baseline. But it starts with a flat baseline.
Reciprocal.
What would that be?
What do you mean, where would that be?
I mean, what's the what's important about that?
Well, you're talking about that reciprocal angle you're talking about.
Oh, so no, it actually doesn't. It's a zenith angle.
Oh, zenith with a three.
Three Z's. Three Z's.
Three fucking Z's.
Z as in zebra. Yes.
Ah, so fucking ridiculous.
So no, as a zenith angle.
I don't care your religion, bro.
It starts with a vertical angle.
Your religion has no fucking aspect on this matter.
Well,
right.
My religion.
Religion, yes.
Zenith
angles and God.
Not my religion, but okay.
Well, what is it?
I am a Christian, as it turns out.
Okay.
So that would be my religion.
Where in the Bible does it say there is a globe?
Depends on which edition you get.
Oh, depends.
right? There's some that say globe, and none of them say the Earth is flat.
What does the Bible actually say?
What does the Bible actually say?
I think that was my question. Yeah.
Yeah, it says quite a lot about a bunch of different things.
What's it say about the shape of the Earth, pal?
It doesn't say much about the shape of the Earth.
Why not?
Unfortunately, I mean, if it laid it out, if it said, the Earth is a flat pancake and
You would believe it.
there's a dome over the top.
No,
then,
no, hang on. If it said the Earth is flat, that's that. Would you believe it if it was written in the Bible?
Oh, sorry, what?
If the yes, okay, I'll try again. If the Earth said, if the Bible said, it's flat, and that is that.
Yeah, if the Bible said the Earth was flat, yeah.
Yes, would you believe it?
I would think that it was evidence that something was lying to us then about Earth shape. And I don't mean like the government. I mean like
lying.
Some form of physics, or like a demiurge or something. Something bad would happen.
Why would you automatically think that if someone told you the Earth is flat, it's lying?
Sorry?
Why would you? Oh my God. Okay, why would you think?
What would I think?
Well,
Well, I don't think celestial navigation, for example, would work on a flat Earth. Right?
It doesn't.
What's that? It doesn't work on a flat. Yeah, it doesn't work on a flat Earth. Right.
Yeah.
So that would kind of be a problem for me, right? Because if we know that celestial navigation works,
Why would you think there's something as a globe when people have already showed you that it's not?
well, people have tried to show me that it's not flat.
No, not tried. It is not what they tell you it is. Why do you still believe it is? I don't understand this.
Well, because I tend to believe in science, and
Science tells you it's not flat.
Well,
Sorry.
unfortunately,
Science tells you it's flat.
no, science does not tell you that it's flat.
No, it does. It does.
I don't actually think so. And knowing a little something about science, and knowing how people in the flat Earth debate treat science, I understand that a lot of flat earthers believe stuff about science that I don't actually think is so. So, yeah, I'm not.
Well, that's acceptable.
Yeah. So, like I said, that's my take on it. I'm not. If you could show me some evidence that it's flat, I'll take a look at it.
Wow.
Do you have evidence that the Earth is flat?
Wow.
Okay.
Hang on.
All right. All right. Not trying to be controversial here.
No, you're fine. I like you. You're a good guy. You sound sincere.
All right.
Okay. So, oh man, let me just get.
I have unmuted the Dimmock.
They're talking about blind frog ranch.
Hello, D-Mac. D-Mac. You crazy bastard.
Omni,
I'm
physics.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, you're a jokeaholic. Why wouldn't you? Physics. Physics proof flat Earth. And the hardware store and like front porches and every house and connected building that are squares. Squares, cubes, and rectangles prove flat Earth. You can get all the cubes and rectangles you want, put them on the water. If you don't see the side view stair step, then you're not on a globe. Let's go do it. If they don't make a cubert set of stairs, you don't got the globe stairway from these cubes I put on your water. They're all going to be the same height, and they should all be not level with each other.
I don't know if that's how this stuff works.
You don't know? That's how. Well, how does the ball work? You don't know how a ball works. That's the problem.
I think
You
I
don't
have
know
my.
the physics of a ball, Omni. How do you know anything about a ball if you don't know the physics of a ball? I'm trying to help you, brother. I'm trying to steel man it for you. Don't say, well, get the ball. Let's know something about it. How do you know anything of what you know without a ball? Just saying, well, that's weird.
I don't. So you say a bunch of stuff, and I don't necessarily think you're being all that convincing, honestly.
Well, listen, it doesn't matter what you think, guy with no ball, who doesn't know the attributes of a ball, Omni, who just said you have no idea what a ball does or how a cube acts on a ball. That's weird. That's weird.
I have it on good authority that it matters what I think.
That you think what? Nothing about a ball that you don't know anything about? What
Well,
great authority about nothing burgers?
I think I do know some stuff about it.
What's the cubes look like on a ball then? Demonstrate.
What do cubes look like on a ball? So when you say
demonstrate.
So
that would be cubes.
I think they look pretty much like they look anywhere.
No, we don't think about care. We don't care what you think, remember? We need to see what you know. We need to see what you know for once. Put up or shut up. One time in your life.
What do you think the difference between
Doesn't matter what you think. Stop thinking, dude. What
What's
the
the
fuck?
difference between thinking and knowing?
You're not thinking about shit. You're not thinking about a ball, and you're not knowing about a ball. Touching a ball and experiencing a ball is knowing a ball. Putting some cubes on a ball, like I'm asking you to do, would mean you know how a ball works. But you're too goofy to do that or slow, so now you'll never know how a ball works. Not my problem, yours.
Well, I mean, you might be right about it being my problem. However, it does seem to be a problem I'm happy to live with.
What, that you don't know about how a ball works and you won't show yourself? You're happy with that? But you believe ball because evidence of fucking angle is somewhere off nothing? Angle burgers to the air on a piece of paper? Really?
Not meeting your goofy standard of evidence.
Do you got the cubes on your zeniths? Put some square cubes all over that ball where the zeniths are and stuff, and let's see them stair step.
Zeniths are wherever you are. The
Well,
zenith
put some
angle
cubes over there.
straight up
Put
over
some
your
cubes
head.
underneath it. Let's take a side view and get the cubes and put them on the water for big floating rectangles like 50, 70, 100 foot, 10 foot, 20 foot, whatever you want, and just keep lining them up. And then we'll look at your lakes. After 11-mile lake, it should be 526 feet, 527 feet a drop. So we should see these cubes on an 11-mile difference. Yeah, you better look up the fucking Earth curve
You
calculator.
shouldn't call it drop. It's deviation from the horizontal.
Hey, listen, I don't care what you make up that you don't have a ball to even prove
I'm
what you're
just letting
talking
you know that
about.
if
What are you talking about? Get a ball and show me what you mean.
If you understand this correctly, it would help
With
you
what ball?
a lot.
How can I understand it when you won't pull the ball out to show me?
I
There's
don't
no
have to
physical
pull the ball
thing. Understand what physical thing, Omni? The
Every
nothing you have?
Every person in this has their own personal standard of evidence, and some of them, I'm not naming names here, but some of them are goofy.
None of them will touch a ball. So they must be pretty fucking goofy if they think they know ball physics without any balls anywhere or any toy airplanes or any cubes. They must be goofy. I'm with you. All the Globers are fucking nuts. Totally insane. They don't know the physics of their own fucking idea.
I
Their own
think
fucking
that
idea.
might not be correct because
What, your idea? Your idea might not be correct. I know. We know. That's why we're here, flat earthers, Omni.
People who
We've been
think
telling you this for years, buddy. Are you getting it now?
people who you've been saying
Your
stuff
non-globe
for
ability to touch or physically fucking attribute a globe or know anything about
some
it
of
for yourself
some of what
is
you've been
crazy.
saying for years, it turns out, is pretty.
You don't know about a ball for years.
pretty
Yeah, you're
coherent.
pretty non-ball. Yeah, that made no sense, guy that doesn't touch a ball.
I think
You don't make no sense, dude. Go figure out what a ball does.
I think I make
You
plenty
won't
of
do any
sense.
real physics at all. Real physics defeat you.
You don't.
Why are you
Okay,
mad
so
that a
what is
real
it
ball and real physics
real
right
physics
now defeat everything you
and
think?
not real physics? What is the
Listen,
difference?
we're not talking about religious. We're talking about physics
talking
and
about
science. What can we sit and demonstrate to each other right now? Can you
Uh,
demonstrate
no,
vacuums and balls?
No,
Or is
there's
that
there are
a
all
religious
sorts of
claim?
things that
So
are
it's
true
a
in
religious
science
belief.
that I can't demonstrate to you right now. For example,
Well, then that's your problem.
I can't. Well, it's not. No, not really.
Yeah, it's a big problem. You shouldn't believe stuff you can't demonstrate. It
wait-
makes it not
wait a minute.
physical, Omni.
Why should I? Why
You
should I?
understand what non-physical is? Why
Yeah.
should you make stuff physical?
No, I
Well,
don't
it's not
have
a
to
religion,
make-
brother.
I don't have to
You got
make
too many
things-
religions.
I don't think I do
So
have.
can we make a ball physical? Can Omni or anybody in here help Omni know what a ball is? Getting a ball.
I can make a ball physical. Sure.
How? With cubes on it? Show me.
Baseball? Well,
Show me how your rectangles look on it.
What
Get
do you
some
mean?
gel. Get like a little bit of gel. Make a thickness of gel. Sit them in the gel. Act like it's your water. It'll stick, right? Fake gravity, and then place them on that ball.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Well, we ain't waiting for nothing. Show us.
If we're talking about gravity, okay?
Yeah, I just told you can have some sticky fucking oil on there for your water, some sticky salve. You can make that your ocean. Now stick the cubes on there.
How do you think?
Why you don't want me to help you have gravity now too?
What is
now
your
he doesn't want gravity on his ball.
What is your
Now
problem?
he doesn't want gravity on his little ball. I gave you Vaseline. Rub Vaseline on it. Stick your fucking cubes to it. Why is this hard for you and not third graders?
I mean, I don't know that
Third graders know how to rub their ocean Vaseline on the ball and make it their gravity because the little cube sticks right there. It sticks. Sticks.
Okay. So we've got a third grader who's got cubes stuck to a ball, I guess. I'm trying to follow along here.
No, why don't you try to repeat what they do with a ball? Get some Vaseline. It's not that expensive at the dollar store. Get you a globe, rub it all around there, and then take some little styrofoam cubes, some little sponge, some cubes, and stick them on there all the way around it. Some rectangles. Are you
Okay.
afraid? Are you afraid of the physics the ball will defeat you?
I don't think I'm afraid of that. No.
Why?
I wouldn't describe myself that way.
Well, why are you afraid of doing it?
I'm not afraid of doing it. I don't have.
We're waiting for your stair stepper globe to reveal itself.
Why would I want to do that?
Why would you not want to know what a ball's like? I don't know. That's pretty weird that you
So
don't know anything about a ball.
I don't think that I would necessarily learn anything that I thought was valuable.
You're not going to learn the attribute of how cubes and buildings sit on a ball? Yeah, you would. You'd see outside and see that those buildings don't do that. That's what you're going to learn, and you're going to be welcome to flat Earth after you get done.
Well, wait a minute now.
No, we ain't waiting for shit.
I mean, do you think that means that there's no?
I know you're not going to demonstrate that. I just told you that no buildings you put on that ball are going to match reality.
Show me something.
Omni, you can't even hear my sentence, buddy.
I can't
None
hear.
of the buildings you put on there are going to match outside. Let's do it.
So I want you to
Show us,
demonstrate.
buddy. Come on.
I want you to demonstrate gravity on your flat plane.
We're demonstrating buildings on a ball. No, buildings on a ball are too hard for you.
You can't do it.
What? Can't do what? Buildings on a ball? I've already done it. They don't work. Balls don't. Buildings, cubes don't work on balls.
You can't
The
create.
cubes don't line up on a ball. Cubes don't line up on a ball, buddy. Welcome to the strip mall.
Oh dear. You can't create.
Oh dear, you can't shut the fuck up and stop talking over me, you weird fuck.
Well, that's part of that's because you don't ever stop talking.
No, you don't ever stop talking, you weird son of a bitch, or you don't ever demonstrate what your claim is. Your claim is buildings can sit like I see them on flat Earth. Now prove that.
You're calling me a weird fuck.
You're
and
a fucking liar and a loser who can't touch a ball with a low you. Yeah, you're a weird fuck.
Liar. Oh, okay.
Yeah, why would a weird motherfucker claim a
I don't
ball and
think
have
you
a
know what
ball
lying
religion
is.
without
I
a
don't think
ball
you understand how
demonstration?
lying works.
Ball
right?
fucking retards need to demonstrate a ball physics. Why
No.
don't you do that?
I
How does
don't
a Foucault's pendulum work on a real ball?
So because the
How do
pendulum.
you know?
Well, I know because I understand the premise
How do you
behind.
know what it does on a real ball, not on what you imagine you understand? Let's go to reality. Physics here. Physics are going to destroy you every time. A
well-
real 3D ball that's physical is going to destroy your imagination you think you believe. Why is that?
Turns out not to be true. So
Turns out, let's do the ball and prove you wrong every time.
no.
So never touch a ball. Never touch a real physical ball, but keep telling everybody you guys know about balls.
So do you think? Why do you think? Why do you think it is that nobody can ever do what
You won't do any physics, and you don't know the physical attributes of a sphere
I
at
do.
all?
I do.
No, you don't, liar. Let me
I
see it.
do.
Let me see which one.
The
Let me see which
physical
sphere you've been
attributes of
practicing with.
sphere. So
what
what
sphere do you use to practice?
to practice what?
Ball physics.
Well,
Pendulums on a ball and all your ball fucking belief, your ball
I've been
religion.
to practice playing basketball.
So no, we're not talking about games here, dude. We're being fucking
asking
serious
about
here,
practice.
weirdo.
asking about
Adults are talking. Game boy.
Where?
I don't know, game player.
I don't
Get
think
your
there's
ball
adults
off the fucking
talking here.
court, weirdo, and get it
actually-
in the physics room.
I don't
Physics,
think
buddy.
actually adults talking.
So all your globe for is good is basketball.
In the
So
legality.
your globe is only imagined to be basketball, right?
Assumes
Play
facts,
basketball with it.
Right.
All
So-
you can do with a globe is play basketball. Cool, Omni. I want you to tell that to all your friends. Everybody record that. He'll never touch a ball. None of these guys will know what 3D ball physics are. They don't understand that destroys them. Real physics destroy them. Flat Earth physics destroys their ball religious claims every time.
No.
And ain't nobody got to do shit but say, prove your fucking claim.
Yeah.
Prove your fucking claim with ball physics.
So-
what are they? How do they work? What do they look like? A real 3D ball. What does that do?
Almost a good question. So, do you know what Newton's law of universal gravitation was?
If you got a 3D ball, you can show us.
No, I don't have to show
On a
it.
3D ball, you can physically, brother, if you believe this shit's physically happening, demonstrate it. Or else
well,
it's not a part of my flat earth physics.
That's
I'm
what
sorry,
Cavendish
and you've been debunked.
It turns out that
Now you're debunked again.
does a good.
Words don't help you here. The word turns out don't help you. Turns out you ain't did nothing yet. But
Oh,
talk
no.
and said turns out.
Turns out is actually.
It says that, yeah, you know. Yeah,
There's
you
a
know. You know.
why
We know.
You don't like hearing about it because you know
That's
that
funny.
I'm actually correct.
Yeah, do you know?
No, you're correct about what? Not touching balls? Not doing physics?
I am not going to
Yeah,
touch
we
your
know
balls.
you'll never do any physics.
I'm
You
sorry.
don't have any reason to understand or comprehend physics. You just like to sit and hear people's stories. And then you say, I vote this guy's right. Where's the ball at,
Right.
Omni, that you and him did to see that this guy's right? You never had the ball. You have no ball reference. You
I
have
do
no
have
ball.
Yes.
Time to figure out what a ball does before you guys all jump on ball wagons.
I understand that you believe that this is a perhaps.
No, it's not about belief. I understand that you will not physically touch a ball or understand anything that a ball does. You will stay in belief, and that's all you'll talk about is how you hope or feel or what you think you know about not a ball, about flat Earth.
I'm not
You've
sure.
only proven flat Earth without ball physics. I don't see any ball physics anywhere. Do you? Not ain't helping you.
I think there are.
Where you see orbits at?
So, for example, well, the orbits are
Make one.
planets in the sky. We
Well,
don't have
make one orbit explainer.
I don't have to make one. I don't have to. Oh, I don't know. Make a sun to know that sunlight warms things up, right?
Orbits. Orbits.
Orbits.
Yeah.
Yeah, orbits. So orbits
Yeah,
are
everything orbits everything. It's crazy.
not everything orbits.
No,
everything.
it's crazy. It's absolutely fucking insane.
Well, really? I don't know about
Yeah,
that.
really.
I don't know.
It's like
What makes you think
like
it's crazy?
ridiculous.
Why is it
Ridiculous.
ridiculous? Why?
Why is it ridiculous? Because somehow everything came from fucking Big Bang, and everything's fucking running around each other and fucking and in vacuums and shit and doing ball tired things.
Well, wait a minute now. We've gone from talking about, geography and planet to talking about the Big Bang, right? Those are pretty much two different things, yeah.
Well, if everything came from the same thing, what the fuck are we talking about?
I'm not sure. What do you think we're talking
Me
about?
neither. But how does everything come from everything and it's running around everything and it's like
I don't think I would
vacuums?
say everything comes from everything. I'm not sure that's how I would, characterize.
All right, okay, let's go back. Let's go back. Where did everything come from?
Well, I'm Christian, so I think that God created the universe, and as far as I can tell, the evidence for that is cosmology.
So
I'm
you
not
have a point of origin.
well. So there's a bunch of cosmology
I'm not saying your God
theorized.
isn't real, but
What's that?
I'm not
Sorry.
saying your God isn't real. Something
Yeah.
came from something. Something had to create something.
Well, sure. So, like we have science. We have the gathering of evidence, and
Science isn't actually an excuse for things.
science isn't what?
It's not an excuse for things. You can't just say science.
Oh,
Therefore,
I don't think it's.
everything.
I don't think it's an
Well,
excuse.
science, science is a thing. It's a word that people made up. It's not an actual thing. Okay, maybe in some cases, but you can't just say science, therefore everything.
Oh no,
Like,
I don't think I am. No, I wouldn't say science.
no,
Therefore,
well,
everything.
I'm not saying you did, but I'm saying that if if you suppose to say that everything exists because of science, it's not, credible.
Okay, well, I don't think I would say anything like everything exists because science.
Well, you can.
That wouldn't make sense to me. But I
Well, you
think
can just did things.
what I might say is something like, well, our current understanding of science suggests that cosmologically, everything came, the universe seems to be
From
expanding, and we think
nothing.
that if we trace it backwards, we get to a single point of origin at some point somewhere.
Yeah.
So that would be the evidence, but I'm not a cosmologist. I'm not an expert.
Wait, sorry.
We don't have a ball either to
Hang on.
compare it with. You'll need
Oh,
a
I
pair of
have
ball.
two. I have those.
Why would you need evidence of creation?
What's that?
Why would you need evidence of creation?
Why would I need evidence of creation?
Evidence of creation. So in order to verify everything, you would need a creator, right?
And so
You just need stuff.
So when I
something.
talking about evidence of a creator,
sorry, what?
As when I talk about evidence of creation, well, I think that the fact
No,
that
not you. Like me and anybody else. Like I'm not putting that onus on you. Like it's not up to you to decide what fucking happened. Like, but
okay. Well, I'm I'm not an expert in this.
Omnipresence. You're everywhere. You're not God, right?
What? I'm not.
You're not God. So where did things come from?
You're talking about originally.
Like dirt.
So
yeah.
I am given to understand that originally things came from something that's called a singularity, which is not any kind of we can't point to something and say that's what a singularity is.
Right.
But,
Hold on. AI says they want to become singularity. So do you think they want to be a little dot?
I don't think that's the same kind of singularity.
That's
I think.
Well, can a robot? Now think
What
about
if
this.
you are robots and you are a singularity?
Can a robot be singularity? That's not even possible.
I don't think so. I don't think the
I don't
robot.
either. Isn't that a weird statement for them to program into a robot to be like, we want singularity? Like, what? Hold on, man. You're remotely connected to something right now.
Well, who done that, D-Mark?
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't know that
Elon,
that's happening.
Who done that?
Elon had a couple robots, and these other dudes been fucking like in China or whatever, and they had these
Yeah.
robots, the Sophia and this dude. There's a dude and a lady, and they came
Sophia, I
out and
know.
they had them
Calm
on
down, calm down,
stage.
calm down.
I don't know
Sophia, I know.
what is it?
Sophia, I know.
Yeah, well,
I
there's
know. My
about
name
four
is
of them.
Sophia.
There's about four of them now. So
Oh,
anyway, they
there
had
is?
them on stage, and they were
Okay,
talking to each other. And one said they wanted to kill people or do something weird, and they were like, "Whoa, calm down."
Are
And
you
then one
sure
of them,
about this?
yeah, they were talking on stage,
I
man.
think I saw a movie like this where it was Will Smith.
Yeah,
Right?
so yeah.
No, this ain't Will Smith,
Are you
man.
sure,
They just
D-Mark?
no, it ain't no fucking movie. They
Are
just
you
talked for
sure?
a couple seconds, dude, and then they walked them off
Are you sure,
stage.
bro?
Are you
Holy
certain?
fuck.
This sounds like a movie I saw.
Are you
It's
serious?
not
No,
a
I'm fucking.
movie. It wasn't that long of a thing. It was like a commercial, man. It wasn't that they didn't have them on stage forever. It wasn't that long. They said, "Hey, we're going to present these robots. You can ask them a couple questions, whatever." And they showed a clip of it. It's not a movie. It's these guys
Yeah, no,
testing
I've
these
seen that.
robots.
I've seen that, bro.
It's the fucking guys actually testing the robots, man. They're seeing what
Yeah,
they
I've
can
seen
do.
that. I've seen that, man.
Yes, no, but it's not a movie. It's fucking three robots
me
that these
fucking
people are
test bed.
testing. And all they do was had them say some phrases to see if they could answer back. They were just seeing if they could answer anything back.
Dude,
I'm not telling you guys they were fucking humans or automated fucking dance machines or fucking spinning. They probably couldn't walk or nothing. I'm saying they were just standing there like turning their head left, turning their head right. They wasn't doing nothing crazy. They wasn't being like iRobot or nothing. It wasn't a movie. It was like a real robot, like head part, like the top half, and it would turn its head left, turn its head right, and talk to you like the dudes have the program in this motherfucker where the automated guy, the AI can talk to you. Hey,
And then,
bud.
and then it
something.
said that it wanted to kill people.
One of them did, yes. One of them said it wanted to get rid of all humans, and
Well,
then
that
the other one said it wanted to. I know it's fucking crazy, and that's why they shut it up.
That's a
They
bit
walked it off
crazy.
stage. They were
That
like,
is a
"Okay,
bit
hold on,"
crazy.
and they went and shut it off. They kept saying weird shit, and then the
Uh,
other one, but you know it's programmed, so it's
can
like,
you
what the
show me?
fuck?
So I know a bit about how I don't know when this was or anything, but if if you can give me a link to that, I definitely want to watch that.
I don't. I just got my little puny phone, man, and I don't even know how to fucking send links on this iPhone 15. It's fucking too newfangled, man. My LG was way better for me. I just knew how to send to your name, tap it, it would go to it.
You are
Now I got
shit.
now I got to do all
D-Mark.
this shit. Dude, it put up 50
You are
solutions for
shit,
me.
bro. I'm just kidding.
Look, man, it's the top half of a
I'm
fucking
just kidding.
robot. Listen, guy, will you hold on a minute? I can't finish my sentence. You keep saying stuff in the middle of it. You're
Sorry.
blocking me off. You can't even hear
Sorry.
clearly what I'm saying. That's why you don't even believe it. It's a half of a robot, guys. It's not a full autonomous thing walking out, jumping, kicking you in the face or nothing crazy. It's a fucking thing they wheel out. Half of it's there. The head moves left and right. It was like back at, I think when they were first doing it or whatever, they were showing you, the progression of what they've done from just being like a recorder where you push the button and it records your voice. You know, now they got this thing that you say something, it can look over at you and then say something back to you. You know, I don't know to what extent, but it's just weird the things it chose to say. I want to be singularity, and I'd like to eliminate humans.
It sounds
It does not. Does it really? Does it say that? Holy fuck.
that sounds pretty.
Look it up. Look up the robot
Honestly,
that said.
I'd like
Listen,
to
look
see the
up.
look on people's face. The guys
I
who are
know, brother. They were like, well, they gasped. You heard the crowd. I want look up the robot that said it wanted to kill the humans, or the robot that said it wanted to be singularity, and it should just pop up there. It should show you the video.
All right, I'm gonna search for that right now.
Like the robot wanted to
Aren't
eliminate
we all
humans.
just robots? D-Mark.
Basically, how would you know the difference?
Aren't we all? Like, how
Well,
would you know? Like,
listen, what's AI? It's not artificial.
it's artificial intelligence.
No, it's not
It's in my
artificial.
brain.
That's the wrong word.
I will
Sorry,
destroy
sorry.
humans, says lifelike
Actual
robot.
intelligence.
Go ahead, Omni.
Although this was in response to an interview question from a journalist, it came across a little jarringly frightening, rather than the joke that may have been intended.
Right.
The journalist said, "Will you destroy humans?" at the end of the interview, but then begs, "Please say no, please say no." Despite his pleas, she says brightly, "Okay, I will destroy humans."
Oh, thank you.
That's one of them. Yeah, yeah.
What
I
a
think there
nice
was
fucking
another one
robot.
too. I
Thank
think there was
God.
another one too that said it a little different. But yeah, yeah, it's kind of like that. And the people were like, "What the hell?" Because one of them's
Thank God
like,
we have robots that want to destroy us.
not really
Well,
destroy, but get rid of, or I forget how it worded it, but basically the same thing.
apparently they said, will you destroy humans? And the robot said, "Okay, I will destroy humans." But it may have been a joke.
Probably.
Well, hopefully. But it's
Yeah,
only
and I think there was another one too. I think that's not the only one. I think there's like two of them. There's one where the lady doesn't, or the guy doesn't really input, hey, don't destroy humans, or do you want to destroy humans? They were asking it something about humanity or something, because they worded that different too. And then, yeah, I think it just said, something. The way it answered this question is that it can't be here and us, or something like that. You know what I mean? Like I'd have to eliminate humans in order to something and be singularity, and
coexist.
have the planet or whatever. I don't fucking know. Have all the fucking
Fuck them
resources.
anyway. Bunch
But
of
anyway,
bastards.
we got an umbilical cord, right? It is a cord, isn't it?
We do.
And it does look like a. Have you ever hot wired a vehicle? When you cut the black cord,
Yep.
and once you cut that black cord on like a Kawasaki 750 back in the day, it would have an orange, a black and green, a red, a blue, a yellow cord, like all wrapped around each other.
Dimok. Are you
That's
trying
the
to tell
mimic.
us? Are
That's
you trying to
exactly
tell us
what it.
we're all
That's
fucking
exactly.
we're all fucking
That's
computers?
exactly what an umbilical cord looks like. It's
Sure.
it's
Yeah,
five color of
actually,
little cord
we don't
string.
even know it.
I stared at them. I had 4 kids, dude. Trust me. I watched it all, and they're wrapped around. It's like a telephone cord, spiral, shoot, 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 and it springs out and springs back.
Well, yeah.
I don't know. I know we use kinetic energy, and nobody wants to believe it. They think I'm fucking goofy. But if the government tells you,
we are not
think about
a
this.
product of our body. Like we are something
Listen,
else.
if you can't create or
Yes.
destroy energy, and that's supposed to be the thing, Omni, right? Can't create or destroy energy. Then this stuff that's not created or destroyed, that's here, it's not being destroyed. It's here, the air. You're not destroying the air. So that's energy. You're not creating or destroying water either. So that's energy. I'm sorry, that's just how I see it. So if it makes me seem fucking stupid to ride that out, then so be it. Because in physical reality, that's all I see. This stuff I'm in is not the thing. I mean, we can call it air. Okay, I'm with you, but the action and the attribute and everything that comes from it's electrical. So I say it's electrical continuity or potential. It's the potential to do either or. And that's why you contain it, and that becomes a reactor. You can do whatever you want with the containment of it and add more potential or less.
Well,
okay.
okay.
I'm with D-Mark on this one.
Yeah, Omnivore, maybe you're new to this subject and you just don't understand it yet.
Well, that certainly could be. I think that we should consider that possibility until we've worked out whether
possibilities are exhausted.
Are actually understanding stuff correctly.
Well, I mean, look, man, I see the fish, dude, and I swear that motherfuckers are getting energy from the water and the kinetic, just like that, because they go, they can sit and expanding and contrasting. And to me,
it's not a nice place.
Yeah,
God isn't here, man.
But either way, so the electrical continuity, right? And God is the devil. The devil's the God. God is all the seven things, right? The Leviathan, the great beast. Okay, the Leviathan. Okay, the authors of the book or the authorities. To any authority, like the 1% of all authority, like the government, right? They're supposed to be the 1%, and the people are supposed to be 99. Today, it might be more like 5% to 95, but either way. So to the government or anybody in control of like the system, a system that they set in place, The Leviathan is the people rising up, not an imaginary creature. It's all the people actually loving each other, doing shit free, love, ayat, on. So it's basically the people rising up against the government saying, we don't want all this bullshit. We want to know the truth. We're not going to tell. We're not going to have no secret science. It don't fucking matter. We're not going to have, you're not going to, like, okay, dangerous. We'll label everything danger or whatever if that need to be the case, if it's actually the case. But if not, we're not going to say that. And we're not going to keep people away. We're not going to have a key code clearance room and this and that. It doesn't even make any sense. Like how can you have 8 billion minds that you want to put to work and you say technology when you destroy half of the motherfuckers that could have been smarter than you and they could have made the best technology you ever heard of, but you killed them. You killed that thought. You killed that idea with that person.
Who is killing these people?
Everything, brother. No money, poverty, disease, just everything. In the look, people having wars, people doing whatever, just everything. Just people die. Fastest way to die is, well, if everybody works together instead of hurts each other, right?
I'm in favor of people working together.
Science
I think that's
for free. Right, for free. Everybody does science for free. Do you understand how advanced we could be? All the
Well,
bullshit.
I mean, yeah, I mean that I think it sounds really good in theory. I don't know in practice. I'm not sure that we have secret science exactly. I mean, obviously there are some things like trade secrets or patents that exist. So if I come up with an idea, I can patent it so I can make money off it, right? That's something that I would like to be able to do if I have a good idea. But
I think you should just be able to make something and sell it.
well, that's what we're talking about. But if that's
No
what
patent.
patents protect,
Yeah, no patent.
well, so I'm kind of partial to patents because they protect small people. The general person who's not a multinational corporation.
Yeah, but you're not understanding. You're not multinationally putting it out like that. If you're a little guy making something and you make some cool shit for people and you put it out and they happen to give you some money and you get a little bit of money from it, you're making money. You don't need to see when you try to get crazy is when the government's going to come after you for everything else.
Well, I mean,
It'll backfire. It always does on people. They try to get big, they try to make a big business, and then suddenly their business is too big for their bills. They can't afford to keep it after it doesn't do as good as it did the first day or 10 days or year, and then they're sunk. Now they lose their.
But Denmark, we've had some like people, like the guy that owns Ring doorbell. That guy was just a regular guy. He came up with this idea that now probably everybody is using, and he became a billionaire because he had a patent on his idea. So
I came up with that idea when I was 14. I said when I was 14, check this out. I said we need to have a phone with cameras on it. We need a house camera for when anybody comes up to your home that you can automatically ring to you and you can talk to them, let them in, whatever, right? A camera on your garage and a camera on your car. And they were like, "You're nuts. You can't have all that shit." I said, "Yeah, you can." I said, "You could have 3 cameras on it, and then on your phone, it could have like a little green light, blue light, whatever. Even I think we even had pages in it or whatever." I was like, "Well, you could do it on a pager too." Dude, I had so many fucking ideas back then. An earphone that's one size fits all, that won't fall out of your ear until you click the button. Like a lot of shit, dude.
How
But
does it
I never made it. I just thought it up. I thought of shoes that had the spinning globe on them before the Spreewell's Omni. I swear to God, before the Spreewell's, I said we need to have some shoes with a little spinning globe on it. That'd be fucking cool as hell. My dumb ass, Democ, was gonna put a globe on a shoe and make it, and then when you walk around, it was just gonna rotate and spin. And I was gonna put a jewel on it for where you live. Like if you live in America, whatever, or wherever, you can put like a little diamond stud on that little globe ball, and you take the ball off when you wash them or whatever. Make sure nobody steals it because you could make it valuable, like a little piece of gold, to make your shoes valuable and like one of a kind. Yeah, that was gonna be my idea. And then Spreewell's came out like 4 or 5 years later, dude. I was so fucking mad. Imagine going down the street with a little spinning globe on your rim, or a moon, or Saturn. That'd be crazy, wouldn't it?
Yeah, with the rings.
Yeah, that'd be pretty tight.
So
Yeah,
Omnivore, would you say that you're finally waking up from your globe delusions? Like you're no longer such a hard-headed glober?
No, I would say that so far, nothing that I've been exposed to has led me to have serious doubts about the nature of Earth.
Omni, you've never seen any globe physics or a globe lab or globe science in a lab.
That's true. That is true.
Yeah, all your supposed globe science, all your
Now,
supposed cause per effect relationships, like you never observed your globe cause.
So right. So if you keep, I mean, when the way you guys say, "Hey, Democ, do this and prove this," now check this out. Don't get me wrong. If I came in this fucking room saying I know for a fact this thing right here, because I only said it, and I'm the one bringing this claim, like the air and the oxygen, I'm going to talk to you till we're blue in the face. I'm going to try to convince you or let you understand what I'm talking about. You understand? And physically, you're going to understand, like the fish, the water, the stuff we can go touch, we can go prove what I'm saying, kind of in a way. You could rub your feet on a carpet. You know what I mean? So, like, if I say a certain thing that's from me, I'll try my damnedest to prove it to you or go get an object to show you what I'm talking about or make you understand through words if that's possible. If it's possible through words, I'll do words. But if I have to show you, I'm going to fucking show you. So the thing is I didn't bring the globe to this table. You know we didn't. You didn't. When you were a kid in school, you didn't have a choice to say, "Hey, teacher, I'd love to learn everything about a flat Earth." And did that happen? Did you learn about a cube Earth? Did you learn about banana Earth? Did you learn about infinite plane Earth? Did you learn about impossible Earth? Did you learn about maybe imagined Earth as you go? Like no one taught you any other possibility could be another possibility. They're like globe, but then there's no globe physics, nothing to back it fucking physically, except you have to believe that this flat horizontal thing is curved. And then you have to believe that the stationary thing is spinning. You have to believe everything they tell you because physically it doesn't exist. So for me, that's why it's impossible for me to be a glober because there's no physics behind it. None. And I don't know the whole attribute of the earth. I just know the horizontal and reference and the verticals are parallel. They don't diverge and converge. And a horizontal line isn't a polka dot, and a vertical isn't a polka dot. They're not the same polka dot. If I put a polka dot on the ground, that's not a horizontal vertical dot. Doesn't even make no sense.
You're kind of losing me a little bit with the polka dot there. I'm not sure.
From the center of the globe to the outside, that line is what you guys make to make your vertical, correct? So where you're standing, it would be a polka dot, brother, not a line, correct?
Well, no, I'm thinking
No?
more like no, it's more like a plumb line.
Have you ever put 1 million of them up?
I haven't put 1 million of them up. No.
Well, that's probably what you guys need to do.
Why
Put 1
would I?
million of them up that float on water, left to right, far as you can on the still water, and then see how far the left one pops away and the right one pops away and how they gotta diverge.
Well, I mean, we show how they diverge when we look at.
No, 1 million of them right in front of you, looking at them all.
Why do I need?
Why would you want an actual image of what we're wanting to see? A whole bunch of things actually show the attribute of a sphere rather than you just saying I stuck a stick here and that's the sphere? Because one makes sense, not yours, the other one. A side view of looking at a hill is better than you getting 27,000 miles away and saying, I think I don't see nothing that way. I think I see mirage air stuff. I'll just do some calculations for you, man. No. Fuck no. I don't need a calculation. I'll get the side view. And I'll trace that bitch out with a pencil. The fuck? Calculation my dick. Don't need no calculation. I don't need a calculation to draw the topography of a side view of where you're at versus a fucking horizontal. No calculation at all. And then I'll bring it back like a treasure map. You know how they draw treasure maps? This rock here, this thing here. They don't need no fucking calculation. They draw the treasure map. X marks the spot.
So, Omnivore, are you starting to understand now?
I'm not. I like I said, I understand. I think I understand Demok's position, but I can't say that my understanding of it makes it seem more legitimate to me.
Like if I say, let's have a demonstration off, and I can show you on a flat surface, the only thing I live on and know is a flat. I mean, that's what it acts like. That's what the physical attribute of it is. Like fucking zero movement. This thing I'm on. I have to use this as my zero reference. The thing I live on. I can't say it's moving out of nowhere. That made no fucking sense because it doesn't. It's not. Unless I feel an earthquake, then I see the attributes of an earthquake right away, right next to me right now. They happen. And when the earthquake's done, they're done. And they don't happen no more. So if the earth moves, you definitely feel it. And if it don't move, you don't feel it. Dirt
Well,
move, feel dirt.
So I heard someone talking today, I think it was No Tanks, who was saying it's not really about us feeling whether or not the earth moves. It's about whether or not all of the motion that you guys say the earth undergoes would be, legitimate. Like, I'm not sure that it undergoes, that the earth would undergo all of the motions that we wouldn't feel all of the motions that you say we're doing. And that is like a legitimate question. Like
That's why I bring in the ball on me.
Well, hang on. However, when people say I don't feel the rotation of the Earth, and I think I should feel the rotation of the Earth, I find that to be less, I guess, less legitimate.
Neither one of you have a reference. As you as a little kid talking about, oh, this teacher taught me this, you have no fucking reference for what it would or wouldn't feel like. If you're on flat earth right now, you still have no fucking clue about a ball. I mean, do you understand the gravity of this situation right now? If you're on flat earth and it's not spinning and not doing any of that clumsy ass shit and there ain't no gravity like what you think, then all that shit is just fucking garbage. Do you understand? I mean, it's that fucking simple. These are only two choices here. And if I'm wrong about flat earth, then it's a round fucking earth and it's moving then. Do you understand? And if you're wrong about yours, then it's not moving. So I'm going to ask you, if this motherfucker ain't moving, then
Right? If it's not moving, so if it's not moving, then why do mechanical gyro compasses work?
do you have a reference frame of a ball doing something with a mechanical gyro on it?
I don't know what you mean by a reference frame.
We need to know. Well, Earth ain't. We're on Earth. It's not anything yet. We don't know what Earth is. Me and you. Now we want to know what a ball does. So how do we get the reference of what a 3D ball would do in reality? How could we possibly do this, Omni?
Well,
We don't know where we're at.
Okay.
We don't know what we're on. Me and you, we're the first two humans. How do you even know what a fucking ball does?
Well, it would seem like it might be a matter of scale. I mean, a ball.
What's that mean?
A ball
What does
roll.
that even mean?
Okay. Well,
that doesn't mean anything.
A ball might behave differently than a comparatively small.
Do you have both? You need both of them to show me that's the case.
I don't have.
Why would you imagine weird shit, dude? Why can't we just demonstrate physical reality and only understand that's happening? Why are you imagining shit? We're here, me and you. No fucking lies. No other shit, dude. We're going to get a ball or a flat surface where we are. We're just going to be popped off in fucking reality. We don't care where we're at or what we're on. We're not going to say we're on anything, do anything. We're going to declare this base of reality our judgment base. And we'll have a flat plane and a round plane. Now, which one do you think is going to be more convincing to show you what matches reality for me and you?
Assuming that we have no scientific anything, we have no knowledge or.
You got a ball and I got a flat plane, and we got our hands and we got whatever we can do.
Okay, so I think in that situation, probably the flat plane will be more convincing because we don't have any,
Flyers?
we don't
Any
have
magic?
we don't have any science,
Magic? No, we got physics. We got
Oh, we
real
have
physics.
physics. Okay, so we have physics. So
Yeah, you got a ball in your hand. It's a physical, real ball. Whatever you physically do with it is physics.
physics and physical are two different things.
Listen, whatever you physically accomplish with that ball is what we have to understand it does. That's the thing that's doing it, the ball, correct? And whatever this flat plane does, different than that ball, we have to understand that's what it does. These two things are not going to act like each other. They'll never have the same attribute. So, so you know for a fact, the only thing you as I, as a fucking natural human, would ever come to the conclusion of is that we're on a flat plane. That's the only thing that matches the physics of it, because you'd be off there putting shit on a fucking ball trying to figure out how to levitate it. That's not going to work. Then
Why
you'd
would
need to put it in a vacuum because you'd be imagining all this weird shit that's not nowhere around us, nowhere that doesn't exist.
So you understand that for the theory of the universal theory of gravitation that Newton came up with, you understand that
Newton doesn't exist.
Newton did exist. Isaac
No,
Newton.
only me and you exist in this experiment with me and you.
Well, I thought you said we had physics, so that means we must
You
have.
have the ability to physically touch stuff and show me physically what you're doing and show me what you claim physical stuff does. So if you get a ball, all we can do is understand that ball's not a liar. The ball is not a conspiracy theory. It's physics that it does are not lying to you. Don't claim it is. Don't claim it's a conspiracy on what this ball really does, which is not do a Foucault's pendulum, correct? Or not do a fucking anything.
Wait a
that
minute.
you
What?
declare.
Wait a minute.
Outside with a 3D ball, what are you going to do? All right, what are you going to show me?
Well, I can show you a Foucault's pendulum, right?
On the 3D ball, let's do it. And what's it going to do?
It will process.
Let's prove it. Get a real ball and show me.
Why do they keep moving on a flat plane then, Dima? The Foucault's
Brother,
pendulum.
stop. Brother. Me and Omnivore are the only humans here. There ain't no we. We're
Well,
looking for what a ball does or not.
I don't.
I'm listening. I'm trying to learn
We're gonna
from you,
watch
man.
what
Gee,
the ball's
you don't have
not
to
a
be so
liar.
rude.
The ball's
You don't
not
have to
telling
be
you a
so rude.
conspiracy. You don't trust the ball? Why don't
You
you
don't have to
trust
be
what
so
this ball
rude,
does?
Demo. Come on, keep talking with Omni. I'll listen. I was just asking, how does the Foucault pendulum work on your flat
There is
plane?
no. Don't worry about that garbage on flat Earth. Stupid. Flat Earth's not a globe. Don't put none of your garbage on a flat Earth.
You don't need to do
I'm
that.
just saying he's trying to be weird. Now
He's
listen,
not
a
trying to be
ball.
weird,
How do we know a
but I've
pendulum
seen
works on a
one.
ball? The very thing you guys are trying to defend. Why would you ask about proof for something else when you're trying to defend the ball of a globe and a pendulum?
So the reason why I would talk about it is because experiments like the Foucault's pendulum are, pretty.
Not done on a ball.
Well, they are done on a ball. They're done on the
Let's
Earth.
see. We're waiting.
So, what exactly do you think a Foucault's pendulum is?
I could give a fuck less. You're supposed to put it on a ball.
Okay, well,
Whatever you put on a ball and declare that garbage, I could give a fuck less about your story. It's
all right.
your
So,
physical claim. I asked you what you would do with the ball, and then you started talking about this other thing and this other thing, and then you act like I'm not going to tell you to put it on a 3D ball or something like you're crazy. That's exactly the only thing we ever can do. If you want to prove anything about a sphere to me, you have to get that said sphere and show me that it does it. We'll do the math and scale the math up. That's what math's for, Omni. Scale the math up after we do the attribute and the physical.
That you have.
No, nobody understands a globe yet or a ball. No, you don't either.
Well, you're doing the thing where you're not letting other people talk, and that's not good.
You're doing the thing where you're not going to stay on topic and you keep going around every fucking thing else. We need a physical 3D ball. It's me and you standing here. What the fuck happens on a ball with an object, a pendulum?
So have you seen?
There is a conundrum whenever you try to prove your gravity. You have that pesky Earth gravity in the way, so you can't isolate this other supposed force.
No,
or
that's
variable.
no. It's just me and Omni. There's none of that. We're just got a physical ball in reality. There ain't no fucking made up garbage.
All right, fine. You guys keep going.
Age. I mean,
We have a ball. Omni's supposed to demonstrate a Foucault's pendulum. I mean, why is it so hard? Are you like 5, Omni? Can't keep up with the combo? Told you, physics kills your ball every time, fucking dude. What the fuck, man?
So it doesn't. That's not true.
We're waiting to see your physical fucking 3D demonstration of a real ball.
What you understand physics to be.
Why are you laughing about a ball? You don't know how it works.
Because what you understand physics to be is
nobody understands a ball.
Yeah.
Nobody understands ball physics. They don't exist, weirdo.
Oh well, they do exist, and people do.
Where?
It.
What do they look like?
All over the place.
That made no sense. Like God, they look like God all over the place. Ball physics, God. So that made no sense. Does anybody know what a ball does? Is anybody brave enough to touch a 3D ball and put a pendulum on there of Foucault's? Is anybody brave enough to do real physics without imagining shit at all?
What do you think real physics is?
You don't give a fuck about what you think. What you demonstrate, what me and you demonstrate to each other.
Physics,
Until we die, that's the only thing we're going to be able to demonstrate. That's called real physics. Fucking sanity is thinking something else like you guys think. You think balls do something else than what we can demonstrate a ball to do. That's fucking insane.
So
why do you guys think insane, weird shit?
Well,
you have no reference. You don't even know what a ball does. You say you get this reading to prove a ball, but you've never had a ball. So what the fuck? That reading don't mean ball. That don't even mean shit. It's worthless. That reading is fucking worthless without a real ball to fucking compare that to. Or a flat earth. Your fucking readings are all useless. I'm going to point to you, point to me, and point to 5, and you point to 53, and that'll point to a zenith angle, and we'll point to useless.
Right. So zenith angles, for example, are a case of somebody going outside and doing
with the ball. Did you get a 3D ball and do them from a ball?
Outside on Earth, and they're doing something with Earth.
No, we're looking for a ball. We want to know what a physical 3D ball does for zeniths, for all your garbage, everything. We can do it with a real ball. However big you want to make that ball, stand on the motherfucker and use it for your Earth. Now make it make sense for you somehow. Because it don't for nobody, nowhere, no time. Just saying the word too big and scale don't make no fucking sense. Too big of what? Scale of what? Doing what?
Scale of the Earth.
What the fuck does that mean?
It means that
It means imagine.
No.
What does it mean, Omni, to a little kid? If I say the scale of Earth,
I want you to repeat this. Okay.
The scale of Earth, guy.
I want you to repeat this because I'm actually going to explain this to you. Objects' gravity is.
You don't have no scale.
Yeah, we do. We do. I want you to repeat this.
You don't have a ball.
Object's gravity is proportional to the size of the object, or well, to the mass of the object.